am I right there with God equally, with an eternal past?
As long as you're in the knowledge.
That's distinct. That's God's knowledge. It's not you in an individual sense actualized as you are as a person.
Yeah. Agreed. Who said actualized?
Okay, so
in
that's
the
not.
That's God. You've always been.
So you're not answering the question. Can you answer the question, please? We went through a bunch of clarifications here. Okay, it's boiled down to a true dichotomy. You can answer yes or no. Are you co-equally eternal with God?
Yeah.
No, that's no. So you're God?
A dimmer version of it. Yeah.
There's no creator creature distinction.
That's the point.
Yeah.
If you are dependent on God, then you don't have an infinite past like
that's
God.
monism. That's monism.
No problem.
There's only one cause. That's
There's only one.
Everything is equal. Okay, so then you're equal with God. Your actions are God's actions.
For you, girl.
Okay, then now be equal. It's monistic. That's what monism is.
God had to actualize you on the basis of actus purus. If God is actus purus, then creates you on the basis of actus purus, you are now contingent on the actus purus. Do you get what I'm saying?
That is a fringe position. This is not the Islamic position.
Well, that's that. Whether they
like it or not, we're not trying to represent the Islamic position. We're trying to make them understand Christian metaphysics. Why do that? You tell me not to do that with the Quran, and now you're telling them it's okay for them to do it.
Represent you.
They don't say what I say. They say otherwise. They don't say, like, they probably fear me and Zabu to think this way.
Yeah.
They're saying there's a T0.
I'm not trying to argue with your position. I'm not trying to argue with your position. I'm trying to get you to understand ours. That's what I do. I'm not arguing with you about your position.
It's not. Yeah, of course I understand. Yeah, that's fine.
Allah can be a father?
Oof. Allah can be a father if what is like has aseity, is the one ontological, etc. Yeah, Allah can be father, like can be it can be made parallel to a father. But a father by definition
Allah has daughters.
Allah by definition, father by definition, necessarily has a son, right? This is why you can't equate it. This would be why you can't equate it. But if you're seeing father for pure aseity,
by like equating, what do you think he's equating?
Okay, so when the Jews say father and we say father, they say father.
Muslims don't use that terminology.
Okay, so then he's not the father.
No, he's not the father. Like the way Christians see it, no. He's not the father.
Then why do they use that terminology? There can only be one father. There can only be one God.
Nowhere in the Quran is a lot.
Well, they're the ones that invoke that terminology.
Only Lubi's making that argument.
No, I've heard other ones say it.
They would never use it. If they're doing
they use it on TikTok. They use it on here, like counterfactually. You're just wrong about that.
Oh,
they do use that language.
You want to know what's the most challenging thing is to get them to understand that he's fully human and fully God, and there's no contradiction. That is the most difficult thing to make.
That is difficult for anyone. It's not very intuitive.
Why is that not intuitive?
To be fully human and fully God.
Yeah.
Why is that not fully limitless and to be fully limited?
Wait. How is when you know? You're saying it wrong.
Keep walking human.
So you're
when is
human.
God and not God at the same time? That would be the contradiction.
Yeah, when is God not God? Limitless, limited.
Okay,
wait,
so
how are you saying
you're fully human and fully spirit, right?
Yeah.
So how come God can't be fully man and fully God?
God can be fully man and fully God. Fully limited, fully limitless.
Yeah.
Who says man is limited?
Who said he's not? You think man is limitless, like God?
I'm saying if God bestows you with it, yes.
Okay. Okay. If God makes another God, yes, that's what you're saying.
No.
Are you saying that doesn't? You're saying the devil could be God. You're saying the devil could be God.
You're swapping out the language and using something else.
Yeah, you're saying the devil could be God. That the devil could be a man, right? A priest could be a man.
But I asked her, why can't God be fully man and fully God?
Yeah, you still haven't given the contradiction. You're saying the qualities. We're not talking about the attributes.
Providing the law of contradiction, first of all. Okay.
The law of non-contradiction. Okay, can you give me the contradiction? Can you give me the contradiction, please?
Limitless.
Under Christian metaphysics.
I'm sorry, I don't know what it is. Like contradiction under Christian metaphysics?
Yeah. That would be the contradiction, not under how you understand. I'm saying under the Christian worldview.
I'm positing a fallacy.
Okay, so give me all right, so just because so what is it about the human that can't be God? Just give me that. Give me the P and not P.
God does not die, human dies. To not die and to die.
God does not die. Correct. Where is the contradiction?
To not die and to die, in one sense.
But who died?
Human
died. Thank you. So, where did God die at?
Did not die.
You're saying humans died. So in order for him to be a man, he has to have the nature of man, correct?
Yes, he must die.
Okay, so then if he has the nature of a man, how does that contradict the nature of him being a God?
Oh, he can be a God. 50, but I'm just saying, fully God, as a soul, like that. Fully God as a soul.
See, so you're thinking, right, that Jesus must walk around like a Superman in order for him to be fully God. Is that what you're saying? He wouldn't rest. He wouldn't get tired.
You can be fully man. If you're describing fully God as the soul or something from God, things like that. Yeah, I think my soul is eternal, my flesh will die. Something like that.
Okay.
Because soul is from Father.
Can't see what I say.
I'm not talking about you.
No, I'm not talking about me either. I'm talking about like in general. Soul is from Father, flesh is of man, right?
Soul is when you're born, your soul is put into your body. When you're born, your soul then goes into your body. There is no pre-eternal soul. Why do you keep doing that? Why do you keep doing that? I'm asking from Christian metaphysics. You keep doing the same thing they keep doing.
Put into your body. From Christian metaphysics, soul.
Yes. Why you keep going to Islam? So, I'm trying to think as a Christian. Stop with saying stuff about Islam. Islam, the Quran is not in the Bible. It's not in the Bible.
1 second. Soul in the body is fully human, right? Where is the fully God? Soul in the body constitutes fully human. What is fully God? How are you marrying these two?
What do you mean marrying? What kind of a malformed question is
How
that?
can something be this and that, right? So if you're fully God and fully human,
that's what I was just going to say.
They don't make
sense to ask.
Right.
Doesn't the human nature carry over divine nature?
Yeah, you have. Here's the example. Like the example is, Father, why have you forsaken me? That's expressing real human psychology.
Yeah.
And expressing mortality.
Take this cup from me.
But then later on, he says in his wisdom, it is done, out of his last breath. So you can see the fully God, fully man distinctions here, if that makes any sense. You even see this like, do you really truly know I am good? Only the Father is good. This is another example where he's expressing real human psychology, mortality, and then at the same time, like, oh, well, guess who I am? So there's a little bit.
Nobody's ever God.
Well, that's kind of like what I'm saying. There's dozens of instances where you see in the story that he humbles himself in human psychology without cheating. Because if he was God and he was like literally breaking the laws of physics or whatever the case may be, or bending them like he's in the fucking Matrix.
Yeah, it's not a book like the Quran where it's like fully abrogating the whole thing. The New Testament is not fully abrogating the Old Testament. It's using the same language, and it's showing these prophecies. The same language. They're not contradictory. I can't. It's not like we're saying, oh, no, the Jews lost the Torah. No, we're reading the Torah from the Greek. And it was put in the Greek hundreds of years before Christianity. So, if they want to say, oh, well, there's Greek thought in it. Well, all right. Well, there was Greek thought in it for 300 years before Christianity came to be. It was not like Christianity came, and put the Greek in it. No. No, that's not how that works. Incarnation is in the Old Testament, but it just depends on how you read it, and it can be read in a different way. Obviously, we share the book with the Jews. We share this book. They're going to say we're misguided. We're going to say to them they're misguided. They're going to have their tradition. We have ours. But I mean, we're coming to a different conclusion. As they are. There are things that we say we have flushed out. There are things that in the prior scriptures that the rabbis are still discussing. I mean, I don't know. It's nothing like the Quran and the Bible. It's nothing like that. They're totally abrogating the word Father. They're totally abrogating. I don't even know why they say begotten. You cannot beget or begotten. How did the Jews lose their covenant? How did the Jews lose the covenant with their God because they didn't follow Jesus? Like, you gotta make sense of these things, man. Like, it doesn't, like, these things don't make, they gotta give me the scriptures. Oh, we don't go by that, we go only by the Quran. But we're not Muslim. So who are these Jews? Who are these Christians? Who's the Yahud? Who's the Nasara? They're not talking to us. I'm telling you, I don't want to get back on that shit, but.
Well, going back to what Narja said about, God within, there's plenty of scriptures. There's one Gnostic thing in Timothy, I think it says, go within, pull it out, and it'll save you. So there's like a metaphysic, obviously, to this, which is eternal energy. And that's just the mystic path of Gnosticism or Hermetic mysticism.
I mean, that's great, dude, but they don't have like an actual religious place where people have been studying this and overlapping it.
What are you talking about?
2,000 years.
This is called the Book Club. Have you read a book?
Is anything that you're talking about?
Have you ever read a book on Clubhouse? Excuse me, hello? Oh, I'm talking. Have you ever read a book, Regal? Hello? I'm talking. Hello?
Sadr talks about it. Ghazali talks about it, although he's so traditionalist. And it keeps going on and on. Judaism, the Kabbalic Jew, talks about it. What do you mean? Advaita Vedanta and Hinduism talks about it. This is a very serious concept that has always been understood amongst the mystics, the school of the mystics.
Yeah, we're not mystics.
She just
What are their names? Tell me what these. No.
I gave you 5,000 names. Nagarjuna talks about it.
You don't know any names. You don't study any of this stuff. You guys are not scholars.
Talks about it.
You're not scholars. Get out of opinion.
Laymen.
Talks about it. What do you think you're the only one?
Oh my God, Rigo. Rigo, you're so cute. You're so cute.
Yeah.
I bet you have nice ears.
Well, I studied things that overlap with, history, liturgy, tradition.
You can't tell.
I mean, it's been overstated for 2,000 years now. It's literally the foundation of Western civilization.
7,000 years, mystics have been talking about it. You're just 2,000.
What ones? There's all different ones through different ages and time. And they all have different understandings. They all have different understandings that contradict each other, right? So who's correct?
They do not. Mystics don't contradict each other.
You're just saying a bunch of platitudes. You're not saying anything meaningful here.
It's all meaningful.
I have already laid it out to you.
You're just asserting it. That's all.
I am not.
Well, when I ask you who are they, you can't tell me who they are.
How many more times do I repeat names?
You just gave me
Study them, read them, study under a guru.
Are you talking about Hindu ones? Are you talking about Buddhist ones? Are you talking about Zen ones?
Study under a teacher.
Are you talking about Japanese or Zen? What are we going with here?
We're going into ignorance right now, and your freaking sense of arrogance and exclusivity. Get off of your height.
Because you don't know which one you're talking about?
She just fucking said them. Are you fucking kidding me?
Which one is it?
So many. She just gave you names.
Look it up. School of Mysticism on the school of thought and religion around the world.
I take back the mysticism. I take back the Jewish mysticism. You know what? I'm just thinking that
very beautiful.
we're just straight Kabbalah. Straight up.
It is very beautiful.
Is you starting your own
That's what it is.
Order
It's
right
Jewish mysticism. So are they gonna follow and say that they're what?
Even
Jewish
Caleb will
mystics?
tell you that it goes back.
Are they gonna say they're mystics?
Yes.
Who's mystic?
Do say they're mystics. Many have walked the earth.
I thought Searcher was a mystic then, isn't he?
He's an Ahmadi, so mystic.
Not quite, yeah.
Ahmadis are not.
Bhathanis, Hashashis, these are all like
school of mysticism, and there's dozens of people locally that work from home listed under this name, and then there's a couple of ones under Craigslist. Which one should I pick?
Dude, you're so dumb. Yeah, you're
You should pick the Craigslist one. Go for it.
The one from back.
For years, people study under Bhathani schools, the internal work, like how Alistair Crowley was just saying.
Oh, look who just showed up.
Who?
Seeker.
Yeah, Seeker takes to Quran. He's a traditionalist. He's just a different denomination than Insulian.
So, would you consider yourself a mystic? Yeah, you're a mystic.
Consider yourself a mystic?
I consider myself a rationalist mystic, yes.
What about Seeker? Seeker, do you consider yourself a mystic?
I consider myself mysterious, not mystic.
Oh, okay, whatever. The answer's no. Just
You
say
mentioned
no.
Well, I'm just letting you know, a person.
Mystics are not made, mystics are born.
Person ascending to heaven.
We had a 3-day session with the psychologist.
Yeah. Person ascending to heaven alive is very mystical.
Yeah, Jesus is the king of mystics. What are you talking about?
That's what I mean. So once you adopt Jesus, you're into Jewish mysticism. Ascending like Elijah.
A lot of different mystics are very open to all schools that allow for union with the divine, with the source.
Chapter 53.
They don't call it names. They don't stand by identities. Ego is the biggest freaking enemy of the human qalb, that which is a combination of mind and heart.
Seeker, do you know that chapter 53 in the Quran is taking after the end of First Kings? No, I'll stop. Quran. So in the Quran, chapter 53, is that better, Simple?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. So in chapter 53, I think 1 through 15 is mirroring the ascension of Elijah in the end of First Kings, the last chapter, and then the first chapter of Second Kings. This is where they get this motif from.
Why is that surprising?
Before you guys have this conversation, I just want to tell you what these people are doing. They're all in the back rooms in here in smoky areas with the potpourri going and stuff, and they're pissing on each other. That's Aleister Crowley right there. You don't encourage societies with fucking mysticism like this, or say, hey people group, this is what you get for behaving or misbehaving or making a family or contributing to society.
Well, Aleister Crowley, that's right up Nargis's alley. That's
what I'm saying.
You don't have to run away from this.
She's been accused of.
You don't have to resort to magic to be a mystic. Your presence itself is an inspiration.
What are you talking about? Your thoughts are the law of attraction. You're the one that's formalizing and controlling people's minds in your immediate area based on the law of attraction. If you possess this kind of mindset, this is the kind of spiritual outlet.
Idea of a mystic is to just live by presence.
It really does.
You're not denied that
women are mystics.
Jeff, tell me.
You control people's minds with the law of attraction and make things.
That little voice that wants to set your soul.
Yeah, this is the reason why they don't want women, doing the mass.
As a true mystic, I practice all mysticism by rejecting all mysticism.
I was just going to say, I think there's a distinction between occultism, magic, and mysticism. I think mysticism is just about having a mystical union with God, isn't it?
Yes.
I don't know.
But there could be overlap.
My concern is that certain definitions leave terms vague and open to interpretation, like mystical or spiritual.
Exactly. There's no uniformity to it.
There is. It always talks about source.
There might be, Nargis, but you wouldn't know it.
What are you saying? She is mysticism. What are you talking about?
No, what I'm saying is Nargis may be having a genuine mystic experience that is true and identical, comparable to all of the other mystic experiences that mystics have reported on. Or she could be delusional and they could be delusional in different ways.
Yeah, that is possible.
What I'm trying to say is, as we discuss the mystic sensations we claim we have within our minds, in our own personal sensations and experiences, we can't exactly translate that over. We can discuss it and say, hey, did you feel like this? And say, I did feel like that. But you're really experiencing two different consciousnesses and trying to communicate that sensation to each other.
You
And I'm
can't.
saying, as a result, all of mysticism sits behind the veil of ignorance. It doesn't have the helpful aid of the real world as a crutch when we say a thing is happening or not. In mysticism, we can say it's happening and we can say it's not, and we can both be right because it's all experiential.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes and ears.
So all I'm saying is that, Nargis, if you want to say there is this singular thing you're connecting to, that might be, but you wouldn't know if you were doing that or just deluding yourself.
Well, I think she would know, but other people would.
Other people know that. That's why your presence is. That says you don't speak about it. A mystic who speaks about his mysticism is not a mystic anymore.
This is why Illumi is fucking insane.
Yeah, that's why he's because he's not no mystic ever proclaims mysticism. That is part of the wisdom.
Yeah, they do. They speak in platitudes. They speak in non-specifics. They don't understand real consequentialism for your behavior or your actions. They don't.
I think rational mysticism, right? To keep rational.
It's like you literally just sat there and ignored Zen, for an example. Because in favor of this mysticism you speak of, it's extremely idealistic, and that's all you're doing is
He just
preaching
called
idealism.
himself a true mystic.
I said one does not abandon.
He literally called himself a true mystic. What are you talking about?
I would argue that there's uniformity to Christian mysticism.
But internally into different traditions, it's easier to draw those parallels, right? Because they have a shared language already. But how do you do that across traditions, which I think is more to Mixet's point, where you can always do that. But Nargis is saying that there's lineages, right, Nargis, that bring these together.
They've done that. They have. There's a paper on it. I can share with you. Mysticism is not woo-woo. Mysticism is of the self. That's it.
Yeah. That's why I think Mixet's point of it being an internal experience and not something that you can necessarily communicate. That is not different than what I think Nargis is saying.
It's not
Yeah.
magic, cabalistic.
Meaning, I could put it in skeptical scientific terms. I would say, even if we say that nothing in reality is happening, there is no spirit realm or whatever, we would at least posit, based on scientific knowledge, that the placebo effect is legitimate. The placebo and nocebo effect, which is to say, if you think something is happening, if you think you're putting effort into solving a problem of yours, it will actually be solved a little bit within your head, strangely. Even if you know that it's fake. If I tell you there's no causal relationship between taking this pill and feeling better, here, take this pill, you will start to feel better. Strangely. It's a weird thing. Which is to say, human psychology has an inordinate amount of power over our mental states and our minds, and there probably are experts who've worked on the most psychologically potent narratives and techniques to get people interested. Now, is that saying that anyone that goes on that technique goes through the same experience? No. Are they genuinely having something? Maybe. Not really clear. But all I can say is that the realm of spiritualism and mysticism is discussing that psychological experiential state.
I will accept that because many traditions talk about like the mind and putting effort into like observing your thoughts, controlling your
but
thoughts.
people related it to some version of a soul. Back in the day. No, I'm saying back in the day, they understood consciousness and knowledge and forgetting. They had all these theories and discussions about the different souls of humanity.
But unless you can like provide a good rational argument for it, I think it's really not mysticism, right? Like the divorce of the mind, which is what the Hinduism and Buddhism like reinforces so many times, includes the utility of the mind to its max. You engage it so much that it dissolves.
Yeah.
You engage the ego so much that it takes a backseat. You just know the contrary. You don't denounce it. You engage it till it loses it.
It's not dismissing it, it's embracing it. Yeah. You have to know what it is before you melt into it.
Yeah, and usually people who don't study under teachers and do this freaking YouTube 5-minute videos of opening your chakras. No, man, it's years.
The person that watched every video of spirit science on YouTube. You probably watched every single one of them.
I have studied under gurus. I have lived that life. I've had the privilege of doing it.
It's so well read. Darius is so well read.
Why don't you go like
And I've
family thing, right? I talk to people that do stuff like this and they don't want to go back.
Why are you so stubborn?
You're so insecure.
It's such a wonderful place to be. You want to study with these people, but you never want to go back.
I've had the privilege of living life outside of America for years together, right?
Not for nothing that everybody needs with adaptive cruise control. Because I'm sitting through slow-moving traffic right now, and I have this thing set at 22 miles an hour, and it's literally stopping. This is amazing.
See, what's amazing also, Megatron, is that you said that there's either Kabbalists or there's Jesus people, Christians versus Kabbalists, and you just don't get it that Jesus was a Kabbalist. He was practicing Kabbalah. Oh, you took it back. Got it. Okay, so the other approach from the 60s and 70s, see, Migzed said that by essentially denying all mysticism, you have a mystical experience. And that's exactly what Zen is, which is the philosophy of nothing. And so your ordinary mind is actually the simulation, which is joy. That's the beauty of mysticism. It's very basic. The now is the eternal. Hello? It's Alish is God. All is God. That's what it is. Each and every one of you beautiful people, even annoying Regal, he is also that spark. And that's why I say highly annoying people or extremely annoying people, some of them, you're mistaking them for actually being highly annoying because you're so impatient, you can never get to the point. Hello?
Human beings on this
So you want to know what my latest project is? My latest project, and I'm going to hand this out to everybody, And my latest project is going to be and prove, all right, that since the 3rd and 4th century, the Bible with the Old Testament has remained the same. And I'm going to make a chart to show them that 3rd, 4th, 5th centuries and 6th have remained consistent in order for the stories to even be in the Quran itself. So we're talking heavy evidence here that they can look up on their own. Or they can ask the ChatGPT once I have it all set up with the chart and the links. And I'm trying to get pictures. Oh, I gotta put my hand on the steering wheel.
Oh, you like this one to like.
Oh my God, you gotta drive your car? How annoying.
They are wrong. I am right. They are wrong. I am right. That's all that is running in your head, Megatron.
No, because they've been lied to. I feel bad for these people.
Spiritual people.
That's their problem. They need their own like experience. They can keep telling you you're wrong. They're wronging their soul by doing that.
Yeah.
No, well, you know what? I want to see these people in heaven, not like sipping milk and honey off of some really women with large breasts. Remember when I brought that out, Nargis? When Mahdi, that was so funny. That was so funny.
Can we do that?
They have breasts.
And then go to heaven?
It says it. There's a verse in the Quran that says
Let them go to
they
there
have
and then
breasts
sit and chill with your freaking homies and
that have breasts.
whoever came back from
young
heaven to
women.
Nargis just in homies. Chill with your homies. Pour one out for your homies.
No, I want to see my dad. I want to tell him all the stories and stuff. Fuck the women, man.
Yeah, it is annoying. Like your ego is hurt that they keep saying you're wrong, we're right, you're wrong. Yeah, it's annoying after a while, and I've said this many times to them.
Help me on the
Stop being so
heel.
wrong.
Wrong and right. I will find you.
Wrong, right.
Well,
Wrong,
alright, so-
right. Black, white.
So, Miguel, I'm making a chart that shows that nothing has changed from the Old and the New Testament since the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th century. Or even, I could go before that, but I'm going to keep it just around the time the Qurayshi people would be around. So 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th centuries. Until now.
Great.
With the manuscript history, with all the evidence that they could search on their own. And I'm almost done with it.
How do you compare Muhammad to Jesus? That's the thing I never hear about a Muslim denounce to say, okay, I've studied the life and history of Muhammad and I've compared it to the life and history of Jesus Christ. I look at the Muhammadan law and I look at the Christian Jesus Christ story, and I'm still just flummoxed between the law and this spiritual paradox. Because Regal earlier said, when Christ, right before he died, he said, the work is complete. And he is a man, he's not a man, he is the God. So it's like there's this paradox, or this basically, how can you just not denounce Islam as from a historical legal basis? Hello?
Yeah, what I'm doing now is feeding Megatron's ego, which is actually, this is not good for him. It's really harming him, what he's doing. This constant need to prove they are wrong. And they shouldn't be saying that. And he's doing it from what you're doing is also.
No, Narges, you're the biggest blabbermouth. What I'm trying to say is that Muhammad actually was a hardcore fascist mystic engaged in gangsterism, warfare, barbarity, and tribalism. And you can only do it through having a mystical experience of force and might equals right. It's a pretty sick thing to do to people. Anyways, I am complete. I know you just want to yell and get your dopamine, but I rest my case, Narges. You need to learn the fine art of silence and meditation, because you're just a blabbermouth, Narges.
For such a mystic, I mean, you should be meditating.
Regal, shut up.
Clear, we should be teaching me the example.
Regal, shut up.
Actually, maybe I can fund Regal to come with me to India. You want to come with me?
Yeah, I think we should all go to India together.
I'm serious.
I want to bring Alex there.
No, forget India. Let's go to Istanbul. You want to come with me?
We'll go world with the dirt.
It's so beautiful. Oh, but Regal feel scared of that.
He's
He's
just scared to run. He's running
He's
from his own
so scared of exposing himself.
Michael is
If
such a
anything
soft
other than his
lover.
vegan bias videos.
He's such a soft lover, and he's just running away.
So
He's so scared. He's so scared. Don't be scared.
Listen, I've traveled the world. I've been to Muslim countries. There's no problem being with them in the streets. And that's because I'm a conservative person. And I got no problem living amongst Muslims, even if they're ruling. That's fine by me. But I'm just saying, if we were in a court of law or a classroom, this conversation is a worthy debate about which system or model should be outdated by now. Hello?
Classroom.
I mean, Narges, you make statements, but you don't actually make conclusive statements. You sometimes just say like 3 words. It's like a broken sentence and not even connected to really anything. I don't even know how people on this app actually successfully fully communicate with you sometimes. Hello?
Further from you. I have that figure.
You got that simplicity of language. I get it. Maybe it's because you're multilingual and I can only speak, one primary language, which is English.
Yeah, that's actually true.
You also speak the language of annoying.
Well, this is the other language, which is hieroglyphics. This is when, essentially mysticism, spirituality, and having fun is complicated, meaning that ABC, or abracadabra, is really a beginning of real technology, which is using our bodies to synthesize sounds and symbols for concepts. And this is why I say this app sucks, because the information transfer in a 10-minute conversation is so small compared to the information transfer in the experience with a book, that essentially everyone here is retarded, including myself, even on this limited disposition. So anyways, I rest my case. I'll see you all at the International R-Word Convention for R-Words who waste all their time on conference call apps. Have a great day, everybody. Bye. Farewell. Kick me from the room. I'm ready to be kicked. Please kick me again. I want to go. I want to kick away. I'm ready to be kicked. Ready to be kicked. Kick, kick, kick. Kick away. Kick the rock away. Kick rocks.
Technology made our lives to be living in a way that is completely different, or rather very different from 50, 30, even 30 years ago. And the other thing I noticed that people mentioning what young people get from their news sources, their news. You mentioned that as well from that survey. Sometimes for teenagers, people in their 20s, and they're just fresh out of college, they can get it from game rooms, from playing League of Legends. From chat rooms that they were having fun with, not necessarily from X.com or WashingtonPost.com. None of that anymore, and that to me tells me one very important, which is the concept of a community. We don't have the same kind of community as we did 50 years ago, where there's a lot of offline events happening, neighbors visiting each other. Town hall meetings where you see face-to-face your representatives and news reporters. Everything has been going online for so fast and so much. COVID certainly drove that even more substantially. So that we don't have the sense of community, of a gathering, of telling each other stories.
Oh, wait a minute, Ben, where are you located?
I'm in the U.S.
Where? What state?
California.
Okay, so you're in California. Alan is in Texas. Howard is in Arizona, and I'm in New Jersey. How could or Clubhouse or some other similar? So it's necessarily a negative. You can still find traditional news sources online. If we are switching to an online environment, that's great, but do we have the ability to discern between the bloviating on social media and on late night television, or the comedians who have clips on TikTok from what we can also find online from traditional media. And or do we not need the traditional media? Because we have the comedians to tell us what's newsworthy. And by the way, where are they getting their material from?
Right.
They're not just making it up. They've got to be getting it from mainstream media anyway.
So that's where I'm trying to go to, Gary. Yes, thanks to Clubhouse, we can have this type of conversation online, and it has to be online. None of us were able to fly from Texas, New Jersey to the same spot. Absolutely. But
I would fly to California to talk to you, Ben. Don't say none of us. Speak for yourself. You may not be willing to fly to Newark Airport, but I booked a flight on Spirit, and I'm on the way tonight to.
You booked. I'm sorry. Change your flight, Gary. The thing is this. That tells.
Did you get that? For all of you who say that I should be using comedy, that was supposed to be comedy. I want a thumbs up for that one. I just delivered the news using comedy.
Yes. You're not an old fart anymore, Gary. So, in all seriousness, Gary, the fact that we're doing this online thing, that tells us one thing, is that technology companies are playing a huge role in directing the direction of news. All this algorithm that we've been examining, we've been hearing, whether it's YouTube or Facebook or X, they're actually making a substantive contribution to how news is delivered and how public opinion is influenced. In other words, I venture to say the traditional conception that news media is a neutral platform like telephone poles or landlines. I do not personally believe that anymore. Again, the so-called Section 230 cases that we discussed a couple of years ago, I think that's a great indication that they probably were traditionally as a neutral platform of delivering, sharing news. But with the algorithm, they are literally skewing the news media, the information we're getting, by aggregating, dividing individuals to the left, to the right, conservative, liberal. That's an open secret, if not secret, if a secret at all. So because we have a platform like this, imagine if Clubhouse has automatic prohibition of certain words, and then if you have those words in the room, you're automatically eliminated. Imagine that form of censorship that's not done by physical media, like lack of access to the newspaper or a sound wave. Rather, it's the platform like what we have right now. And this is another indication to me at least. This is why people are open to all kinds of sources of information, including comedy. And the reason is because, particularly with this administration, and I'm not really bad-mouthing the Trump administration, but when you want to get some comedy, you may turn into the White House press conference, where you can see the press secretary just openly lie through her face, through her mouth, and then being extremely mean to reporters. Even Trump himself saying something, you should sit down. You're such a weird person. You're not from a fake media. I don't want to talk to you. Don't ask questions. You, Mr. Fox. That's almost like a Saturday Night Live skit. I would have never imagined in the Tate O'Neill era or even the Obama era, public government officials will talk to reporters in that manner, or even like Trump would ridicule some reporter with disabled with a speech pattern.
You know what, Ben? Ben, you're a nasty person. You're a nasty, nasty person. You have low IQ, Ben. Low IQ. You're a disgrace. Your news organization you work for is failing. You should be ashamed of yourself.
I mean, can you imagine that? And also, that's still comedic, but there's something more serious. If I'm the president and you say something, I'm pissed about my wife or anything, instead of whacking you, giving you a slap your face like Will Smith did on the Oscar ceremony, I'm going to influence my FCC, Brandon Carr, to say, if you do not take this guy off the air, I'm going to take away your license. I mean, I'm paraphrasing, or in effect, that is not only not funny and upsetting, it's very concerning, because that's the very thing that our Constitution does not want the government to do. which is for the government to limit freedom of speech. And I remember Howard is actually Howard. I respect you and I appreciate you, but I remember once we talked about, it's a private decision. It's all these television stations, I don't know, the local stations that wanted to take off Jimmy Kimmel because it's their private entity. However, even though it's a private decision, which is completely fine, right? But they were doing that at the threat of a FCC commissioner, if not chairman, Brendan Carr. That is extremely concerning because they would instigate investigation on your station not meeting the public decency standards just because you did not take Jimmy Kimmel off the air. And I believe somebody reported to us. I saw it on the social media. Was it Como or someone that said there were stations that were considering yesterday to not broadcast Jimmy Kimmel's show anymore at the threat of Brendan Carr's announcement / Trump's announcement or Melania's announcement. I think this is why that because the government itself is getting into the comedy business by being so mean, so nasty, calling people low IQ. I mean, you can call me low IQ, maybe that's the case, but you don't call a reporter, low IQ or whatever low rated news media. That should not come from our government officials, particularly much less the president. So I think this is really not something. And on the other hand, on the other side of the coin, when you want to see some objective analysis, relatively neutral analysis, like Jon Stewart or Jimmy Kimmel or Steve Colbert, these people are literally actually they are all performing the role of objective analysis of current events. And Gary, you may say that's not news. Gary, I don't think that's news. You know why? Because everything that Jimmy Kimmel, Colbert, Stewart says, it's never the first report. They always got it from something else, the AP, Reuters, or whatever. So they're still playing the role of a comedy show, except comment about
the problem is I'm not critical of them in my story above. I'm critical of people who view that as news, which you do not. But people claim that they're getting their news from comedians.
Right,
now,
I think that's a misconception, Gary. I think people say that it's not necessarily that they get the first source of news. They say that because they get their analysis. They have.
But that's not what. Read the Ipsos poll, and maybe you'll get a better understanding. It's linked in the story that I wrote above. Thank you, Ben. Ben talks about a lot of things there, and I'm not going to go over them point for point because other people want to speak, obviously. But I just want to point out, he almost hit the nail on the head a little off, in my opinion, with regard to how things have changed from the Walter Cronkite days to today, vis-a-vis television broadcast news. I'm just going to say very briefly that it all changed when CNN came, with the inception of CNN. Why is that? Because Walter Cronkite and Huntley Brinkley and all of the ABC, NBC, CBS news groups and all of the correspondence that they had around the world, so forth, and all the money that they put into that was a loss leader for the networks. It was a public service by the networks. They lost money on that. They never made money on that. It was never designed to be a moneymaker, and there were great stresses that were put on between the entertainment side of those networks and the news sides of those networks as they fought for the money necessary to run their operations. And the entertainment side said, well, that's great what Murrow is doing, but he's not making us any money. We're making you money with I Love Lucy, so don't put your money into news. It was always a struggle, but it was recognized ultimately that they had a responsibility to the public to provide news coverage, and that comes from the tremendous legacy of radio broadcasting before there was television. And the leader, I just want to point out, in radio broadcasting, which will...
Hola amigos, hola chicas. Yo tengo una cerveza con una naranja. I just placed an order for an extra large burrito. Eat 5 tacos, 5 tacos con pollo y picante.
Una torta.
Una cerveza, una daiquiri, una necesita una margarita. Báilame, báilame y ahorra.
Authentic, right? If there
Well, that
are,
would be. We know that at least in this case with Deuteronomy 32:43, we know, right, the LXX is authentic in it.
Are their own news networks. The news was the product. There was no entertainment division to raise the money so that they can report the news, because that was the entire product. So then you can't run it as a loss leader. You're trying to run it as a profit-making operation, and that changed everything. And then they just determined.
There's this back alley trans show club right next door to me, and the windows are all covered up, and there's graffiti on.
What happens?
yeah, you see the rat temples, yeah.
Yeah, the rat temple. I wonder what they're gonna do with the rat temple. They kill all these little,
I like how you said, I don't use TV.
I don't do screen. I don't do screen.
Are biased.
And
And people
so I never use it. I have to preface that because it's important in this story. And anyways, so I was napping, I was having a good little slumber, everything was good. And then all of a sudden I hear music coming from my living room, and I was like, what is that? And it freaked me out.
We are in a capitalistic society.
Okay, sorry.
And that's the way the cookie
And so all my cats were in the bedroom with me, so I was like, okay, it wasn't them. They didn't turn
What are their
anything
names?
on.
What are the names of the cat? Your three cats.
Well, I told you one of them. Don't you remember?
Okay, so if I remember the names of all your cats 5 days from now, will that impress you? Or you'd be like, wow.
I mean, I'd be like,
Just
you have a good memory. I'd be like, good for you.
Well, he's a piece of shit, but he doesn't remember it.
Kimchi, Oliver, and Mimi.
You did tell me about kimchi, that's right, because I said I make kimchi from scratch, which shocked and impressed you. Anyway, so go ahead and tell me. So what? Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, you were sleeping and there's cats. What was the scary thing that happened?
I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I was taking a nap. My cats were napping with me. Everything was good, and then all
this is important. This is important context to what was scary.
Yes.
Napping and the cats is gonna.
Yes.
Okay, if it's not first order is logically connected, I'm gonna be very upset.
Okay, I'm gonna allow up to third order consequence.
That's gonna be a lot, Christina.
Listen.
Okay?
So we got to give her up to third order consequence here. So we got to be lenient on the first try. It's like, no, it doesn't mean that in the first place. You got to assume what the cat was thinking about the person next door's friends.
No, there's no cat.
Okay, Christina, this is why Pro left already. He was in here just a minute ago. He's just like, I can't.
I cannot even. Yeah. He's gone.
We should do a radio show. We just talk about dumb shit. People just be like, I hate this. Oh my god, it's the worst. Who are these dummies?
Yeah.
So
Wait, I get to finish the story.
Yeah, we can record it tomorrow.
I had some insight going, and I felt like the cloud had an
Oh my
god, I do feeling the frequencies. Oh my god.
No, the word said go away. Go away. And I was like, what do you want me to go away from? What did I do? And I was like, this is how I'm gonna talk now for all the time.
Go away, bro.
And Christina, you're gonna have to deal with that, and be like, I'm the same person though.
Yeah, totally the same person.
Because.
Wait, so. Okay, let me finish the story.
Do you think it's healthy for you to talk to me, Christina? Do you think this is healthy for your psyche?
Well, it depends on her zodiac, right? Like,
Yeah, it depends on my sign, which
Okay,
I
do you
know
want to
my
find
sign,
out?
but
Let's
what's your
find out. Let's
sign?
find out. Okay, I'm Gemini. What are you, girl?
Oh, yeah, we're both mutable signs. I'm a Virgo.
Oh, I bet you're mutable. You want to be mutable when I? That was funny.
okay, we got this. Here's the instant for this moment right here.
Oh my God, I'm not even going to share my story.
Bring it back now.
Get that rhythm right there. Okay, the reason why that we bother pro is because we're kind of cringy when we talk, Christina. I don't think people get our humor.
Why doesn't he get it?
We're just being silly. Like,
why can't we be silly? Like why can't we have a sense of humor?
Right, we're just like, oh, what'd you do? Well, I got a new iron fucking
dildo.
Iron dildo. How pure is this? So like, okay, I gotta bring up some science right away, brothers. Hold on a second. So if it's not,
could you come over Saturday? I'm like, wait.
No, my iron is not pure enough. I can't. I need pure iron dildo.
What was the last time you used an iron dildo?
Yo, that's a new band.
That
right?
is.
Yo, Iron Maiden. Iron dildo.
Iron dildo. It's the same songs though. It's just like played twice as fast.
and we just replaced dildo for certain words, just randomly without just. That's how we roll. Iron dildo.
And the big hit song, instead of Number of the Beast, is Number of the Dildo. Well, that was good. Fuck you guys.
Yeah.
Seriously.
Yeah.
Christina,
I was literally.
We're done. No, we're done. This is. I can't. See, this is what women do. Oh, man. Now she's all quiet, acting like I hurt her feelings. Oh, I'm sorry.
No, sorry. I had to go.
Is that an image of an iron dildo?
I was peeing. Sorry.
Hey, Christina, always let me hear you pee.
No.
No. Why not?
That is
What's wrong with that?
so weird.
It's a little intimate. It's not weird. It's just intimate.
If you hear me, then everybody would hear me, and I don't think everybody wants.
Well, that's one thing. You know, we can figure that out. But
Wait,
I know that on some level you trust me. If I can. No, anyways, go on with your story. Sorry.
Okay. So the scary thing. All right. So it's going back with the cats, taking a nap. Everything was good, and then all of a sudden, I heard music in my living room, and I was like, "Huh?
Was it
what?" It was not, but if it was, I'd be like, Iowa's definitely somehow got himself in
like
that.
it was on your roof, like fucking with your head. That's the familiar sound of women having an orgasm when my penis is inside. Oh yeah, it's weird. It's like it sounds like Niagara Falls.
Oh, okay, so
It's gushing, it's squirting, it's unbelievable. It's like we can't even change the sheets. We have to burn the bed.
Yeah, I can relate.
It's really you can relate, right?
Yeah. So I go into the living room and I'm just like, what? Where is this sound coming from? And it's not my HomePods. So I was like, okay, weird. And then I go to my TV and my TV screen is off, but it's playing a TV show. And I was like, that's really creepy because I never use my TV. How is this happening right now out of the blue, just randomly playing a show, but it's off? And the remote is like put away. So I don't know. I thought it was really weird. It scared me. I owe somebody, do we have any logical reason?
I have a musical commentary on this, followed by an interpretive dance. Please hold. This is the first song I ever made. And it's not about Roivus, sadly. It's pre-Roivus. Oh shit, there it is. What's that? Oh my god. Oh,
that's cool.
There it is. Oh shit. Oh identified as AI right now.
Can we like have a meetup and near the DJ?
Yeah, I'd probably make music live for everybody about that event. So I'd probably like use little snippets about you. If you listen to some of my studio music, it's mostly Roivus. And every once in a while there are other things, but it makes it like personal about the experience. That's what I thought.
I want it to be like DJing some sort of event, right? It could be like in like someone's like a really big backyard or something.
Yeah.
It's really nice. They got the lighting.
Like, yo, shout out to Roivus.
Yeah, they spent like $30,000 on this party, like that kind of level, right? And then like you don't know that I'm there, but when you look, you see this guy. I'm kind of like by one of the monitors, and I'm just drinking a big old glass of wine, like a fishbowl size glass of wine. I'm wearing a 3-piece suit, and you fucking somehow you know that's Roy.
Yo, I even have a song for that moment. Check this.
Like, right.
I'm there. I look in the crowd. My eyes, I can't believe it. Is that Roivus?
Oh?
Holy shit. Let me make this a special moment. And then it just drops, and then cut next scene, and it's even more insane, and the whole party is just on fire.
And you know why this is fucked up? Because every time that you see me in real life, and you're like, oh, then the next thing you always put on is something before the Roivus songs. That's what makes it. So that's what makes it deep. You know, I'm just like, oh shit, like now I'm pulled in even more.
Roivus, I have a question.
I need more of that IO. I'm sorry. What did I say with you?
What's with my lord and indignant?
I'm sorry, my lamb. My sacrificial lamb.
Do you see the pictures?
I'm gonna refer to you with like biblical shit every time. It's so funny. It's like. Anyway, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Do you see the pictures?
Whose pictures?
My lord and indignant.
I get it. There's a big mutiny going on. I get it. Well, now we're trying to push Roivus out. A lot of women have tried to push Roivus out. But you know what? I grab onto him hard, and I don't let them do that. They do that. It's funny. It's like when they get too excited, they start pushing me out. And I'm just like, stop doing that, all right? Okay? Chinga, don't push me out.
Clam me down. Hold me harder.
Hold me harder.
Hold me harder.
I haven't used that. Thank you.
Christina, don't ever use that. Okay, that's between you and me. You never use that with another guy.
Never. I will.
Okay, that's what like. Okay, normal orgasms are boring. We need to like. Orgasm 2.0 this shit.
He's like, I want you to clamp me harder.
Vaginal fluids out of my eyeball.
Did you say clamp me harder? And you're like, yeah, I have the clamps. I don't want you to be shocked. I brought my own clamps. Bring your own beer. Well, I bring my own clamps.
You remember the movie The Exorcist? You remember The Exorcist where they split the pea soup? That's going to be just vaginal fluid. Like, that kind of orgasm. That's what I'm going for.
Do it.
Yeah, you're in? Okay.
Oh, wait, who are we referring to?
I thought we were talking, but I guess me and Io. Never mind, okay.
Oh, you and Io were
Christina's not tracking here. This is very disappointing, philosophically. I'm a Phil bro. I don't know if you know me, but I'm always like, I'm like a philosopher nerd. Like, I get very deep, stupid arguments with Christian. No, I do. I really do. Like,
let's do it right now. It's foreplay.
But there's like a way I am with you where I hide that, because I don't want you to think I'm a fucking nerd or an incel.
What? I think nerds are the hottest thing in the whole wide world.
I know, but you don't want a nerd incel. You want a hot you want a hot guy who's also a nerd. That's what you want. But hot guy always comes first.
No, not really.
Oh, come on. You're not gonna be like, oh, I love this nerd. I don't care if he's hot. Like, he's like, come on.
Hygiene is important.
Okay, you're pretending your standards are like they're not that low. Like stop. You know, like well, I guess if you have 3 of your teeth left, or whatever the fuck you're trying to. That's not. Stop it.
All right.
So dumb. So dumb.
Nuh-uh.
Anyway.
Well, you don't even know what you like.
I don't know what I like. Is that what you just
Yeah, because you keep going on dates with these girls and then you leave and you're just like, never gonna call her again.
Sorry, so what's the other option?
I would say that's the opposite, madam. He does know what he doesn't want.
Well, that's true, but wouldn't you just not go on a date with him if you had already known?
So, Christina, what should I want, and what would that mean? Because
what should
you could teach Roy this how to love.
You can teach me how to love again.
I will teach you how to love again.
Yeah.
Yeah.
How? You're gonna stand over me and pee all over me?
Well, Io sounds like he's pretty good at peeing.
Christina, I will fall in love. If you just want to make me fall in love with you, like a weird potion or something, just pee on me. Like it's over.
It's that simple.
Right? I'm like I never knew that love like this could exist. It's almost painful. The suffering I feel because the love is too strong. And then it gets like that if you pee on me. It's fucking crazy.
That is very crazy.
Yeah, I say like dark vampire shit. I get.
I'm like half asleep. You didn't even think my story was.
That's exactly how I want you.
You didn't even think my story was crazy. I'm very sad.
What was the scary thing again?
That the TV was on, but it wasn't on. The TV was playing audio out of the speakers.
Is that because you're young? How old are you?
You don't remember how old I am?
You're 33.
Yeah, you remember.
So I don't know if you have those higher tones because like when I was a little kid, this was hear me out. I'm not trying to insult you but it's like when I was very young, I would see hot girls like Christina and get like, wait, no, I'm just kidding. No, so I would go to like my dad's friend's house, Jeff or whatever the fuck, right? And I go, is your TV on? And he'd be like, no, what are you talking about? And this is back in like before modern television. That was like real televisions, And he'd go and I turn it off, and the sound would go away. But that was I learned that like adults can't hear that sound. But no one explained it to me. No one like your age, you know about fucking mosquito tones, right? Like if you're a kid and you can make little cell phone noises in like the 20K range, adults can't hear that. So because of our age difference, I don't know if this. Okay.
Wait, so you're saying? Wait, what are you even?
Because of our age difference, like our hearing is drastically different.
Well, you're also
much higher frequencies than I do. Right. That's just the way the human body works.
Okay, you're right.
So there are measurable differences between us.
Okay, what's wrong with that?
In our capacity to perceive the world and
Yeah.
find meaning in this strange hell we created for ourselves.
Oh, it's getting philosophical.
This is my philosophical one.
Oh my god.
Why does dishwashing detergent smell like lemons but not taste like lemons? Christina.
That's such a deep question. I think we need to argue about this for at least 2 hours.
And how do you like to argue? What's your best position?
My go-to is like, you're wrong. You're stupid. Fuck you.
Yeah.
I'm gonna mute you and then leave. Yeah.
It doesn't really matter what you say. That's the funniest thing. It's almost like, wow, those are just a bunch of stupid words coming out of your mouth. That's really unfortunate.
Wow.
This is our first fight. I knew we were going to have a first fight. It's inevitable.
So romantic.
Yeah.
I'm almost done preparing the song for this very moment.
All right, I just jacked off. I'm good.
What do you jerk off to?
Me or Io?
Both of you. Well, Io doesn't. He's married.
Okay, so you mean both of us being together, women? Me and Adele are together. We jack off.
Yeah, it's a group activity.
You know, a lot of weird shit. It's like early McDonald's commercials. The 70s, you know.
And we usually like this song right here.
Oh my gosh, it's gonna be about peeing.
Let me pull you under, know you was in a fight. You don't have to beg, you just have to follow. I already know what's between your lips. My juicy seduction. Let it begin.
Okay, so Christina, what if you heard that song and you looked over and you were in public and you saw this figure and wearing like a suit and I had these weird little like blue spectacles, the lenses were blue, and I had long hair and I was just kind of, and this little fucking weird hat, you know, and I was just like sipping this giant ass bottle of wine, like a glass, like a huge glass of wine, just like, and that was the first time you saw me.
And we have a rom-com version of this followed up in a moment.
Oh, okay.
That's why we told Senior Ernst to go fuck himself.
Do you want to respond to that, Christina?
This case was the best way to ever know.
Mango, pineapple, banana. It looks over. Oh my God, is that Christina? And the music just drops.
I want to see her potassium.
Pineapple, banana, watermelon.
Yeah, when there's songs with a lot of fruits in them and Royvis is around, it's not a good. That's not.
Okay, wait.
That might be a little too much.
What's the story behind that?
Okay, so wait. Okay, you go to a club. I don't know why you're going to a club. Why you would need to, because you know who Royvis is. Like, waste your time. Anyway. And you go there, and for some reason, I was the DJ. Okay. He's in your area for whatever reason. He goes on tour. He does like sneaky tours where he's not like biomedically torturing.
I would totally go. Not even kidding.
Small helpless animals.
Oh my God! The
Sorry,
chicken!
close your ears. Anyway, I forgot what I was talking about. Yo, what's up, Christina? How you doing?
What? Oh, we're role
What's
playing.
up, girl? What are you doing right now? What are you up to?
Oh, I'm just listening to this great music. I love this DJ. Io, he is so good. All original. He spends all his time creating every track, hours and hours.
Okay, before you get off twisted, remember the songs are about what? This isn't about.
It's a tribute, an homage, an offering to the gods of Royvis fucks.
He's just
okay, got it. Fangirl.
So what you're really attracted to?
Well, actually, no, not fangirl. I'm a super fan, actually.
Although I think it's way more done than Royvis does. It's still like
Okay, restart.
My biggest accomplishment is like this loser. Anyways, that's a funny thought.
Okay, restart. We have to restart.
Starting. Go ahead, go. What do you got?
Oh my God! Oh my God, Royvis?
What? Oh,
wait.
Is that you, Christina?
Oh my God!
Wow,
wait, how do
I haven't seen you in years. You look amazing. You look. I swear.
Thank you.
You know, weird. Like you look younger than the last time.
I've been told that actually. It's the infrared. It's the eating.
Oh, you do the light treatment at night?
Yeah.
It's really effective.
Eating clean.
But I think that was like a placebo because even if you didn't use the red light thing, you would. You know what's weird? You'd probably be even more beautiful.
Oh my gosh!
I think through social engineering, you've actually injured your face by.
My God! Okay, I'll stop. What about you, Royvis? Did you get taller? Oh my God!
I did get taller, but it made my penis smaller at the same time. So the amount of matter that the height took, it took away from my penis.
Well, I'm sure you have plenty still. So
it's pretty good. You know.
Yeah. Is it made out of iron?
I can't compete with your iron dildo. Okay? Whatever. whatever it is. Jesus.
She calls it Captain America.
Can you make a song?
Imagine you start dating someone, she's like really cute, she's like Christina, like real flirty, real fun to hang out with, and she's like, by the way, my pussy has been murderized by an iron dildo for the last 20 years. Just like, Jesus Christ, and she opens her legs, it's like,
Oh my god!
Right? It's like the Cookie Monster.
I'm sorry.
Oh my god, are you guys both high, or is it who's the highest here? What's that?
I'm always at altitude. I'll say that.
God's ways are higher, no matter how high I am. It's the Lord's ways are higher. Hallelujah.
I caught you guys on a day where you're both in a good mood. I love this.
I'm in a really good mood. Christina, I'm in the greatest mood ever. You know why?
Why?
Because I'm talking to you.
Aw, shucks.
Uh-huh.
Wow.
Did you just get all red all over?
Yeah.
Yeah. You feel a little thing. Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, I'll get used to it. Okay.
Was this a philosopher voice again?
Yes, this is when Socrates in said.
Who's the anonymous person lurking? Do we know?
They're a pervert. Doesn't matter.
It's probably my ex-wife.
Oh my god, has anyone ever done anything perverted on here before?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, really?
They get banned pretty quickly.
What did they do?
I think that like certain people have shown their bodies to other people. I know that for a fact.
Who did you do it to, Royvis?
It wasn't me. I don't do that.
It's unsolicited
No,
proposals.
hold on. Christina, hold on. Have I ever DM'd you? Have I? You be honest. Go ahead. No, just be honest.
Yeah.
Okay. Was I ever creepy?
No.
Okay.
And that's how a creep would ask that on the spot, make somebody feel like they have to say.
No. No, Christina, I want you to answer the question again. The same question.
Yeah.
Was I creepy?
Yeah.
This is funny because this would make for a great radio show. I like these radio show vibes. This is pretty good. I would listen to this kind of chatter. If I was in a shitty mood, I'd be like, yeah, I want to listen to this nonsense. Hell yeah, let's go.
Can we have force headphones
This is the weirdest. It's almost like you're the fourth person to stumble on a threesome. And it's like, whoa.
Let me tell you this.
Hey guys!
I've had so many people show me their body, and I think people just take advantage of me because of my reputation.
That is true, Hermes. In your case, yeah.
I don't know who you are, but I believe you. So when we have a radio show, can we force Pro to listen to it, like tape headphones and like to his head and like force him to listen to us talk right?
Sorry, my dear. Say it again. My lamb. My sacrificial lamb. What'd you say?
I said, when we have our radio show, can we force Pro to listen to it, like tape headphones to his head?
Like Clockwork Orange, like they force his eyeballs open.
You must keep looking at the screen.
Look at the Christina and the Royvis talk. Yeah, you know it's so good. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Yeah, no, I agree. We should.
Oh.
Royvis Fox. Speed and percussion, consonant cuts. Sharp in the pocket with a stack of drop struts. Keep the warm.
Yeah.
My dog losing its shit here.
Yeah, I think that would cause somebody to want to take their panties off.
I mean, I do. I just took my panties off. I didn't. I had.
I want to keep wearing my panties.
But I had those like granny panties. It's like
the parachute panties. Yeah.
I never imagined Christina wearing the kind of panties I'm wearing right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. She's like, why? Yeah. Why would she do it? Yeah, it's weird.
Yeah, no.
You haven't even seen them. Like, how do you know?
Oh.
They're like boxer briefs. Don't worry. I mean, you know what?
But you don't.
You can pull out boxer briefs. You've had that sporty kind of Calvin Klein.
Oh yeah.
Hey Rose, do you wear silk? I love silk boxers.
I don't want any silk, but I kind of want to transition into like the silk underwear kind of wearing guy. The kind of older guy with the silk underwear and the fucking and the Oriental robe that I wear. And I have a lot of roomy poetry.
Please don't.
And the Louis Vuitton.
Christina, what are you talking about? Please don't. How could you negate my whole style? I've been talking to my stylist all week about this.
Your stylist? Oh my gosh, you are so LA.
I live in LA. I don't.
Yeah.
Not everyone has like a stylist.
I'll be your stylist. I'll dress you.
Yeah, how are you gonna dress me?
I have to see you first.
You'd have to put clothes on me to dress me.
Well.
Is that a problem? Exactly.
Can you change your picture? It kind of scares me.
To what?
I don't know. Something.
Can you see? Well, pick one. I'll let you pick my thing out of the available. Except for the hiking one.
Hiking one.
I forgot to delete that one.
No.
Look at me. It was funny about that photo. I stand kind of faggy right there. It's like
no, you don't.
No, my hips are like kind of one way. Just
stop. Are those gray shorts or something?
Like, hey, no, those are full pants. But I'm like, hey, sailor. Oh.
What? Stop. You could do the.
What? The Roses one is cool. The dog with the fire.
Yeah, let's do that one. That's the one I'm used to.
Have you ever heard that album?
No.
Do you want to hear it?
Sure.
It's one of my favorite albums ever.
Okay.
Okay, but will you listen? I promise you want to make a deal. Send me something. I'll listen to it.
Will you actually listen to it?
I promise I will. And I'll respond. I'll tell you like, oh, I like this part and this part. Like, I'll give you a little critique. But you have to listen to this album, okay?
Okay.
I got one for you.
Okay.
Wait, don't do this. Wingman. Come on, Wingman. Are you helping me or are you hindering me?
Roger that. Target down. Green light.
Copy. Roy this averted.
Oh my god, that was a spontaneous airlock release. My apologies, Captain.
With the sensibilities. Alright.
It's easier to do that when you have Roy the Spark music in the background.
Christina, what's your preferred platform?
I was literally about to ask you that. Do you use Spotify?
Yeah, we could do it. You want to link up on Spotify?
Yeah, let's link up.
Do you want to make a little like Roy Vis Christina
playlist? Yes.
Oh, that'd be a fun little playlist.
Yes.
Mingle our little
musical
my
taste
God,
together. Can we?
Mm-hmm.
I would love.
This is what makes death cry. This kind of shit.
And then you give birth to an AI that just makes music that represents the love between the two of you.
Right.
Boom.
I can pursue, never mind.
You could pursue a Nevermind, that's right. You could pursue a Nevermind so hard. You could pursue a Nevermind so good. Like, you could Nevermind to pursue the shit out of the Nevermind. Like, oh my god, you could pursue that Nevermind so good and so long. All night long, right?
Because you couldn't pursue it, because you couldn't like keep the joke going longer. It just you had to like, no, I don't want to be like, oh, what the fuck Roy is. Like no one cares, right? But you had to like, so what happened when you denied a joke? That's the first rule of comedy.
I know. Well, I was going to say something else.
Just keep going. No, you could have said something else and kept going with it. What do you frankly take it seriously? It's like a fly across the the country and like find you? Like what are you afraid of?
Oh, we're not gonna do that.
Is that what you want?
Listen, I would fly over to Kitover. The next time I'm in LA, which I literally just like before. A lot of them have knowledge about what's going on in Russia because they were in the oil industry as foreign consultants in Russia. So, there's certain people that have like I listen to the military people like Jake Bro, Malcolm Nance, Jacob Carsborough, Chuck Farrer. These are people like Malcolm Nance actually fought in the U.S. Navy in the first Gulf Wars and went into Arab speaking countries. He's a polyglot, but he went into Arab speaking countries doing counterintelligence and finding out what was happening on the ground. And he speaks Arabic. He speaks a number of other languages. And he actually is from Philadelphia, so when you hear him speak, he speaks English with a Philadelphia accent, which he can't shake. So, does he have his bias? Do I know what his bias is? Absolutely, because he discloses his bias, so that I can critically evaluate. Okay, this is where he's coming from, and this is his perspective. So take a look at the list. I mean, there's a lot of good sources of news.
We'll go to David, followed by Monsef.
Hey, Gary, armed and ready, man.
Okay, you're through. I'm done with you.
Listen. A lot of yesterday, Gary, was me taking contrarian viewpoints and positions. So, but it was good fun sparring with you. What's important to kind of piggyback off of yesterday. Today, I mean, it's interesting. What is news? Who defines it? And who? I mean, we are a society that lives off of language and what things mean and who says what things mean. So, from that vantage point, I harken back to when I was an undergraduate and I got exposed to a guy by the name of Noam Chomsky, who wrote a book and they made a documentary called Manufacturing Consent. And he just sort of ripped to shreds the way corporate media. This is 30 years ago, over 30 years ago, predating the internet, predating social media, predating Fox News and all the other things that have come since then. And it was an eye opener. And if you have the opportunity to be in an academic setting and to study from at the feet of PhD level academics who study media and news and ideology and how it's all framed and promoted, you really get a great snapshot of how the United States government has really, leveraged news to create consensus, identity, promoting national agenda, especially in the face of our foreign enemies, real and imagined. Obviously, they've had a chance to perfect, to some level, the ability to control that. Now, with the advent of the internet and everything else, controlling it becomes much more difficult. And with news and faction splitting everywhere, it's no wonder our country is a hot mess, as well as others, because we have no way of controlling definitions today. We have no way of controlling who's behind the news. With the advent of conspiracy theories, this is all taking root everywhere. I mean, you can go on YouTube right now, Gary, and play videotapes of people interviewing what appear to be well-informed individuals about what our problems are in America. And to your point, Gary, you'll hear comments saying, well, it's the Jews' fault. They'll say they control all of it. And if you want to find information about that, you can. If you want to find information about the fact that, it's the communists or the socialists, or there's a socialist Marxist agenda in America and the trans agenda, you can find answers for all of that. And of course, there's no way to put the genie back in the bottle. It's very difficult.
Other shows that I used to watch and get news from, Gary, you'll appreciate is you remember the McLaughlin Group? Issue 1. You had that Saturday.
Oh, yeah, I remember.
Well, that was a great show because he had different voices, Pat Buchanan, a few others, left and right and center. And it was a breath of fresh air from some of the other stuff that I was getting from the news. You can talk about Fox News, Gary, in the way that Rupert Murdoch and Roger Ailes crafted that massive echo chamber catering to the right. And it's obviously diminished on some level, but, that's a byproduct of saying, what do people want to consume? Not what is truth or what people want to hear, but what do people want to consume? And then crafting a show entirely behind that, and then having it masquerade as news. I'm not saying the other shows, the CBS, NBC, ABC, are any less maybe ideological, but again, we now have camps. We now have not just political parties, but we have shows catering to those political parties. And so it definitely sows discord. It sows discontent, and it shows is the sky going to be blue today, or is it going to be red? Right. So the truth loses its backbone, its core. And then I had an opportunity also, Gary, just to appease everybody here. I took a class on the history of the CIA when I was in college by a Harvard law professor who worked on the Pentagon Papers and the Iran-Contra scandal and the likes. And then I also had the luxury of having a family friend who was in the CIA, a Cold Warrior in the CIA. And so I went to him and I said, and he was out of the CIA allegedly, but not officially. He said you can never really leave the agency. And he told me straight away, Gary, that the CIA is involved in the propaganda. They are involved with showing who the enemies are in the world.
Big time. A lot of disinformation comes from our government. With this war, we're getting disinformation from both sides, right? You can't trust anything anybody says, really.
Yes, exactly. And so I took that. I said, wow, that blew my mind because, it kind of confirmed everything that I was kind of learning in class. From the way they crafted the Kennedy assassination and the narrative behind that, and creating the consensus over the Oswald, and just telling the nation, hey, listen, we figured it out. Let's move forward, put our heads down, and not challenge this anymore, right? And it's just created massive books and conspiracy ideas behind it to this day. And that assassination was over 60 years ago. One of the sources I also like here that's online is the Drudge Report. And if you were to go to the Drudge Report today, the top 5 major lines are, I'll just read it, Iran taunts, just getting started. Fresh wave of missiles and drones. Dozen attacks on USA since ceasefire. Military on commercial ships. War to resume in days. Gas tops $7 in California. So that's just a mouthful right there. I mean, how do you parse all that? How much of that is true, real, or imagined? So anyway, Gary, I think if you have a good basis in understanding the American system, a good knowledge, a critical mind to address the title of your own, you're going to be able to understand and learn and think and not, you may not always get it right, but you're not going to be bamboozled by a lot of misinformation and buy into the narratives, the conspiracies, to all the other shit that is really just sandbagging our nation in a way I've never seen before. And so the fight continues, and as you know, Gary, I mean, it's not easy taking your message. I mean, if you're out there on the front lines, and that gentleman who spoke about the guy from Atlanta, well, that's a rogue reporter who doesn't have to answer to anybody, right? But if you came across something, Gary, you say, hey, I got to report this, and then your editor says, hey, Gary, we can't touch that, man. That's going to affect my boss, or that's going to affect.
I've never had that happen, actually.
What?
I've been at it for over 50 years, and I can't recall any of my stories getting spiked. I've gotten pushback, but they were never spiked.
Have you ever had to self-censor yourself, knowing that I can't put this forward?
Why would I self-censor? I report the news as I observe it. Why would I self-censor?
Well, Chomsky pointed that out as being a big problem for certain reporters, particularly where the evidence that they're seeking or the story that they're chasing flies in the face of the official government narrative on positions, say communism back in the Cold War, or the drug trafficking, the trades. I mean, that guy Gary Webb that worked for the Mercury News, who ended up dying mysteriously, claiming it was a suicide. He was speaking truth to power in a way that they didn't like, and the guy's career was over. They ruined his career. So, I mean, it's kind of anecdotal, but it was a high.
Well, I've had attempts to get me fired, but my bosses have always stood by me.
Well, maybe you haven't really dabbled with very highly controversial subject matters or reporting.
I had the mayor of Detroit try to get me fired. I had him shove me at a news gaggle. So I've had the pressure.
Okay.
But I've always been backed by my employers. So no matter where I've worked, whether it was in print in Detroit, or on the radio in Detroit, or on the radio in New York City, I've always been backed. So to make I'm not saying it doesn't happen, but to make the presumption that this is commonplace
not commonplace. I didn't say it was commonplace.
In the newsrooms would be an inaccurate assumption to make.
Okay, well, I'm not making that assumption. I'm saying in some instances this also happens, right? And particularly, especially if you're on ABC, CNBC, CBS, NBC, with those major networks and their 6 o'clock news hour, or 6:30 news hour, they're not just going to float any controversial story without it being very heavily vetted. Because once it's unleashed at that level, there's no putting that back in. So I'm just trying to say, do we really hear everything from the standpoint of the criticalness of that story, or is it all being whitewashed? And
I've had stories go through the process of legal review to ensure that I was not slandering somebody, a public figure. But that's not censorship. That's prudent, due diligence.
Right. No, absolutely. I mean, that's great that you could speak to your own experience and working for the news organization that you work for. I'm just saying at some level that this does happen.
And remember, I've worked from news perceived by the general public as being very liberal, and news organizations that are perceived by the general public as being very conservative. And I've never had a story spiked.
That's great. No, and that's obviously at our national level, our freedom, First Amendment rights here in this country, the freedoms that we often take for granted. But I also want to pivot and say that as autocratic governments like China and other places emerge, there's a level of news talk that is not being allowed to be understood in a certain way. I'll give you an example. I hang out with a former Chinese national who was an actress. She was in some big movies. And her and I locked horns over to what happened in Tibet. And she was absolutely adamant that what is happening in Tibet is wrong, is not true, that the Tibetan people are happy and prosperous, and that we didn't take down their Buddhist monasteries and statues and take out the Dalai Lama. Absolutely brainwashed, Gary. Absolutely brainwashed. Sorry about the background.
So yeah, you're talking about.
No, what I'm trying to say is
censored news in China versus a government influence on news coverage in the United States, and there's a difference. I'm not saying that the government doesn't try to influence. All governments do. And to your initial point, obviously they've got the bully pulpit. So if I have a question about how the Vietnam War is progressing, and I go to the Pentagon as the Pentagon correspondent for my news organization, and they lie to me, all I can report is General so-and-so said that the war is going fabulously well. It doesn't mean I'm an arm of the United States government. It just means that I am reporting what the United States government is telling me, whether it's accurate or not, which is my responsibility. This is what the general said. Now, if I know from my own independent reporting that what the general is saying is inaccurate, I can challenge that in my reporting, of course, and I would. But there is a big difference between the influence of government, which is very strong, and what they do in China and in Russia, etc., where they actually censor the news. This is a completely, it's not a fair equation.
Okay, well, maybe it's not fair, but I'm just saying as an example of how much overreach is over there, as long as we're not backsliding in that sort of trend or direction, is the concern I would say here have, that as autocracy becomes more tempting, particularly as we've allowed Donald Trump to take hold of the narrative and not being challenged, we can potentially run into that where we're also being not necessarily informed properly as a nation. And I'll end there.
So I will make a distinction between being being censored and following style. So I will give you an example. There is a nation that is adjacent to Thailand, where there has been civil war and a military junta and a legitimately elected president, female, who has been incarcerated in spite of the fact that she won the Nobel Peace Prize. What's the name of that nation? You're familiar with the geography. What's the name of that nation?
It's Burma.
Okay, see, now you
Myanmar.
Well, wait a minute. Is it Myanmar or is it Burma?
Under British rule, it was Burma.
What is it called today?
Myanmar.
So the David Garcia News.com would refer to it as Myanmar.
That's the official title of the country now, Gary.
So that would be your style. As the editor-in-chief, you are no longer, David, an advisor to President Trump. Today, you are the editor-in-chief of DavidGarciaNews.com. So, what style are you going to use? Are you going to call it Myanmar or are you going to call it Burma?
Whatever gets the most clicks.
See, so this is just a prime example. This is not censorship. It's style, and the style is based perhaps on the perspective of the news organization. I just want to bring in this nuance. So, for example, the Associated Press which is supposed to be the standard, generally speaking, refers to that nation as Myanmar. I work at Fox. Fox refers to it as Burma. Is that censorship? If I call it Myanmar, am I going to get in trouble for not following the style? Yes. Is that censorship? No, it's style. Here's another example. If you're print media and you refer to a person's color as a race, black or white, do you capitalize it? Do you capitalize black? Do you capitalize white?
I do.
Okay, do you capitalize brown?
No.
Why? Why?
Because it's not as part of the vernacular of describing culture.
I see. Anyway, I'm just saying that the styles change. There was a time when if I was referring to Merrill in a news story, I won't use Merrill. I'll use my mother was. I saw an old clipping where my mother was referred to in a news story. Her name was Mrs. Martin Baumgarten or Mrs. May Baumgarten. I can't remember which. We don't refer to women that way any longer. I remember when we went through this whole thing where we're supposed to refer to women.
This is Merrill, candidate John Kitover. Go to ChicagoMayorVote.com or MayorKitover.com. This is the Gary Baumgarten News Program.
We always described women as Miss or Mrs. we refer to men as Mr. Well, some people decided, let's call women Ms. Now we don't say Ms. any longer. We just say their name. We say Meryl Hansen and second reference Hansen, just like Gary Baumgarten, second reference Baumgarten. So the styles change. And so if I don't adhere to the style of the news organization, which may be reflective on their view of the world, yes, I could, if you want to call that censorship, then I guess I've been censored. There is a river in Michigan. It's called the Raisin River, but it's also called the River Raisin. So there was a great debate in the newsroom of a newspaper I worked with in Michigan, and I always called it, because that's how people commonly refer to it, as the Raisin River. And my editor said, you can no longer write Raisin River, write River Raisin. Is that censorship? No, it's style. So we have to be careful, in our analysis of this. I've never actually had a story spike. I've been told to change the words I use based on the style of the paper or the broadcaster, and sometimes that is reflective of their world view, as in Burma versus Myanmar. By the way, I don't think Myanmar personally is a legitimate government, so I refer to it as Burma as well, personally. Thank you, David.
Yep.
Mark Seth, followed by Stan.
Hey, thank you, Gary. You reminded me of a post I saw on Facebook. Only a few weeks ago, someone took a picture of a street in, I think it was in St. Pete, and it was called Gulf of Mexico Drive. And people started yelling.
Here's a prime example. Do I refer to this as the Gulf of Mexico? Or do I refer to it as the Gulf of America? Now, at Fox, the style is Gulf of America, I believe. I don't think we call it the Gulf of Mexico. I think we might just refer to it as the Gulf to get away from that. Here's another one. Do you refer to him as Secretary of War, or do you refer to him as Secretary of Defense? What do you do? Well, some news organizations say Secretary of War, some say Secretary of Defense. What I do to avoid the conflict, because I don't want to offend anybody, I call him Pentagon Chief. That's correct.
But the idea is that it was a street name, and it was Gulf of Mexico Drive. I mean, they changed the nomination, I guess, of the Gulf of Mexico in the map for the sea, for the Gulf. But people are so, if you're, if you agree with the change of name and you feel that it's really something that you support because, it's America and it's celebrating America and all that, you don't even realize that the person was taking a picture of, Gulf of Mexico Drive. It's a little street in St. Pete. But the echo chambers, I guess, especially in U.S. Media kind of sphere, it kind of got crazy, especially with the 24-hour kind of news channels that tend to offer, things that if you can't really discern that what they're giving you is not unbiased information, but it's the view of the editorial team, or it gets worse when it's opinion programs that sell themselves as we're giving you the hardest and the latest news, especially with Sean Hannity and all that. And I'm just using them for the right. They are very equivalent, just as hard as Sean Hannity on the left that do the same thing. But when you get in an opinion program to invite, let's say, we saw many times the President of the United States, being interviewed by Sean Hannity. So you expect, you're going to get a pretty comprehensive interview to see what the president, thinks. And you're going to hear that, all the questions are like softballs. And even if the answers are are not what Sean Hannity and supposedly what the audience wants to hear, then you start to you got the host that is given like a salvo for an answer. If the president goes in a certain way, they try to keep them in check, and that's dangerous because you're getting guided information. It reminds me of the first thing I found, talking about this today, is the Edward Bernays propaganda book back in the early 1928, and how propaganda is used, I guess, psychologically manipulate the masses and all that, and these news channels do the same thing. So we do live in our own continent, the United States. We are far away from other places in the world. We tend to live in a bubble. We don't speak any other languages. Well, mostly I do, but a lot of people don't. And we, worst of all, is we don't even try to get varied kind of sources of information, even inside this country that we live in. You're going to have MSNBC watchers that refuse to watch Fox News, and I do them all. I mean, I watch every single one of them, including the stuff that really drives me nuts. But I have to know. I really want to know what the other side is thinking. So it's confirmation bias at its best. I mean, you know the information that your brain kind of loves, and you go to that channel. That's only going to give you the stuff that agrees with you. When you in this state you think you know what's going on, but you only know what they're trying to tell you, and you're captive to that one side. So someone mentioned earlier, I think it was someone mentioned earlier that a good practice will be to even the diversification of news shouldn't just be within the United States, but try to expand it to other countries, the opposing part. I mean, why not? A lot of times I turn on the Iranian news agencies. I want to see what they say about us. I don't speak Farsi, but there is plenty of ways to kind of get the news from there. I listen to Al Jazeera, whatever, just to see what that side of the world kind of how they see the news, what's their take on it, whatever. I watch the French and German news. I understand the language, the Spanish news, and it gives you a different take. And you really think then that even when you think you're diversifying your sources of information by watching, I'm good, I get all sides because I watch CNN and Fox News, you're still getting a very American kind of oriented side of the story, and it keeps you in whatever silo that they want to keep you in. That's all, Gary. Thanks.
So to your final point there, if you go to the Drudge Report, and this is not an endorsement of the Drudge Report, some people love it, some people hate it, some people love the way it used to be, but they don't like what it's morphed to, etc., etc. One of the things that the original Drudge Report had, and now that it is kind of morphed from a conservative to a liberal news aggregate, at the bottom of the Drudge Report are a list of a number of international news organizations: African News, Arab News, China People's Daily, the Financial Times, Haaretz, Kyrgyzstan Times, Jerusalem Post, Moscow Times, Rio Times, a bunch of UK places, etc. So if you're interested in following Monsef's advice, there's a good entrance to finding what it is you might be interested in looking for. We'll go to Stan, Scott, and Merrill. Stan.
Hey, Gary. Right, getting the facts correct is the first step, and what happens in the numbers are the first. I mean,
every institution has its agendas, and when I read the Economist, Wall Street Journal, this kind of news agencies for economists, I suppose they are having the correct facts, correct numbers, but during the years I found that their interpretation of the numbers are really misleading. For example, the legitimize of the drugs and in the Western society, not acknowledge the economic rise of the China, also pose very big problems for the Western countries.
Video recording.
What I mean is what I mean is I was a little bit.
I guess Stan has lost his train of thought. We'll go to Scott, followed by Merrill, who gets left. Scott, are you there? Scott. Merrill, before I go to you, let's look at what folks say about where they go for news. Well, let's see. The answer to the question is, wow, this is very interesting. 80 votes, ladies and gentlemen, 80 votes. 52% say they go to traditional news media. That's 52% over where you have three choices. I applaud the folks who come to the critical thinking forum. 38% say they get it from social media, and 11% say that they rely on comedians. And you know what? The joke's on you. Meryl, you get the last. Meryl. I guess not. Folks, we're here Monday through Friday from 5 o'clock New York time. So until 5 o'clock New York time tomorrow, for the next edition of the Critical Thinking Forum, everybody be safe, be well, and peace out.
That's my attitude right there. All right.
Should I stay down here? Should I go? Should I dip?
Quote, it's an optic piece. Do fund from federal, 90% of those that qualify. However, there's carve-outs with it. The states have to apportionate 10%, and then that 90% is diluted down to a variety of programs, but they don't fund the actual ACA expansion. This includes all other funding. So this is not just a direct give-all for the ACA expansion. The main reason and the concerns with the other states, and it is a prime example of what's going on in California, for those of you that live in California under Cal MedPay, the problem is that Cal MedPay is exceeding even the fucking federal contributions funds, to the point where now they are having to go to the private insurance market to utilize reinsurers and trying to get multitude layers of risk protection on those for those large claims. Because guess what? Under the ACA, you're having massive fucking calls from providers. They are taking it and going fucking wild with some of these costs. The insurance companies are kind of going, hey, we're losing here. And so we're going to leave some of these exchanges, which is what you're seeing across the fucking country. They just don't want to be part of it. because it really costs for it eats you up. But again, people don't know how their insurance works. The work requirement that the Republicans put on doesn't even go into effect till 2027, so that one's off the table. So you can't say they did anything there. That's only 80 hours a month. Most of the people that are on these programs actually do work, so it's going to negate them. It's more importantly to get the people that are going to be able to work and can work while they're receiving Medicaid actually help contribute to the pot their states. Majority of the state is covered. There's maybe about 2.5 to 3 million people total in the United States that are not covered. That is pretty fucking impressive for a nation that does as everybody screams on TV that there's no insurance coverage for anybody. The other thing that the Republicans did, and they put in with Democrat support, they had bipartisan support for this, was eligibility and verification checks for these programs. So every year you have to provide and show your eligibility. So for instance, which we found out, you can't go get $100,000 a year job, be on Medicaid, and just stay on Medicaid and wait for the government to collect from you or come up and catch you up on it. Because this is the thing that we want to see. By the time the federal government comes back, or the state governments come back and find out that you're doing this, then all of a sudden it's really too late. And they won't get that money anyway. They're already out, and it skews the numbers. It skews fucking fiscal responsibilities. But states that don't really have it, like the 8 states that don't, they really don't want to be part of this because it'll skyrocket it. It's a locked-in program, and they don't want to see with the explosive medical costs what's going on in California applied to their states. So states like Georgia and even Texas, because there was no substantial funding during the ACA's implementation to help Texas or some of these border states adequately proportion their costs to cover, guess who? The immigrants that were flooding over the fucking borders at that time. Even though Obama was catching them and sending them back, they were still coming across, still seeking medical costs at an explosion of a rate. And so these individuals would be too hard to catch, too hard to deal with, and these costs were just massively just out of whack. But, I mean, you know, you can blame the Republicans. And the Affordable Care Act sets these certain funding rates for expansion across the U.S. So as people get more and more on insurance, they're there. Now, whether or not people use insurance or know that they have insurance does not mean that they're not covered. Most people don't know what is available to them, and I will grant that one. The government does a shit job at it. It's similar to taxes. I tell people you have to actually spend time researching and reading and figure out what your state and what the federal government will give you. But right now, the expansion is going on, and it's all done through FMAP, if you knew that. Usually that 90% drops down to 50 to 77% of coverage for these populations. So you have to figure out what you're actually going to have in play there. So that 90% is really a misnomer. They say they give it, but again, it kind of, by the time it gets down there to the state, it's whittled down and it becomes a different presentation. So it's kind of hard to really say that, hey, you know, that the Republicans are getting away with health care. In fact, they're trying to do the opposite. They're trying to actually figure out a more capitalistic approach to control costs, to create more competition, because we went from, since the ACA, 9,600 and some fucking hospital systems across the country to 6,000 hospital systems. Most of you in your cities, in your urban areas, 1 to 2 hospital systems that own 60% of the share of clients in them, meaning that all the facilities, all the entities you go to are actually owned by one system. These are where we're having issues with because hospitals aren't sustainable. The only thing that has changed is the subsidies having kicked back for a lot of these areas. So, you know, those are done as of the first of this year, and we're seeing a change in the markets. But actually what's happening is a bigger improvement because it's now giving more leverage to kick back on providers to keep costs more affordable for people. We're able to negotiate at a higher rate and basically kind of push back, especially with specialty pharmaceuticals, which are killing the fucking nation at large. So, I mean, I could go on and on with this, but I give you Med-Cal as the case in point, as a failed government program. people don't realize in California how much they're about to get fucked by next year. It doesn't matter which person comes into office, governor. By 2020, I want to say the end of 2027, your financial statements just to cover Medi-Cal is going to be pretty fucking massive. It just cannot sustain at the rate it's doing. You can't hold the fiscal end and doing all that it's actually currently doing and allowing the providers to have that free reign of cost under their Medi-Cal program and giving doctors and hospital systems those expansion rates and those increase rates that all the providers who are donating to, say, Newsom's campaign to be able to get. The insurance companies are pulling out. They're starting to want to leave California. They're trying to drop off on some of those. The insurance carriers are setting massive premiums because those guys don't touch claims until they hit like 1 to 5 million. And they're seeing massive record increase rates of $5 million for procedural cares. These are for things like pregnancies, mental health conditions. So these things are massively increasing, and we just can't keep going on. So yes, there's good things about the ACA. There's bad things about the ACA, but people should really learn how their medical coverage actually works and how their insurance programs work, because we can hold a whole room all day about it. But really, at the end of the day, a lot of people just take what some idiot or Elizabeth Warren says on CNN as fucking truth and gospel, or they heard something or seen something on fucking Google, but actually don't bother to read CMS. They don't bother to read any of the information that's actually put out by the states until someone like me says, actually, it's the opposite of what you're stating. And I'm going to land there because there were so many weird points about it that were made both in the chat and on stage that it would just take me an entire day to go through and show you exactly how these things actually operate. And not to say that our medical system is failing, but it's definitely going through constraints. And if you are looking for better options and more affordability, I suggest you get a direct care option like Amazon One Medical, which will give you a $65 direct care access. They have brick and mortar stores. They'll cover a family of 4. And for $5, you get a pharmaceutical perk on it that cuts it down too. So, you can get a lot of your meds at a very much a discounted rate overnight or within hours after you see a telehealth doc or something along those lines. So it's really fucking affordable. And they have 186 million people in our nation under their coverage. So pretty much almost half of the fucking country is under Amazon One Medical, which is fucking amazing for a system. I don't necessarily think it's perfect, but at least it's giving you guys a little bit more relief and better opportunities to go ahead and seek out opportunities to get quicker health, more direct health, and faster pharmaceuticals to take care of your needs and get your happy pills. I'll end there.
The uninsured number, by the way, is 25 million.
What did you say?
The uninsured number is 25 million.
No, it's not.
Hello? Yeah. So, Brad is right. And also, we pay, and I'm going to read this because you guys don't believe anything unless it comes from a fucking internet source, $27 billion annually in improper enrollment. And I know you don't even know what the fuck that is. You know what an improper enrollment is? But
yes, I do.
Well, Brad does too, right? But the rest of these people don't. They're just listening to the people that's going to lose out on money from the budget being cut. They won't be allowed to overcharge the government. They won't be allowed to overcharge consumers. Now, they're going to have to work harder to make that money. I don't think that's the part I don't understand. I agree with Fendi in the chat. He said capitalism is the problem. Facts. If these guys at the top would take a pay cut, the money would flow better to the bottom. But instead, you've got insurance brokers, you have these CEOs and all these companies taking money from the government and not providing people with any health care anyways. That's why that man got shot in broad daylight in the middle of New York, remember? Didn't you guys say insurance companies need to change?
Right.
And now the government is taking money. Now the government's taking money from these same niggas y'all want to shoot and kill in the middle of the street, and you still have a problem. Oh, no. Yeah, that's why they got shot. When they lose money line of business. So like I said, I'm not gonna keep paying for shit, overpaying for shit just because a nigga want me to overpay. That's not how you run a successful business. Oh yeah, well, we're gonna charge you $1,000 even though it's $500. No, you're gonna charge what it costs, not what it costs for you, Susie Q, and John to make a few extra $100. What about the Somali fraud? Y'all don't care about no fraud, and that's the problem. It's a lot of niggas out here under government contract charging $75 for a hammer, right? These are the niggas that's crying. They don't want to lose this money. All these defense contracts and medical contracts, and you guys are just dumb. And once again, overeducated retards. You can't even count. Black people are so small, a sliver of the population, about 15 to 16%. If we all got up and voted today, right, because that's not even the voting, eligible voters, that's just the population. It's probably less than 7% of eligible Black voters. How the fuck are we tipping voting skills? Do y'all ever think about that? If we're outnumbered, we're a minority, why the fuck do they even care about our vote? We could all show up to vote. And it wouldn't do a fucking thing if all the white people showed up to vote, if they voted against us. This is just a tactic to keep niggas on the voting plantation. And I'm mad that you don't see that. Oh, we can't have them in that zone because then we'll lose them. No, I can vote for whoever I want. That rezoning shit and all that stuff, that is what did Concrete say? A distraction. Go vote for who you want. The zone you're in, you know, that does suck, unfortunately, because it might change the candidates on your ballot. But who gives a fuck? Vote for the best one. That's just the bottom line. You could tell me I don't understand what I'm saying, but I bet you can't explain to me the Electoral College and how it makes sense and how it's giving small states a bigger voice when California got the most electorates in the country and the small states have the least, because that's how math works. There's no representation for you broke ass niggas. Period. Last thing I wanted to get into was real quick. What was it? Oh, in the chat, I said I was going on vacation this weekend because Coco said they're trying to set us back. They can't set me back. None of this can set me back. Y'all have to stop fear-mongering Black people. These same Democrats that are trying to tell you that the Republicans want to shackle and chain you up, remember, they were crying and killing us in Tulsa, Oklahoma, because we was voting against them, because we was sick of them crackers. Right? And these the same crackers that done reeled you back in with a noose. They said, no, come back here, nigga. Come back. Those Republicans over there, they ain't no good. Come back to Massa. And what do? We come back to Massa. And you stupid niggas up here talking about Democrats and Republicans. That shit doesn't matter. None of that shit matters. Pick the best candidate on the best side. But I know you guys are going to find fault in something I say, right? Anything I say. Oh, my God, she voted for Trump. Yeah, I did. And I'll vote for that nigga again. You know why? Because he's stomping on your motherfucking head, Pops. He got y'all niggas can't sleep at night. He tossing and turning and tossing and burning and yearning for some love from somebody. Yearning. You niggas is unloved. Nobody loves you. And you got to get that hurt about your heart, man. Go get on a dating site or something. I don't know what to tell you. Thank you. Next in the queue.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you gotta hide your kids. We have a predator in our midst. I repeat, a predator is in our midst. So make sure all your kids is away from your devices. Just want a preference to say that. They're amongst us. Trash eye. Be careful. But what I wanted to say first is, shout out to Agent. She made a very funny Spirit Airlines joke, and I think that was very well timed. If you just scroll up in the chat, you'll see it. I gotta repeat it. That was funny. Brad,
It's
you were
also
right.
anti-black.
It may have been anti-black, but it was really.
Thank you. Thank you for admitting it. That's all I wanted.
Brad, you were right. I was wrong. I misspoke.
No worries, my friend.
Yeah, you're right. I was talking about the part where like the assurance lobbyists, like they have like these caps that they put on like hospital bills, like the percentage that they'll pay. So hospitals have to charge like astronomical prices. So like the percentage that the insurance companies cover, they cover like the basic cost. So like, for example, insurance companies say they'll only cover 40% of the bill. So instead of the hospital charging $1,000, they charge $20,000. So 40% of $20,000 is like a bigger chunk than what they would have got if it was $1,200. And I think that is the issue of like whoever said earlier, capitalism or the insurance companies. It's kind of
it's more nuanced than that, but I get where you're getting at. But we can talk later.
What else I wanted to say? Yeah, you brought up something about Amazon, and I hate to, glaze Jeff Bezos because I'm a big Elon fan. They have like a little space race going on. But the Jeff Bezos and his Amazon venture into like pharmaceutical world and the pharmacy world actually utilize Amazon's pharmacy feature. I don't use the Amazon One thing like Brad's talking about, but I heard about that. But I use the pharmacy side of that app because I'm not currently home, and like there's no Walgreens or freaking whatever the other one is, like CVS where I'm at, so I just can't go get it. So like Amazon, that I get prescribed medication and it comes for free with my Prime membership, and like 2 days or a day, like free cost, no matter how far it is. Shout out to Amazon for that, bro. It's very handy if like you live like in a rural area or if you're like in a remote area. Shout out to Amazon.
Eric.
Yeah, what were you saying?
I said that's a good benefit on Prime. I thought we could like it.
Yeah, that's one thing Jeff Bezos is right. But what else would I want to say?
Shit, my bad. Go ahead.
Oh yeah, about the Supreme Court thing was that I hear you guys, especially you Coco. I hear you about like the racism, the looted black votes, it being like political, to like marginalize and all that. I hear you. That is absolutely what they're doing. I'm not denying it. It's open. It's an open secret. What's happening in Tennessee and all the other southern states. I'm not gonna deny it. And it's interesting to see all the court battles going on and the hypocrisy between both parties when it comes to gerrymandering. Virginia, Louisiana, Tennessee, all these places. But my main gripe with this, and like this is my only objection, is like the law is the law. When I say law, I'm not just referring to state law, federal law that Congress made. I'm talking about the Constitution, right? The supreme law of the land, the one that gives you all your rights and freedoms. That's what I'm talking about, right? And in this document, there's something that says you cannot discriminate or make laws that benefit one race over another, right? So I feel like if we're gonna be, this high moral society that we claim to be, and claim that our Constitution is like the supreme law of the land, no matter what, there cannot be a contradiction to it, because then we'd be breaking the supreme law of the land. I feel like we can't then go and say, in order to like combat racism, we have to use race, to draw these districts. And to me, it's like a better option would be just change the law. Just change the law to allow you to combat the racism and gerrymandering, instead of like blatantly disregarding the Constitution the Voting Rights Act part where they were applying it incorrectly, or like they were forcing Louisiana to draw like a second black district, which is like in itself is like violates the Constitution's equal protection clause. It's like blatantly, right? So like I do not fault the Supreme Court in their ruling. It's like that's just, it doesn't get more explicit in plain text as like that. And it's like, I hear you. Like I said, I'm not going to argue against your point about like the racism Republicans are using this to get like advantage. Absolutely, they're doing that. I'm not going to object to that. But my point is, the law is the law, and it has to be followed. And if we want to allow it and actually allow these people to do it, just change the law. Like it's simple as that. That's the only threat. But like people don't want to argue from that angle. People are just like, hey, we should just openly allow, the federal government to defy the Constitution because we feel like it's for the better good. And I feel like to me, it's a righteous reason, but it's like kind of like a slippery slope type thing, where like if we allow the Supreme document to be corrupted in the name of like righteousness, it's only a matter of time before like that righteousness is like kind of corrupted itself. Or like somebody could make like an argument for like to discriminate against a particular group of people and like blatantly disregard the document in the name of like their quote unquote righteousness. And that's just not something that I want. So that's just my perspective from it. And I wanted to say, Carolyn, I hope you're ready to get your ass beat in Literati. So we can submit an invite.
I love a good ass whooping, Daddy.
Hello. All right. There you go. All right. Yeah, Eric, man, I fuck with what you're saying. I think that ultimately, if you're talking about like, what are the real like hurdles that you face politically? What are the real parameters regarding the law and legislation that we should consider, and how can we move in accordance with them? I believe that the United States Constitution, I believe that the laws of the land are brilliant and beautiful, and I think that we should uphold them, right? And I think that most people who have Donald Trump, the problem, or even the Republican Party, is that they don't truly value the goddamn Constitution. They don't truly value every American's ability to participate in our democratic process. They don't, you know what I mean? So I can see what you're saying, Eric, and I do believe that we shouldn't just make it normal to skirt the effects of the law. I'm not going to act like I was listening to all the shit that you said, but if the point that you're saying is we should uphold the law, because if we don't, it can become a situation where bullshit ensues because we created this fucked up precedent, then yeah, I'm with you on that. I feel you on that, and maybe we can come up with other ways to create new legislation. I want to ask, like, though, real quick, like, Jazzy, are you there? Is Jazzy still there? She was saying there's like a person I should look up or something. Maybe she's not. Well, yeah, bro. I mean, shit. I just feel like Eric thought at the same time. At the time, I think that one of the things that I did disagree earlier about, I wasn't explicitly disagreeing with you, right? I was just disagreeing with the perspective and making the same point that Finley was making about like code switching and shit, right? So what I'm saying is, the people that complain about Jasmine Crockett don't give a fuck that Pete Hegseth is an alcoholic. The people that complain about Jasmine Crockett, they don't give a fuck that Kash Patel does cocaine. The people that complain about Jasmine Crockett don't complain that Kash Patel has videos online of him clearly getting fucked up with the United States hockey team. Getting drunk as fuck. Obviously, you can go look it up, right? So like the outrage against Jasmine Crockett, when Kash Patel is drunk as fuck, fucked up, doing cocaine, and you have people complaining that they have to wake Kash Patel up because he can't do his fucking job. But I think maybe a black woman rose her voice. I think maybe a black woman was a little too loud. Pete Hegseth's a fucking alcoholic, but I think a black woman, maybe she rose her voice. Do you see what I'm saying? Like she's just a person existing, being a normal person, and you get to be an alcoholic, you get to do cocaine, you get to be a fucking idiot. But if you're a black woman, you can make no mistake, and you better not even raise your voice. right? And so like that's all I'm saying, bro. I feel like it seems disingenuous, right? And like the last thing I'll say is like it's an analogy is how Charlie Kirk complains about Martin Luther King. Martin Luther King cheated on his wife, and so Charlie Kirk uses that as a reason to say Martin Luther King was a bad guy. He cheated on his wife. Okay, the founding fathers owned slaves and were pedophiles. Thomas Jefferson was a rapist and a pedophile. Does Charlie Kirk give a fuck about that? No. And that's my fucking point, Eric. Like, I'm pointing out the inconsistency. If you want to tolerate pedophiles, but then complain about Jasmine Crockett, you can get the fuck out of my face. And I'll land there. But you see what I'm saying, Eric? That's where I'm coming from with it. It's the inconsistency. I don't believe you give a fuck about professionalism when you're voting for a pedophile and a rapist who's disrespectful as fuck and stupid. Right? You don't care about professionalism. You're just racist. That's my point.
Hello?
Hello? Is it my turn?
Yes, sir. I'm after Mr. Finley.
So yeah, I just wanted to
I'm after Concrete.
I'm already after Concrete.
I'm after Eric. Well, you just went.
Yo, shut the fuck up, Shasha.
Not my vote, bro. It's the kid.
So I'm just going to correct the uninsured number. It's according to the Kaiser family, the census, and the CDC. These are three quick references that I got. 2025. Last year was 25 million. Some say 25, some say 26. 6 to 7 is we were that great. We were that covered. I don't know if this would be a conversation. Also, we have mobile companies. I think it was like the rural. What's that company called? There's a company that goes into rural America and sets up freaking mobile basically healthcare clinics. Mobile people in these rural counties line up the night before to get healthcare, dental care. Why? Because American healthcare is garbage. Well, that's if you don't have money, right? If you don't have money, it's pretty good, but otherwise, it's garbage. I'm a healthy American. My wife and I, we pay $7,000 a year in just premiums. I go to the doctor I go twice a year because I have to go for my airline medical, and I go for my personal, right? Twice a year. $7,000 twice a year. That doesn't include like co-pays and other crap, right?
Why don't you just go once for personal and work?
Because it's a separate exam. It's a separate exam. The FAA requires a certain exam, and my personal is my personal. I do it for my own personal reasons. So those are the 2 times I go here. Minimum 2 times. $7,000 is what I'm paying for that. That's just a premium. And I don't even know. That's my portion. I don't even know what United pays. I don't know what the hell they pay. I know it's a ridiculous amount. And this is for the so-called greatest healthcare in the world. But I want to point to the rural America, in which these pop-up clinics, in which people are waiting in line for. They're waiting in line for this in the greatest country in the world. They're waiting in line for this healthcare. Why? Because healthcare in this country is so amazing, great. I'm being sarcastic, so it's not that great. And it is very convoluted. My wife works for. She's a nurse at a hospital that is I think the largest in the state, the second largest in the state. They're one of the 2 big providers in our area, right? One of the 2, and it's not great coverage. It's not great. She works she has had to be online getting clearance for stuff. It's not easy. She's on the phone 2 hours, 3 hours talking to this provider, that provider. Some of these providers are still using freaking faxing over information. And one of the 2 largest healthcare providers in the state. And I'm told that this is an amazing system, right? A system that my wife, who is a nurse who works it all the time, who's college educated, intelligent, has to she is frustrated dealing with these providers at times. But again, it's the best in the world. What else? The gerrymandering stuff is it's sick. It's sickening. It's only going to get worse. But my hopes, and this is why when people ask me, this is why I don't vote federally. This is why these freaking games, right? Because you can always point the finger. Well, the other side does it. Well, the other side does it. Well, the other side doesn't. What then they decide, I'm not going to participate in that bullshit. I think it's a fool's errand. Right? Because this is what we're dealing with. This is what we're dealing with in the greatest country on earth, and we're okay with it. Cockroaches have a higher approval rate of Congress, yet we re-elect them at a rate of 90%. There's only a handful of friggin' districts that are up for grabs in each of the congressional elections. Just a handful. I'm being hyperbolic when I say handfuls. There's a few though. It's not very many that are really competitive, and this is what we want. We think this is a good system, and we cheer for it. We cheer it on. Why? Because they egg us on, right? With these emotional arguments about men or used to be women or men in our locker rooms. And so for that reason, I need to allow these people to rig the game. And then the healthcare, then let's go to healthcare providers really quick. Not only do they own they provide the healthcare, they also like the pharmacies. CVS is owned by freaking Aetna, a freaking insurance provider. They own the pharmacies too. They are rigging the game for us. And what are we going to do? We're going to keep feeding the coast side of this crap and say, no, it's a good system. You got to learn how to navigate it. You just don't know what you're talking about. You got to learn how to navigate it. You know how to talk about it. The person who's been a nurse for, 14, 15 years, has a bachelor's degree and works around these providers all day long can't do it. She's just incompetent, I guess. She should do better. And you regular people, if she doesn't stand a chance, what makes you think you're going to stand a chance? This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy. But I want to get back to this voter stuff, and I'm going to pivot one last thing, and I'm going to move out of the way. This gerrymandering of the maps is just, it's sickening. It is sickening. It is sickening. And the hyper defense of the president is, I don't understand it. We're at $5 gas. Oh, you need to play with Biden. Biden didn't invade freaking Ukraine. He didn't invade Ukraine, but his presidency caused the right environment for which that Russia felt like they could invade Ukraine. Yeah. No. The president's direct actions have resulted in these freaking high gas prices and the consumer price index on the rise. It's on the rise. It's 3%, I believe. 3%. It's only going to get worse. Right? And we're going to defend this horrific administration. Right? And we're going to gerrymander. We're going to say, black people, you guys are dumb. You're in a vacation. Massive. Right? It's just more insulting blacks if they're not smart enough to understand that, let's be honest. They're not getting much from them, but at least the Dems will elect them. At least they can get elected by the Dems. The other team, because of Bubba, ain't going to elect people of color. They're just not going to do it. Bubba ain't going to elect people of color, black people specifically. Unless you totally sell out, deny your blackness. If I got to explain that, then you don't know what blackness is.
Are you saying Worth can get elected?
Worth can absolutely get elected. He would get elected in landslide. But my last point.
Can you add me after this jibberdash to the queue?
My last point. As I sit on my electoral high horse, I hope that James Tirico wins in Texas. That gives me a little bit of hope, and I hope that those that agree to sign the there's a pledge that I saw online. Integrity pledge. One, to vote to undo Citizens United, and two, to not take corporate PAC money. You'll get support from me. That's all I require from my elected official, and that may get me involved in the federal game. If I get an elected official on the federal side of the game to do those two things, I may decide to vote in the federal elections again.
All right, Parker. All right. What's up, Ray? How you doing, bro? Long time no see. I hope all is well. You bitch ass nigga. What's up, Violet? How you doing? Earlier today, you disappointed me.
I don't consent.
Good for you, Violet. I'm so happy for you.
I don't consent.
Neither do I. Neither do I. Did y'all kick Violet? Did she run? Oh my God.
You're scaring them, Aggie. You're scaring them.
Stranger things. Funny. Alessandro is.
Oh, what's up, man? Baby Concrete. It's been a minute.
Yeah, man. I hope everything's okay, bro. Crazy ass nigga. All right. Anyway, Alessandro does not know that we live in a world that judges us harshly. Alessandro doesn't know that we live in a world with different measures
measuring systems, different levels of tolerance, different behavioral standards. Alessandro is saying, I want to be as uncouth as Brad. I want to be as obnoxious as Monica. I want the right to be as petulant as El Normo. And I don't want anybody, judging me or... Don't you're hot, Mikey, brother.
Oh, shit. You're hot. My bad.
Don't worry, brother. I will make sure to hot mic during your next edition.
No!
Hey, don't make me laugh, nigga. Go on mute. Anyway, where was I? Yesandro is cheerleading for negristic black female behavior at the highest levels of government. Why? Alessandro, this is not nation building, brother. This is not helpful. Stop telling these women they can be sexy red. Stop it. Stop telling them they can be Megan Thee Stallion in all
Concrete wants to be Megan Thee
All right.
It's your house, don't you remember?
Megan Thee Stallion, all the places where civilized.
No, I don't. Are you sure?
Are enjoying.
Of course.
You don't have that privilege.
As a matter of fact,
You're not a mediocre white.
I'm there right now.
You can't get away with being a piece of shit.
What do you mean?
Just
Where?
because you're mediocre white. You have to do better, brother. You know you have to do better, brother. You know your women have to do better, brother. And you know, listen, Alessandro, I know you're a responsible dude, bro. I know if you have beautiful daughters now, when you have beautiful daughters, you will not. I know you will not tell them to just be their ghetto son. I know that they are going to be as articulate, as calm, collected, with manners, just like you, or even more so. I know you chose right, nigga. I know that no ghetto hood rat woman would have you as their partner because you're too calm. You're too fucking high-minded, too forward, sophisticated nature. You don't qualify for motivation. I can tell. She would not feel comfortable around you. So we know that the women inside my house. Daughter you raised, you do not fucking. It is not my custom to go where I'm not wanted. 20 miles smoking. Public place twerking. Why the fuck are you out there encouraging the low-level behavior amongst our black women? Why, brother? You'll never do that in your life. So please, brother, I've called you out.
It's been a pleasure talking to you.
I know you have higher standards for the women in your life than you want. So also, nothing like Mr. Finley putting belt to ass to Brad in a very calm and regal way. But Mr. Finley quoted a statistic. When this man studies, we know that he researches, we know he crosses his T's and dots his I's. And we know,
No, I already know that's not the concrete peso. No, you were not. Oh, I called after you. I'm sorry.
And we know that a statistic like uninsured is a moving target and most likely like an approximation, right? Brad do? Brad gave the typical fucking clubhouse, one up response, right? That's not true. That's not true. As opposed to, that's not what I saw, because obviously there could be conflicting fucking numbers, because the uninsured rate, again, is a moving target. People are doing approximations, and it's not like something that has a precise known number. So when somebody says something like uninsured 25 million, they're approximating the number based on available information, right? And when you look it up, you're going to get a range of numbers and approximations, which are generally in the 25 million range. Oh no.
Not even close.
Oh no. And so, what we know from Brad is that Brad is a clubhouse mediocre white that is always he's like a more sober version of Doc. You know how Doc is always trying to do the one up? Like every fucking word and sentence, he's done it, been there, done that, or you're wrong or some shit. That's Brad. And Mr. Finley is one of his main fucking thorns in his side. Brad hates Mr. Finley to no end, right? And we know why. Because Mr. Finley is a drunkard. No. Mr. Finley is uneducated. No. Mr. Finley is a philanderer. No. Mr. Finley is unemployed. No. Mr. Finley is,
are you trying to do cuffing season early?
Shut the fuck up! Alright, so we're gonna fuck up the room for the mediocre white man.
Concrete's listening to Gothic porn, like romance novels, Gothic fucking romance novels. That's hysterical. Taylor Swift, fucking Gothic romance novels. How hard are you?
Brad is a bitch, and Mr. Finley's only his nemesis. And we know why he's mad at Mr. Finley. We know why he is constantly taking jabs, constantly trying to one up. Brad is mad and a mediocre fag, right? And the one thing that a mediocre fag like Brad detests more than anything else in life is
a pudding cup like you? Thank you, whoever that was. So, yes.
The mediocre fag. Did y'all move him? No? Did y'all move? Okay, thank you. All right. Yeah, man. Listen, bro. Mediocre fags are gonna always leave. Okay, cool. So I don't have to, Oh, he's still in the room. Oh, he's still in the room. Yeah, man. Mediocre faggots like Brad, who is obviously using his not so closeted homosexuality as a weapon, detests competent Negroes, right? It's an affront. It's an insult to his mediocrity, right? white. And to realize the promise was not real. It was just as Lyndon Baines Johnson said, a pilfering scheme, a pickpocketing scheme. So if anybody doesn't know the Lyndon Baines Johnson quote, he said, if you can convince the poorest white, that's Brad, that he is better than the wealthiest black or top tier black, that he won't notice that you're picking his pocket. Hell, give him someone to look down at, and he will give his money to you. That's Brad. That is the mindset of the mediocre whites who have been undermined, bamboozled, betrayed by the top tier whites. The top tier rich whites that, I repeat, would not relieve themselves on Brad and his ilk if he were on fire, right? I'm talking about, it's hot, we've been drinking Arnold Palmer's all day, and here is Brad on fire, writhing in pain, with a full bladder, and yet I shall not share said full bladder with you while you're on fire. That's Brad. And yet he devotes his life, and he's willing to devote his brothers to Israel and to the corporations and to the fucking meat grinding machine, because he's a dumb, mediocre white who still fucking believes in the fucking delusion of white superiority. No, nigga. No, white. It's money. You dumb bitch. Hey, nigger, get back in my cotton field. Money. Mediocre white. Mediocre white. Mediocre white. I'm gonna just sit there and talk about how you think you're a medicine bottle, and that's your fucking claim to fame. The fact that you're washing dishes part-time for minimum wage, and think you actually have some fucking weird exogenous soul things, and you don't have it, you don't get anything, dude. This is what you get. You know what? You're a pudding cup. You should be up here. You are fucking a diabetes retrograde. You have tears. You're playing awesome, absolutely everything.
Is this a song of Bin Laden?
I can do a lot of things, right? Yes, I got you. I'm gonna put it in your ass when I'm done. I'm absolutely gonna put it in your ass. I'm gonna whisper in your ear. I'm gonna slide it in. I'm bigger than you. Obviously, taller, bigger, better rich. I mean, fuck, I got more money than you. I have a whole lot of shit. So, we can actually
Let's listen to my engine and potentially get pulled over by Burbank PD.
In 20 years.
Can I go now? No, you can't. No, he's not. No, you're not. I'm not. Go ahead. No, you want to talk about shit. Go washing dishes. You can't even buy you just wanted to throw shit when everybody else is going to take it from you. I don't. I'd smack that wig off your head. Those cornrows come rolling off. Those fake ass fucking shit. And then you don't have anything. I hate it when I see your face than anything else. I see the black off of you. I don't give a fuck. You're screaming because you're a hated little bitch. You're a little temperamental little child, dude. Your mama didn't breastfeed you. She took that titty out of the mouth. Then you go up there and go, I'm gonna get some more. You're 10 years old, Cardi. You know your sister, though. We can talk about your sister, though. You know that's a sister, not a wife. She can't fuck with you. What you can't do is shed some tears. Why are you crying, man? Why are you crying? I'm not letting you have anything. Why are you crying?
All right. One mic on Jazzy, please, gentlemen. Okay, you have a lot of time to show your testosterone.
Yeah, can I go in?
What's up?
Can I go in?
What's up, Jazzy?
I like to land my plane if I may. No, you're not going to land anything. Can I land my plane? No, you can't have anything. Yo, Oleg, can I land my plane, Oleg? Oleg, you're not Jazzy. I know you think you're a woman. I know you think you're a woman, but you don't. You don't have it. I know you have a vagina. Tell me that you have a vagina because that's you. I'm not going to let you have anything. Not going to let you have anything. You ain't going to get anything, dude. I don't give a fuck. You are not getting anything.
Congressman Darren LaHood paid a visit to South Beloit today, showing off a major investment in the city's water infrastructure system. LaHood hopes secure $750,000 for the city to go toward a new lift system for its sewage system. Now, the city recently...
And take 30 minutes of our time when people are barely waiting.
Who do you want to talk to?
But I mean, the fact that the people are no longer here,
Right.
that I want to respond to.
That was amazing, actually.
God, this is horrible. Thank God that they got dropped. I just wanted to tell.
built a new sewage...
I don't want to see that on concrete, but he was talking for like
Fierce.
5
Soy con andarnos
and
de...
what he was talking about until I think he said something about Brad being a faggot, and then we understood that he was talking about Brad. And I think
These are so cute.
All people like that world there.
no, do what you want.
Shout out here.
Hello?
Yo, Oleg, why are you so weak,
Hello?
bro?
Hello? 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 Hello?
Why are you so weak, Oleg? Can you make it make sense? No, fuck that. I'm going back. I'm fucking finishing my term. So, yeah.
At Centralized TV, which stands for...
Yeah, tell me. Why is it so hard? Yes, why is it so hard?
Hard for what?
To moderate fairly. Okay, so, alright, sorry about that. I can do it too, dude.
job doing, man. That part-time job that you work at. We heard all those dishes. You don't get a lot to go anymore. You don't get to go anymore, dude. You're never going to get to go. I'm going to trigger you all the time.
It's my turn.
Go ahead, love.
Hey. Okay, thanks.
Brad is a faggot.
Oh my God. Stop
it. Probably spending his life. Parker likes to try to pretend he fucks his mom in the ass. He doesn't realize that it's just a crackhead on the fucking street. And he's sitting there looking at it. He's the kind of guy that fucking sticks his finger in his ass and then just sniffs it and licks it. Like, he's that type of fucking nigger. He's that's monkey keep dancing. That's right. I'm gonna make the monkey keep dancing. I can't help it. I'm sorry. He's that type. You're gonna keep dancing, monkey. Yeah, it's Jazzy. I can do it, right? I mean, he can say all sorts of shit. So can I. EBT, this guy's an EBT fucking welfare recipient.
You don't want to be like the people that die.
Oh, I mean, well, he thinks he can just get away with it on stages. He thinks he can do it. Is he crying? Is he crying? I mean, it's faggot crying. I'm gonna keep beating away with his ass. I'm gonna beat him like he was brought over on chattel slavery. I'm gonna just keep whipping him until he gets that cotton bag filled. That's all he's going to do.
Right, hold on real quick. So, you know, like, this is a warfare tactic where someone
Brad's
so
a
mad, they want you to say
San Francisco, bitch.
and then you do it, and then
dude,
now
you live in fucking Cleveland, Ohio.
Brad, I told you about Brad. Brad, I told you.
Oh, I don't give a shit.
I know, okay. Well, then
No, Jazzy, I get what you're saying, but I really don't give a shit about the weave-wearing Walmart guy that wants to act like it. Who buys cornrows at 7-11? Concrete does. I mean, seriously.
Cornrows?
This motherfucker buys corn rolls.
You're trying to be racist.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's good. I agree that it's not just bad to follow strictly the Torah. It's just that I think they're pointing out, Christ pointing out, other people pointing out that in some cases it's not complete. It's not the complete adherence to the intention of God.
Yeah, look, I think this is a conversation in Jewish sources for a long time, right? About intention behind the law and inner meaning and stuff like that. There's an entire series of a great set called Sefer HaChinuch, which goes through every law in the Bible, in the Old Testament, and it explains its inner meaning. It's a great project, right? It's just that we don't get rid of the doing. That's a main difference. That's a major, I think, that's a major difference between Jews and Christians.
I actually don't. Yeah, I don't think we should get rid of the doing either. I mean, James says, like, show me your faith without words, and I'll show you my faith with words. Without words, faith is dead. But there's a distinction that's made in the New Testament between the works of the law and good works, basically. And so then I take it that people they're responding to are those people that the Talmud was referring to there, that held by just the strict Torah and wouldn't, like, extend it, basically. Like, if the text doesn't say it, it's not there, kind of thing, But yeah, I got it with Mike Henry. You guys want to pick Mike?
Congress, you know a lot more than the people around that you hang out with. You're actually quite, quite a lot.
You did. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate it.
Harry, you were asking something before. I don't know if we're sort of wrap this one up, but you were asking something before.
Yeah, I was just thinking about what you said about the utility of the letter and how sometimes it's almost the way I'm interpreting what you were saying is like the letter is important in certain starts from under strength and love your neighbor as yourself. That encompasses the entirety of the spirit of the law. I'm wondering if the dietary laws can also be all encompassed with just fasting. And I just wanted to take your view on that because Christ was.
Why would fasting do that?
So I'm thinking that the spirit of fasting, it's kind of multifaceted, but one of my understandings of the purpose of fasting is to deny the flesh in a way. It's basically to give you an understanding that whatever your flesh desires doesn't need to be fulfilled. Like it doesn't. You don't need to give in to what your flesh is asking for. And the more you fast, you realize that even when you're eating, that same flesh kind of springs up and tells you, it tries to dictate what you should do, like anger.
So you're saying fasting can teach me to fulfill the love your neighbor as yourself thing? Because is that what you're saying?
No, what I'm saying is that the principle behind the dietary laws, self-denial, and in the New Testament age, fasting, I think those two have the same spirit. Just the self-denial.
Okay.
It's the denial of your desires.
I see what you're saying. I mean, I think systems in general are about that kind of discipline, not only dietary laws. Right? I mean, I don't think it's just about. I don't think the way that the Hebrew Bible lays those out is about desire, although it does talk about it's a ta'ava. There is that word connected to some of these dietary laws. So I don't want to speak too confidently. But fasting is interesting. Fasting is interesting because for Jews at least, fasting isn't about. It's not about the denial of desire. It's about afflicting one's soul. It's about focusing on the spiritual, but not really about the body and the soul are not enemies in Jewish philosophy in the same way that I think they are in Christianity. So to deny your body would be a great thing to do. Fasting is more about getting God's attention.
You said something about afflicting the soul.
Yeah, that's what it says in Leviticus. You should, on the 10th day of the month, you should afflict your soul. And the rabbis say one of the things that means is fasting. That's the part of the Yom Kippur.
Interesting. One thing that I kind of just through fasting, I kind of just realized my body really wants to eat food, but I'm telling it no repeatedly. And I took it as a principle and a lesson that everything that I naturally just want to do, I don't have to give into that. I developed the discipline of, no, it's okay to feel the pain and suffer from not having this desire met. And it just has multiple, applications once you kind of get to that bare bone. But
so what I would say is, it's interesting because, what's interesting to me is that you have attached a ritual to the inner meaning, right? It might not be what the letter is, right? But you have not dispensed with an action, a behavior, a choice that leads you into the understanding of the spirit of the law.
Right. And the New Testament is adamant that, faith without works is dead. So faith is going to have action attached. There's fruit. the spirit. That's why they call it the fruits of the spirit. There's things that manifest in the natural that start from the spirit, the renewed mind, or the born again.
Caleb, I have a question for you. The passage which you said it afflicts your soul or afflict your soul. What's the word for soul in that passage? Is it ruach or is it nefesh? Yeah, right. Okay.
Which probably means like life force. Afflict the very thing that causes you life.
He think he too cool for school. Dunkin' Donuts. Also, like just practicing boundaries, or like with your willpower. That's kind of what I heard.
Like, I think it's good to have practices that are about discipline. About anything. It could be about anything, right? You make your bed every day, brush your teeth every day. Chicago. That stuff, right?
Caleb, are you? Yeah. Quick question. This is off topic. In the Old Testament, what do you think about this? I'm not sure if you've ever heard this before. You probably have. In the Joseph story, the cupbearer and the baker come down to the prison at the same time. The baker dies, and the cupbearer lives. The cupbearer goes back up to Pharaoh, intercedes on Joseph's behalf, which releases Joseph from his chains and raises him up to the right hand of Pharaoh. And he's becomes almost basically Pharaoh to the people. And when I saw it, it's basically the communion, the bread and the wine, the cupbearer and the baker come down, which represents the communion. The flesh dies, which I think died. Scripture says the life is in the blood. It's on Joseph's behalf, off of Joseph, which is like the people that are in chains become born again, who are bought by the blood, and they raise him up to Pharaoh's right hand, and it's like a complete gospel presentation.
So, I think there is a difference between exegesis and homiletics. Exegesis is telling you what the text says. Homiletics is telling me how I can use the text. Right? Homiletics is sermons. So, Harry, what you just said is a great Christian sermon on the Joseph story. I don't think it's what the authors of the text meant. And I don't think it's the exegesis of the text. It's a very good sermon.
It would be an interesting question whether other Christians have previously offered that as a sermon. It's an insight others may have shared before.
Yes, I'm sure it is.
So you would say that was happenstance.
So again, you're in the realm of speaking to a community of readers and believers. And you want to say what the story means. And your story, the end of it, or at least the climax of it, is Jesus stuff, right? So everything has to be, in your paradigm, everything has to point to that. So you've already decided that before reading the Joseph story. I doubt that if you were reading the Joseph story from the front, without having the end already written, that you would understand it to be about some kind of communion, body and blood. And I'm not sure you would get that. get down there somehow, and that's how we get it. We also have to have like a shift. We have to have the shift.
Straighter than you.
Kind of, like,
No, you're
protect
not.
the minority
No, you're not.
To,
Watch this.
Slave.
Watch this. Straighter than you. Watch
At the beginning of that. So,
Watch this.
Watch this. Bible concerned, it's
so straight. Watch this.
right. We can use it in all kinds of other ways, right? We sort of accept that that's the story, but then we do stuff like you just. What are those symbols, right? What is, I often talk about dream interpretation. Not to say that that's what the narrative means, but to say that if you hold this book sacred, you can use it in your life.
You really need to be more careful.
To be a commentary
Potion
on
addiction
your
is no joke.
Please, my boy.
And that's what I think that move is. Blood and the wine and the bread. That's what I think that is. Which I think is a great thing to do.
Accurate, like historical fact. That's what took place.
You did that on purpose.
Is that significant? Does that matter?
Yeah, I'm asking.
So I'm sort of asking that. Like, does it matter if the actual history of it?
Yeah. To me, I'm coming from the perspective. So I'm just wondering, do you believe that it really happened?
I kind of think it was a cop-out. Like, I don't answer that question. I don't think it matters. I really don't think it matters. It's because the way that I relate to the story is not in its historicalness, but in the ways that my people have talked about it and read it and studied it and said, these are human truths we can get out of it. The fact that it did or did not happen doesn't open up possibilities and doesn't close possibilities for me to be able to do that.
Understood. I guess I was just curious of whether or not you believed it really happened or not. Like, I'm just asking. Like, it may not matter to you if it did or didn't. But I was just wondering if.
I guess if you push me on it, if you really push me on it, I think I would say it like this. I don't have any evidence outside of the Bible to kind of justify holding that it did happen. I won't close the possibility that it might have happened as described, but I also think that the reason we preserved it isn't only because it's a history, and probably not primarily because it's a history. But I guess that's just me.
Understood. Okay, last question of the day, and I'm done. If you turned on the news one day and they said that aliens have come and they're on TV and we get to interview them and they're saying, hey, all these like Bible, all these religions, this is all made by us. We tried to get you guys to understand the principle, but you guys missed it entirely. We created you guys. This is how it was done, or whatever. Would that sway your religious belief? Like, would you say, well, I guess this is all, I guess the Bible isn't true? Or is it like, I guess these are the gods?
I guess I would say like this. If the greatest principle is love your neighbor as yourself, right? That's what Rabbi Akiva says. Then if we missed it, we sort of deserve what we got, right? And I think if your religion doesn't lead you to that, whichever one it is,
doesn't like sort of center around that, I would say you're doing it. You're just doing it right. So if the aliens came and said we created you and you totally missed the point, I would say, well, like could we fix it? Could we do it better? Would it change my religious beliefs? I think my religious beliefs and practices lead me to that. And I think lots of other people's religious practice, like I don't think you would have to give it up. You would just have to like find the ways to do it, quote unquote, correctly, the way that the aliens wanted us to understand it. Right? But I think there's great power in.
So you would accept those aliens as your God. That's what I'm hearing.
Yes.
No, I mean it's pretty crazy. It's pretty crazy thing to happen, don't you think?
Crazy, son.
I mean, I don't know. Look, if something that extraordinary happens, I would imagine if something like that happens, something that extraordinary, it would be like undeniable, right?
Is that more extraordinary than God flooding the whole world? Is that more extraordinary than the Exodus? Is that like there's so many extraordinary things that specifically deal with your faith, and you're saying that's the one extraordinary thing?
They completely were changing what they were. I was like, what is the question that they proposed? You know, like what is it? And that happening too. Bob was saying something. He was asking somebody to answer a question. I don't know. It's just too much. It's not worth worrying about. I like to come in here more when we have conversations in this room better because of that.
Yeah, sit in here.
I do a lot of times, but I have to be. When my kids are around, I'm always on mute because I don't want it to disturb you guys because they don't know how to not speak up. Puppy.
Yes, Crimsonite. Crimsonite, want to have a debate? I think Andrew should debate someone. Crimsonite, in your rooms, do you want to organize a debate with Andrew and... Who do you think he should debate?
Maybe Regal.
I think Andrew should debate Megatron.
Hey!
Oh, that would be good, Bart.
Crimsonite, who do you think he should debate? Who do you think Andrew should debate?
Hey, how's it going, everyone? I don't think Andrew is nearly as motivated to debate anyone as he has been in the last few days compared to CM and Abe.
What's going on? Is he okay?
Yeah. Well, CM to tell you guys, he just on the night of Gavin's debate with Piper, Andrew told me that he lost his voice from shouting at Abe and CM. So I've just never seen Andrew as triggered as he had ever in the past 3.5 years that I've seen him on this app. He has been compared to CM and Abe. So I think
with the claims debate, is that what you're talking about?
Yeah. For some reason, he's got a really big stake in that on that issue.
Why do you
think?
think?
It's kind of, well, to be honest, I haven't the slightest idea. But for me personally, it's been a little amusing or entertaining. Not in a bad way, but just kind of sitting. Yeah, just kind of sitting back and watching.
I think it goes to integrity. I mean, it goes to the very heart of like whether you can believe what someone says, and so that really hurts Andrew. I mean, I think he like feels personally hurt.
Yeah, why
as
this
well
particular thing, Emma? Think about it. Why this particular subject? And I've really put time thinking about it.
Welcome to the R Word Show, Wallace, where we record R words. We're an R Word Trash Collection Corporation dedicated to oral harvesting R words.
The house of his faith.
Welcome to the show.
Like, and he feels like that they were saying that, like, everything that he says.
Let's R word up, buddy. Grab your R words, put it around your necklace.
No value.
Let's go.
This is a do or die kind of issue for him. And he takes it really personally because he does care about people here. Like, I see that. I see that he does care about people. And I think he's a decent person at heart. know, and that's the thing for him. I think he thinks a little bit like CM and Abe are being.
I was listening to what's his face talk some shit to Brad. It was so funny. Concrete.
Yeah, I feel like when you're in there talking about how stupid things are, you're like talking to me because I'm in there, so I'm like feeling all self-conscious. Like I said, self-conscious is a bitch.
And then
I'm sitting there listening to you, and I'm like,
get the room to become polarized, right? And then you exploit the polarization, rinse and repeat. It's not complicated of a scheme, but it is very cheap victories. It's very Fox News-ish. It's very feeding red meat to people who are already on the team. It is what it is. Matt made that mistake, I think, in trying to have sophisticated, thoughtful conversations in a room with, mixed company. Now, had it been a room of mature adults and not people suffering from arrested development,
dude, he tries so hard. He sounds good.
And it seems to be like, a high. I don't know if it's like I haven't done demographics, but it's like the women here are definitely suffering from the same pretty much trauma, the same type of outlook, and it's bad. It's not sustainable, right? But me personally, I don't want to exploit their trauma. I don't want to feed into their trauma.
It's great. I feel so.
Congratulations. You know what you might want to do is actually just try to change your profile PTR sometime. Maybe change your name to John Kitover and see what it's like actually being John Kitover as opposed to being accused of being John. I give you permission to use my likeness.
No, I try to convince people I'm not, and they don't believe me. So it really doesn't matter what I do, because I troll them and I use different voices.
And so
they just
it hurt him worse
you.
to have his friends basically tell him that they don't believe anything he says.
No offense. Like I think you mean very well. That's very idealistic. But I know something. They're all doing this because it's cool to fucking shame people, right? Like I think CM is a good mathematician, but he's not a philosopher. And that's all they're interested in is just making fucking fun of him, genuine philosopher, and that's it. That's the way I see it.
Wait, is that you? Or is
do you think
No, it's
they're
Regal.
teaching him anything? Like they're sitting there complaining he doesn't learn anything, but are they teaching him anything?
Who's teaching who?
Dude, that's you. That sounds like
Andrew.
It's over there. The humanitarians and the secular humanists and the Christians over there. Are they teaching anybody anything?
I don't know. I've been trying to listen.
Oh my god.
He kicked me out of his room twice today.
I think they're bringing the question.
You should be more nice. Maybe look
I don't know.
Wow.
I've seen a few people that I can't tell you who they are that have actually talked to me probably.
They're not socially shaming people on the same value set like on Christianity. Like they're obviously motivated by I'm the better philosopher, but I have all my buddies helping me out and throwing commentary in the middle of it, helping me spin the plot device. Like, come on, nobody's helping anybody out in there.
Well, when I'm there, I'm trying to help people, or I'm trying to be helpful.
That's really nice, but I just, that's the modus operandi there. It's just entertainment.
Listen, you can't help a fish climb a tree.
Well, it depends on if the tree's in the water.
Okay, so you're telling me that if you put lipstick on a pig, that's not a pig anymore.
Or a coat on a goat. I don't know. I believe that if you treat people well, if you share with them the truth, for me, that truth is my faith. I believe that can start reciprocality where they move toward that direction. Not necessarily toward the faith, but toward that activity, that level of integrity.
On the basis of your theory, right? You think God is the foundation of like morality, and this is how you arrive at moral facts, right?
Yes.
Do you think that the atheists over there are doing a little bit of like theory of knowledge trespassing, like they're trespassing into our moral domain where they have no basis for it? You ever notice that they're all in there at all times smuggling in some moral imperative, some moral rhetorical plot device? And I mean, I'm asking one of them today, without self-referencing yourself or the collective around you, can you actually tell me where the moral imperative is coming from? For like, it's not the conversation about transsexuals. It's the conversation about like, why do you get to tell me morally what to do and impose it on me? Because your value system it's an illusion. To me, it's a real thing. But they never want to bite the bullet on that. Like all the moral realists that are atheist philosophers at least bite the bullet on that. They try to manipulate it and go around they don't want to answer it. They don't want to deal with it. And then they always try to impose it back on you. I mean, come on. I see why they get offended scientific arguments and like science and evolution and all this wonderful design is evidence and proof of God. Like I can see why atheists would get upset about that. Some sort of epistemic trespassing, right? Theory of knowledge trespassing. Well, they do the same thing all the time and they just don't realize it. And the conversation is never about that. There's never a real comparison. They're all friends and pals. I mean, Andrew tried hitting the nail on the head one night talking about this exact thing, but like, are you applying this to the rest of your pals and your brothers and sisters in there, dude? Like, and then there's also the distinction of like, openly, I think like I don't see an issue with it. That's his prerogative if he wants to do this, but he's openly Christian and then privately something else. He negates God's judgment. He thinks everybody's going to heaven. Heaven's for everybody. Do you believe that, Emma?
No, I don't believe that.
Do you think it's doing a good service to Christianity? He actually privately believes that, represents himself as a Christian, but like has all these atheistic overlaps where it's like, I'm just getting some joy out of like socially shaming people, not because I want to teach people things about God, because it actually feels good to be in a crew with people and socially shame them.
Oh, I don't know for sure. I really enjoy shaming people a lot. It makes me feel so good when I shame others. Just feel so elevated, like so liberated. Oh, I love it.
I don't know, man.
Shaming is like my thing, guys. I like it so much, guys. It's like sometimes I twerk when I have shamed someone so much.
Bring back shaming.
Make shaming great again.
What's going on, Mind Matter?
Not much.
Shaming.
Chilling.
Mind Matter, do you think people should be shamed when they do shameful things? Who decides?
People can do what is good for them.
Yeah, what if that includes shaming others?
Well, what is it good for you?
Yeah,
so good.
It could be.
Okay, if it's good for you and it's gonna bring beneficial hardship easier for you, yeah, why not?
I mean, what if we disagree? What if you don't like it?
Well, that's not my problem because I'm good. My life is 10 out of 10.
It feels so beneficial when I shame Emma right now. Emma, shame me, please.
What if a man wears a thong and it's good? He thinks it's good, but we all want to shame him.
Let him wear the thong. Oh my god, it looks so good in a thong. Guys look so hot in a thong. Yeah, man.
Or maybe that's not a good example.
Don't shame them.
How about if I ask you?
No. Let's use your views about what God is to socially shame you, even though you don't have a foundation for it. That's the greatest thing.
Yeah, so I'd like to shame Amare right now for not believing in the church.
I would shame DM for being a poor philosopher.
Can we shame poor people for being broke?
Yeah.
Shame
Oh my god, that's I'm totally into that.
That's
Okay, Kat, take it back. That was really rude. That was so mean.
It's 2026, guys. What are you doing?
Yeah, we don't shame people for being poor, especially when we're rich.
I'm 100 times the philosopher Regal is, by the way. But it's hard for him to accept that. So it's like, oh, he's just good at math and science, but not philosophy. But if he thinks moral anti-realism means...
Yeah, but does that
moral
sentence...
anti-realism means you don't have morals.
all right. So like, why ought I listen to you, right? Like, what the fuck are you gonna do about it? What would you actually like say that you have a moral reasoning or foundation that I should fucking listen to you, or I can make
Nobody's saying you.
I can go into the Bible and say God gives me the ability to like put your head in a fucking vice and squeeze it till your eyeball's gonna pop out of your head to make you accept God. But you don't have that though. Like, and you on top of that, you don't believe in souls. You don't believe you have a soul, dude.
Yeah, dude.
You're less than a fucking animal.
God, no way, bro. It's not a real person.
You don't have a soul, therefore I don't have to treat you with human
I don't think I know how to
don't have a human soul. You're like a walking fucking NPC, dude.
Wait, that's not
Explain
how
how you're not.
You don't have to get so emotional when you're shaming someone. You can shame them like a cold. Yeah, shaming is like cold. It's like it's served on a platter cold.
Shaming is like, does your religious text have as many pages as I have zeros in my bank account? Because if it doesn't, I don't need to hear it.
ACM, is it morally good to listen to science? Ought we listen to science?
You could if you want to.
Is that something we ought to do, CM?
Science is a flawed system, though.
So, Matt,
you could if you want to.
He's not going to answer it, right?
No, that is the answer. Like, what if you end up like trying to do? What if you shame someone and having a philosophical debate and then trying to fucking like change your opinion?
So he said he's a better philosopher than me, but he doesn't want to have the philosophical debate to change my mind, though. And he's such a great fucking philosopher, though. Change my mind, bitch. Let's see you do it.
No, this idea, like, why should you ought to believe me? Like, don't believe me. Like, not my problem.
All right, great. So don't cross over into my domain, right? Don't do this like, epistemological trespassing into my domain of morality and give me any fucking moral odds on the basis of anything.
What is moral anti-realism?
Why ought there be people killing thousands of fucking babies according to you because they don't want to elect them?
Moral anti-realism. Do you know what that is?
Explain that one. Why should thousands of babies be aborted because CM says so? Where's the moral imperative for that?
I don't think.
Because children are like parasites.
I don't think it's a moral issue, dude. Right, having an abortion.
If a mother's gonna
first month or two.
You can't make this up. He does not want to have the conversation. This is why atheism is fucking stupid.
Not with you.
We have a conversation about it.
We can settle this right now.
Listen,
if a mother is gonna die upon birth, should the child be aborted?
No, let the mother die, according to these guys.
That's horrible.
Better mothers would be like, you know what? I'll take that. I'll take that for my kids. I think there are tons of mothers that raise their children, 3, 4, 10, 20 years out of the fucking womb, all the way up to 30, and they'll say, I'll die for my fucking kid. What's the difference?
What are you living in the Middle Ages or what? What is happening?
I don't know, man. Aren't women supposed to be like super fucking predator protectors of their fucking children? Like last time I remembered, man, humanity had fucking balls, including the women.
Okay, but what if she already has children who are dependent on her?
Way, the women are the first line of defense against anything foreign that fucking comes and like wants to fuck with the babies.
But if the mother dies, her children that are alive now will die too.
Exactly. Also, like, have you not flown in an airplane, Rico, where they first ask you to put on the oxygen mask?
No. I've been on road trips. I'm actually really skeptical to get on a plane.
So maybe you need to get on
You've
the
never
plane.
been on a plane.
I don't believe in planes.
I've been all across the country. I just
It's
haven't
against my
been on a plane.
religion.
You've never been on a plane. Wow.
Planes transport you into alternate dimensions.
Get on a plane and come to Canada, bro.
Is it nice in Canada?
Yeah. It's fucking
It
awesome,
won't be
bro.
very regal. It'll be like a hellish version.
Hey, Zia.
Yeah.
Hey, what's up,
So
Zia?
you get your morals from God, right? Where does God get his
Narges, why do you keep on following?
See, that's like a categorical error. It's a malformed question.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Because God is
But
the
I want to see
foundation
what
of
made your new
what
pocket
morals
so heavy.
are.
So
Okay.
you're a divine command theorist. You believe
No,
in
I'm not a
that?
divine command theorist.
Yes.
No.
If God is just, if God's opinion of what is morally good is what's morally good.
Everything in the Bible. Listen, Zia. Listen to my position carefully, dude. So you don't complete or mix me up here.
All right,
I'm not a divine command theorist. I don't think God's biblically commanding the Mithrilites over here, or whatever the fuck you want to call it, the Amalekites, to go unalive dozens of fucking babies and children and all that stuff. They show up later on in the Old Testament. It's wartime hyperbole, probably written by the authors of the Bible. And then also, I don't know how you're going to smuggle in presentism to say that's wrong in the context of now, and then impose that back then. Yet again, you don't have a foundation or any kind of concept of what morality is or how it's real.
So, like, again, you said this is a malformed question.
Can you
It is a malformed question on the basis of a categorical error. I told you that already.
You need to find a solution to youth proposal if you want to, or else
A solution to what?
Your assumption is that God got his morality from some other God. That's baked into your question. Do you realize that?
No. Well, I'm asking. Yeah. Does God?
That's why it's a categorical error, because God is timeless, dude. He has an infinite past and an infinite future. There is no God before that God that gave him the power.
Does God will something because it's good, or is it good because?
That's why you're a terrible philosopher. No offense. I think you're a smart guy. But I just gave you the explanation, and I told you how this is a malformed question, and you don't understand
God's
yourself.
morality is as subjective as anybody
Dude,
else.
do you concede that this is a malformed question, dude? On the basis of a categorical error and your understanding of how God functions?
This is an ancient question going back to the Greeks and fucking Plato.
Dude, I can't help you, dude. I can't help you. You can't have this conversation with me. You're not educated enough in philosophy to have this discussion with me. No offense.
What would it take?
You understand youth proposal, right? Kryptonite, you understand it?
Yeah, I do see him, but he probably.
Yeah, thank you, Mario. Fucking, all right. Regal, if he just says whatever God wills is what's the good, then he's a divine command theorist. Otherwise, because if he,
I told you blatantly that I'm not, dude. Like, you're not paying attention, dude. Like, don't come over here with Andrew's nonsense, right? Where you pretend your opponent is saying something that they're not, so you can attack that. Make your argument on the basis of that. We don't do that over here, dude.
Where does God get his morality?
Okay,
Are you really retarded?
That's a
Is that the most retarded question ever?
It's a malformed
Because you don't
question.
understand metaphysics. This is the problem with you. Yeah, you never indulge in metaphysics.
Oh my
This
God,
is
no,
why.
please,
Like
this
maybe
is not
if you look
poetry
into, it's not poetry. Metaphysics gives you the answers to all of these dumbass questions. Who created God? Where does God get his morality from?
You're not doing enough philosophy. Like your inability.
You're not doing any philosophy.
Your
analytical with you.
Your ability to not
You guys
engage
are so
metaphysics shows that you're not actually willing to do the work to understand, to develop your actual arguments. Your arguments are not based in anything.
Yes, it's not.
You haven't done your homework. Do you know how stupid you sound to most of us?
You sound so stupid. Fucking studying each metaphysics.
I don't even give a shit about
every different religion.
You just
This is how you sound. You sound so dumb and stupid.
You sound so
You can't even do a comparative religious analysis. You can't even do that because you don't know religion.
Shit about your thoughts on
Regal, can you do your homework on youth proposal 11 and get back to me?
fucking idiot.
Because, like, clearly, like, you don't.
It's just like he's learned 5 words about philosophy from Andrew's room, and he just
so
keeps repeating it
stupid.
over and over and
It's
over
so
again.
dumb.
No
It's
fucking
even
sense. Go fucking play with your
We
wife.
can at least know where the origin of the myth and legend comes from, even if you want to refute math.
Go back to math. Go back to math. Nobody cares.
Everything is not analytical philosophy is dead, bro. It's the age of metaphysics.
I'm so much better than you at math. So much better than you at math. We're not talking about math. We're talking about philosophy.
You can't freaking formulate a philosophical argument. Okay.
Oh my God, you don't study
philosophy without looking. Pause the monarchical.
Oh my
God.
And occasionally between poems, artists can make a
poems. Poems.
No, my God. You have half a brain. Your inability to read philosophy and metaphysics means
I've read more philosophy than you.
You haven't. You have not. You wouldn't react the way you do if you had read philosophy.
Yeah, I can call out what's fucking just bullshit. Philosophers doing philosophy for fucking because they want a job.
You couldn't even construct a proper sentence right now. What are you talking about?
Alright, can I please talk to Regal?
No, you can't. Sorry, no.
Can you
No.
Okay,
sorry.
pause the Plotinus is Neoplatonism. No. Pause the Plotinus is model for Neoplatonism. Do it right now.
Go.
Without obviously you don't use ChatGPT.
Neoplatonism
But you don't even know what it is because you don't even know what it is.
Neoplatonism
You don't know what the source is. You don't know what monad is. You don't know what the first intellect is. The universal soul, that which follows it. You don't study it. You don't know how many different permutations and combinations are to Neoplatonism. You haven't spent any time in
none whatsoever.
Attributes of the qualities of the characteristics of the fucking.
You can't even finish the sentence. You don't know what
you
you're
can't
talking
formulate.
about.
You know how
what are the
many
essences
different
of the
models of
qualities?
Neoplatonism exist?
What are the essences of the qualities of the?
Essences of the qualities.
characteristics.
What is essence? What is essence?
Just insert more synonyms here.
What is it? What is an essence of something? What is it? What's the difference between essence and existence?
Come on, I know this didn't fly over your head.
How many different variations there to essence and existence? It's so many different philosophies. Positive theism, but you don't want to study it.
It's all nonsense. Yeah.
Yeah. See, guys, this is what I mean. You call this an open-minded truth seeker? No, it's not. You can call it gibberish as much as you want.
Gibberish.
You have not invested time.
Again,
studying
so
philosophy.
you can name all the essences of the qualities, of the attributes, of the characteristics, of the
essences. Really? He said concepts. Break down Plato's.
Answer the fucking question.
Break down Plato's Republic for me. At least, give me a model.
Bro, he talks about a million things. I'm not.
See this?
You can't even come up with a fake answer.
Anyways, Nuggets, tell me more. Come on. Teach me about the characteristics, the qualities,
She has
the properties, of the attributes.
I've spent years studying it, and so can you. Instead of freaking pointing a finger at someone, at least know their position before you refute them.
You don't even know what you're refuting, Sam. You sound like an idiot.
God, you guys are fucking nerds.
No.
Especially you, Zabu.
Why? What the fuck did I do?
You should have like a button where you have to write down what you're gonna say before you say it and submit it for review.
So what's your argument, CM? Is your argument that there is no God of the Bible because there's a greater God of the Bible? That's the God of the Bible. It's morals. Is that what you're trying to do? Or are you trying to disprove God? Which one is it?
It's all over the place. I'm talking about morality.
That's what you were talking about with me a minute ago, dude. You don't remember? Exactly. This malformed question.
How is this a malformed question?
Because I'm trying to engage with the dude, even though it's on the basis of a categorical error. So you're saying, what are you trying to do here? The categorical error is that if God is timeless, infinite future, and infinite past, there ain't a God before him that gave him his morals. That's the point.
I know. I'm talking about what is the nature of morality. Of God's morals.
Well,
again, because otherwise, I don't even think you're positing.
You don't remember the question that you asked me, and I'm trying to explain to you why it's a categorical error.
It's not
okay. What's a categorical error?
Why are you explain to this guy, please? They just think I'm
So we're talking about God with an infinite past and an infinite future.
Bro, if I was not kicked off, we got fucked out, bro.
Why?
Just so annoying and your screeching voice, and not saying nothing and just uttering pure fucking
non-secular.
You're not even
meta
answering
garbage.
any question.
I'm the only one asking actual questions. Regal's, they're flying past Regal's head. It's a.
How did Thomas Aquinas posit morality?
And then Nargis.
You can look it up if you want to talk.
See, I
just tell me how did Thomas Aquinas posit morality?
Guys.
Because there are 100 different variations of morality even within theism. See, this is what I'm saying. Like when you're refuting a theist, know what he believes in, or know how he's formed his syllogism.
I want to get him to understand how either God's morality is like inherent to him. What he says is what's good. Therefore, you're a divine command theorist. Or things are good because God realizes they're good, and therefore they're external to him. He notices what's good, and then just agrees with it.
Bro,
none of these things are original, he defines what's good. But if he defines what's good, he can define murder to be good, and that would be good under divine command.
And you're not paying attention when I say that he is the basis of what goodness is.
I'm just saying he's timeless.
That's not. You're not saying the same thing. And no, Catholics are not divine command theorists, and it's like full capacity on the understanding of how Protestants use it. So, like, I don't know if you're making the distinction here or not, Steve.
Worldview analysis.
What's divine command theory?
He's doing a worldview analysis, and he's only leaving you the two options.
What worldview analysis? I'm talking about.
Your worldview, there's atheists.
It has nothing to do with fucking atheism. That's so stupid.
Well, then why the fuck are you?
Nothing.
Absolutely. Yo, why does nigga talk so much?
Comparing it to me, bro. Are you comparing your morality?
Yo, why does
this doesn't matter, bro? Like,
why do you talk so
much?
You can't make this shit up. I said this from the very beginning.
Alright, bro.
Every fucking
Yo, Sam, why do you talk so much? I swear to God, like, why do you talk so much? Nigga, shut up. Nigga, you need to shut up, because I'll dead ass spit in your throat.
Nigga, you need to take the dick out of your throat.
Yeah, I know who the fuck you talking to.
You're weak, Sam. You're also a poor excuse for that.
Listen, I'm not Andrew. I'm not none of those little goofs that you argue with. I would real life slap the fuck out of you.
How you doing? Think I'm scared of a fucking fruit?
Nigga, I hear it in your voice. I hear the terror in your voice. Who you lying to? The fuck?
Yeah, dude, I'm scared.
Shut up.
Scared of a fag.
Nigga, like...
Yeah, inappropriate.
Take a dick out your throat.
Alright. Let's all like kiss and hug and
take my dick out your throat, bro.
Dude, see, I'm
not. Nigga, Mac, because like, you're not on my level. You're not on my level. You can't see me. You can never see me.
You're dumber than Apple, bro.
Alright, yeah, I gotta do this
I'll
again.
spit in your eye, bitch.
Clearly, you lack any morals.
You're like Regal. You think moral anti-realism means you don't have morals.
That's not at all what I say.
Great philosopher.
Well, what's that moral? Who said moral anti-realism means you are immoral? Who said that?
That's what Regal thinks.
Regal does not think that. He's saying positive moral morality is better than say like divine nature, for example, right?
Tell me the difference between
in theism.
Marcus, please, we don't need poetry hour right now.
It's not poetry, idiot. There's divine nature, there's natural law, there's moral theism, there's DCT. There's so many ways of positive morality for theism.
Marcus, please.
Yeah, no.
Oh, you don't understand philosophy. That's why you say please.
I can call it poetry.
What's wrong with you?
He's on his knees begging for mercy because he can't handle this.
Look at Regal is going crazy googling.
Like this is why the other atheists in the room don't like you, because you say the quiet part out loud that they don't want to say, and it embarrasses them.
Oh my god, it's just more meta.
That's why they get mad at you, dude. You give away all their secrets and techniques, dude. It's so funny.
Can you answer a question?
Like, they don't realize that they don't have a moral grounding to talk about any kind of moral imperative.
Immoral anti-realism, you don't need a fucking grounding. Morality is subjective. Oh my god, bro.
Based on what?
The fact that you can't explain it.
What is the metric the subject? What is the metric that the subject is setting off the morality on?
That they don't want to say out loud, and they get so
Because
embarrassed.
they don't want to say the metric. What is the metric on which moral subjectivity is set on? What is the metric that he uses?
In the 60s. Regal's like 65.
DM, what is the morality? What is the metric for morality? That a moral anti-feminist, that's their morality.
Listen to you. A metric for morality.
What is that metric?
Depends
what are you
on
grounding it in? Where is it coming from?
Where do you think it's coming from if you're a moral anti-realist?
It's based on me. It's based on subjective things.
It's
based on what I want. So if I want God to tell us all what to do, CM, then how is it wrong if that's what I want?
Nobody's saying it's wrong.
If it's all subjective, then it's what I want. That's what it needs to be.
What is wrong if it's all subjective?
Immoral.
What is the metric?
My morality is basically
what is the grounding?
Me. That's the basis of it. That's what he's saying. It's me.
Oh my God, you guys are fucking brain
dead. Yeah, okay. Even if it's you,
you guys are brain dead. Marcus, you're fucking annoying.
CM, what is the metric you're setting the eye on?
You ran away. Fucking idiot.
Yeah, every single time. Putting down the theist without once looking into what theism is or how morality is derived in theism.
Absolutely nothing. I don't understand how he's gotten away with having these conversations for so long.
Oh, this is so stupid.
They have a fascination with stupidity. You know, like that's what they like to do. They like to argue with white belts. They don't like to play by the rules when you actually get somebody that understands a little bit about philosophy. Wants to do the ontology, the teleology, epistemic conversation, that kind of stuff.
Nothing. You know how much time a theist has spent, like a true truth-seeking theist, in like investigating the truth, which they brush and whisk off. Not all atheists. People like CM. I mean, this is so stupid. This is meh. This is freaking. What the heck is your grounding? What are you grounding your freaking claim in?
Yeah, but you notice that the rest of them do the same thing. They just don't want to say the quiet part out loud. That's why they get embarrassed by that.
No, they at least some of them are honest enough to say it's intuitive. Like most humans would agree, this is immoral to murder.
What is intuitive? Because you just circle that right back to like subjectivity right there.
Yeah, baby.
Here's the circle right there. So it's gonna go from intuition to this is subjective. This is my lived experience. Back to it's gonna cycle.
You can use the argument for intersubjectivity, right? Many subjects give consensus that such and such a thing is wrong because it doesn't feel good. At least he can say that. He doesn't say that either. Like if something as lame as that.
Yeah, but if there is no God, then there are no real moral facts. Then he's correct, right? And if he's correct, then there's no real moral facts.
Okay,
I hate to say this, but like calling somebody the N-word or calling anybody anything is not a real moral fact. There is no fact of the matter that you ought not do it. If there was basis on the moral facts being real and instantiated in a way.
Like at least like Abe uses the principle of harm, right, which also backfires on him when it comes to things like necrophilia and freaking rape and stuff like that, or incest. Like, you know, if it doesn't harm someone, even if it's incestuous, why is it wrong? It doesn't harm the dead body. Okay, so necrophilia should be okay, right? So this is the backfiring that one gets.
But no normal person is going to say, oh, you know, that's a great thing to do. Because it's abnormal. It's abnormal behavior first and foremost. So like you're actually
okay, by the way, so necrophilia.
You're doing psychological harm to yourself by doing that to a dead body. Like whether he wants to grant that or not, that's just simply the case.
Yeah, that could be. But he did grant it though. He said, yeah, I have no problem with it.
That's amazing.
I mean, at least he stayed consistent with his principle of harm.
So like, what's up with the whole marital rape fucking thing that like? If this guy wants to bring up, then they go nuts about it. What the fuck?
It's just, I don't know, man.
So they're okay with that, but like if you're...
Are you talking about Andrew's view?
Yeah, because like they'll sit there and go nuts and get all like crazy fucking like moral about it all of a sudden, like as what?
You know there are like atheists who are objective moralists, right? Like they will take the morals from say like a cultural paradigm of the religious, right? They'll say, the religious are right on their moralities.
stance, right?
You have
Say,
to
like the
like,
Ten
hold me
Commandments.
accountable to my worldview, one that you don't even believe in, to instantiate yours. But I mean, at least if you point that out to them, and if you have to kind of like do it more than once, then it's like, oh, you know, they kind of bite the bullet on that if you're dealing with an honest interlocutor. And that's kind of like the ridiculousness. Like, not all atheists, but like some people just, that's what they do. They just don't want to concede at all. There's some sort of
moral, right? He would say, like, I take the Ten Commandments because, like, I'm culturally, for example, Christian, and I find this particular part of, like, the Abrahamics, like, appealing, right? I don't have to take the whole religion. But this moral quality for the Ten Commandments, the qualia that it presents, right, and the practice of it seems right. It's objective, for example, and therefore he believes in some kind of atheistic, like, objective morality, right? But he won't like grant that to God or anything.
Yeah, but it's gonna narrow down to might makes right, because who enforces that? Because on the surface it may seem like that. But it's like, now you're going to have to go to, like, might makes right. Because who's going to enforce the Ten Commandments and impose that on you?
Dude, they can
just use natural law. Here's the cognitive dissonance in it. Because do it feels good, man. It's all subjective. I'll just appeal to your doctrine, man. You know, but that's not what that is.
He could just posit, like, a natural law argument. Like, in nature, for example, such and such a thing does not result in the well-being of the society, right? Or he can make an egoistic, or he can make an argument from egotism.
Okay,
like,
great. I'm not arguing against your argument. There's no point in this. There's no point in this. The point I'm trying to make is that regardless of the facts, right? Regardless of what you're saying, there's epistemic. So why should I listen to them? And that's the thing that I'm trying to argue with them against. And when you point that out to them, they don't concede to it. I mean, I get it. Like, that's why
I hate the argument.
I don't like it because you're trying to appeal to the descriptors of reality, right? And you can't special plead at that point this by naturalistic means, right? So that's why. So I understand what they're pissed off about when we're doing epistemic trespassing into this domain, right? And they get mad about that. This is what I prefer, and I mean that's great, that's cool, and you can appeal to other people morally around you. And most of the world, last time I checked, outnumber atheists and agnostics as a whole. You know, so you're ultimately still appealing to the collective that believe in God. Just to talk about something else. That's kind of like, this is what I predicted before. Like, and this is the thing that I'm criticizing, whatever the fuck they do over there, right? And there's always the moral imperative conversation going on over there. And I'm like, well, how the fuck do these retards smuggle in? You know, not that I'm not insulting it. It's the reduction, I guess.
To be fair to them, he can ever posit that morality is an illusion, right? Like, although like he might take a moral anti-realist stance, I have never heard any of them say that morality is an illusion. He would say that objective morality is not necessarily from God, because God needs to demonstrate morality, and then he'll go to particular gods like God of the Bible, God of the Quran, etc., etc.
Point remains,
and then he goes to Euthyphro's dilemma. That is not a dilemma for a theist, bro. Euthyphro's dilemma is not a dilemma for a theist. Like, when are they ever going to learn this?
I don't think Agrippa's trilemma is a dilemma for the theist neither, because I mean, doesn't that Van Til shit call for like some sort of epistemic grounding that it's actually avoiding all three of the fucking horns on the Agrippa trilemma? When you're basically giving a foundation and a justified true belief for the existence of God, but they don't acknowledge that, and then they actually end up falling arbitrarily. So that would be an arbitrary accident, right? Oh, it's just subjective. There's qualia. There's intuitions I have about the environment around my lived experiences. It's an arbitrary personal axiom.
I like the atheist argument for like utilitarianism. I think that's really good. Like, everything has its utility. If it doesn't, then it's immoral. That kind of a thing.
That's kind of like the whole necrophilia thing that he's talking about there. Like, he's trying to make the utilitarian argument, but he's not fighting the
I know.
On the basis of like, it's not physical harm, well, mental harm to yourself in a way.
I mean, if he's a physicalist, he can probably posit like disease and things like that.
Like, I don't know.
Well, what about the factor of like human dignity?
Oh, okay. How does that like?
You can defile a corpse like that and be perfectly fine with it. There's no expression. There's no love. Like, why not be sick in the head and just get a rumble in what feels good right now without actually thinking about the consequences you're going to reoccur later on? And that's just one of them right there. You know, you mess around with a dead body, you're not really thinking about the consequences later on.
Rumbling of the self, like.
Yeah.
Why?
Because you're doing something hard. Like, for an example, what's on the menu today? Like, I like this. I like them titties over there. I like that fucking over there. I like that fucking.
So what's wrong with that? And that's what's
because you're not acknowledging that there's a whole person attached to it there.
Yeah, but what if the other
not only are you demeaning the person that you're looking at, you're also demeaning yourself.
What if it's consensual? Like, both sides are looking at each other simply as pieces of flesh, hot ass flesh.
Yeah, I still think there are consequences to that. I mean, I actually do look at like some people that have those weird furry relationships. Not to say, like, I'm not talking down on it. I mean, like, whatever you do in the privacy of your own home is your business. I'm not being overly judgmental when it comes to that, but like, if you're doing that to each other and you're consenting to it, you're also consenting to abnormal behavior. That's like somebody encouraging like depression or this or that. Like, just because like some things can feel good to you doesn't mean that they're inherently actually good for you in the long term. Like, being curious with somebody and exploring like certain boundaries and stuff intimately is like one thing, but like there's always that security or that baseline of treating the other person with human dignity. When you have like one person like abusing the shit out of another one, and they're both completely fine with that and consensual, I think that's both of them not only harming themselves, it's also harming the other person.
What if both parties are not interested in peer bonding? Right? Two normal people who are just engaging in pleasure for the sake of pleasure itself, right?
Well, that's the end result and conclusion of it. Like, what if people like actually work into that? I mean, if people were acting into that like a well above and beyond average, and we were all doing it to each other, that would be catastrophic for society.
May I know why?
Well, what if it just feels good, man, to go and get an abortion? What if it just feels good, man, to be completely like to have no consequences in life? What if it feels good, man? You know what I mean?
What is the consequence of feeling good?
What's that?
What did you say that the consequence for like hedonistic actions is to feel good? Would that be the entailment?
Yeah, but the hidden premise here is that even though you do feel good, you're incurring some sort of consequence and balance to that without actually realizing it. The whole do what feels good man thing, and you really don't need much of an excuse or a descriptor behind it or anything. You're just doing it because it feels good.
I'm still not seeing the problem with that.
There's no description behind that. What makes doing what feels good, man, actually good? That's the problem.
Why are descriptors like?
There is no description. It's just do what feels good.
Yeah, why are descriptors like?
It's my preferences.
What is the problem? What's wrong with that?
My preferences can be anything at any time, even though they contradict each other.
And is that a problem? I'm not seeing the problem in what you're positing, actually.
It's incoherent.
Are you saying that people cannot have like opposing feelings, which motivate their actions?
That's cognitive dissonance. That's thought, views, and facts inconsistent with its view and value.
How do you think actors on stage act like a multi-millionaire, billionaire is whatever has to play the role of like I don't know, a poor peasant, for example. So in doing so, is he like wronging himself or indulging in like an incoherent act? Like, what's wrong with that?
Well, that's different. You know, you're trying to reapproach somebody like a layman, and you're trying to find if that's the modus operandi. I don't want to add to the hypothetical, but what you're actually looking is for like maybe some sort of a healthy relationship that's not based on a transactional friendship like money. So you're trying to like if somebody did that, you would say that there's more meaning and intention behind that than doing what feels good, man. Because you could take the millions of dollars and just do what feels good, man.
Then you know nothing about the life of an artist, Rigo. The desire to want like opposing states of mind, extremely,
but how are you
experiencing like different things, right?
But
That
we're
doesn't make a
talking about
person incoherent. Just makes a person
No, we're
be
talking about
gluttonous for
hedonism.
experiences, right? Yeah, hedonism. What is hedonism other than gluttony? Hedonism is just not just material; it's also like gluttony for experiences. What's the problem with it?
Yeah, there's a difference between studying the thing and actually doing the thing and calling it a moral justified thing. So if you're using like some sort of medium to like self-express what hedonism is and pleasure chasing is, right? And you're using all these bright tones and colors and stuff like that. Are you going to ignore the black and white part in the background where there are consequences like hurting this person that they're like completely unaware of? So, I mean, there's a difference between like living in it and expressing it through that means or actually understanding it without having to live through it and express it in that means. You can still arrive at the same avenue of expressionism with paint or whatever the case may be without actually directly having to be involved in said hedonism. Let's just say.
But I can make the argument that even if I grant you what you're saying, like the consequence like allows for soul building, for example. Which is a morally good thing.
Hold on a minute. That's still a greater good. That's still a real moral fact that goes outside of yourself. That's not just based on hedonism and do what feels good, man. Because now you're dealing with what the good is. That's what I would argue what the foundation of the good is God. And that's what we're talking about ultimately when we talk about real moral facts. So now it's just leading you back into the subjective area that, like, for the atheist is just going to have to deny to maintain their atheism. Or they could just simply say, I don't know, I'm kind of agnostic to God. Maybe I should take moral, justified, true belief facts, a little more seriously and not epistemically trespass into a religious person's domain because they just don't have the epistemic grounding for that. They don't have a justified true belief when it comes to moral facts. And that's the problem with doing what feels good, man, because it feels good, because it's my preferences.
Sadly for you, Regal, I have lived a life drenched in hedonism.
That's okay. But like I said, it leads back to a greater good. You believe in God. You believe that God is the foundation of like what goodness is. You can see that kind of a beautiful thing in the world. I mean, but this is the kind of thing that they don't want to take seriously. Or like metaphysics, what do we need to do with that? We don't need to understand God. God's not even real. But then, somehow like the moral imperative gets snuck in. Like I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about people that are like overly reductive and they just want to epistemically sneak into somebody else's backyard and kind of be like, oh shit, I can make claims here that I can't instantiate. That's kind of like what I'm trying to say there, like when you agree with me, the argument from design is a poor argument. Backyard epistemic.
Yeah, I find that a poor argument.
Right. So all I'm doing is accusing them of the same thing. They're coming into my backyard now and epistemically trespassing.
He's just not calling it soul building. Regal, relax. He's not calling it soul building. He's calling it self growth. That's the only difference between like how an atheist and a theist would approach like morality than or so-called immoral acts, like say for example hedonism, which I'm not satisfied with your explanation. But if I grant you that, I would say that that fall or the consequence that an atheist goes through allows for him to self-reflect and then go through self-growth.
But
he does not have to. 1 second. He does not need to assign that to a particular god or particular scripture that demands that from him, right? So
that's the thing that we just agreed on, that we glossed over. And it's the part of the conversation when you talk about how it builds the soul, right? So we're still talking about this objective thing that's greater than hedonism, that you can have discipline on and overcome, and then treat people with dignity, they treat you with dignity, that kind of thing, based in some, altruistic, loving, moral fact rooted in God. Because there's still that. There's still the greater good, right? And, I would agree with that. But then that's not my issue, though. That's not my problem. They're still stuck at, what is the greater good? Do they cycle back into the hedonism, and then there is no greater good? It's just me and my...
You can just follow natural law. That which allows productivity, that which allows, more existence, right?
Well, we're talking about the individual.
Does not allow, the decrease of potential, that which works with the goal of actualizing human potential. None of these require a God model in it. Right.
But you can't then therefore say moral facts are real. And that's the problem that they have. And that's the stress point. Once they see the greater good, there's some real moral fact, they refuse to kind of explore where that's going.
Yeah, they will not grant to greater good because they want to be stuck perhaps with the individual, right? So if they zoom out, and perhaps there are atheists who'd live not for the sake of the collective, but with enough insight to see that this such and such of an act might harm the collective, right? So in doing so, he knows that he, being part of that collective, should not be doing that act because he's collective is in a state of good. When I act good as an individual, it will result in good, or whatever you want to call the greater good.
Yeah.
But he's still have issues, I think, with the problem of ritual suffering and things like that, which the theist sort of irons out with. Because God is all good, eventually everything will be good. This is something he's not going to grant you.
It's okay for them to say that's ridiculous and that's silly and it's a magic sky daddy. But then say what it is then. If it's not that, then what is it? Well, I don't know. But at least you have an explanation, though. You have some sort of coherent argument. This person has a non-argument, right? They have an I don't know. So why don't they just say I'm agnostic? When you reduce it that way. So be fair here. Let's play in the sandbox,
There aren't many positive atheists out there, Regal. If you ask me, perhaps you see more on Clubhouse, but in the real world, you'll find more agnostics. This is anecdotal.
Also not Matt Dillahunty, but maybe Christopher Hitchens or even Richard Dawkins. The way they get represented by atheists is fucking piss poor, dude. These guys sound really smart and humble. They're not really they know what's going on here. I mean, do you watch debates on the regular? Do you know who Richard Carrier is, man? I can't wait until you find out who the mythicists are, man. That'll be a fun one.
Nargis, do you watch these stupid debates that people
watch? And not even one of them. I don't even know who these names are.
Yeah, it's so
but I do watch the only debate I have watched, debates I've watched have been those that involve Khalil Amdani.
Oh yeah,
because
this
we worked with him on one of his debates. That's why.
The debate world is its own church. It's so crazy how dedicated people are to that. And since these people are actually anybody,
To be honest, I don't sometimes I like Sam Shimon and sometimes I don't. I don't like David Wood. I barely like God Logic. I don't really like them dudes, and I don't know, man. Not really into their stuff.
I debated God Logic for 3 hours on the Islamic Dilemma. His style is so semantic. And I do does each debater have his own style? Can you recognize the pattern?
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't want to sit there and spend all this time on semantics, which I mean, I do like semantics. Don't get me wrong; it's good for understanding what we're talking about here. That can get you to a conclusion, but we got to agree on terms of how we're referring to things in its proper context. I don't have an issue with that.
I think the semantic argument is that of a cheap debater. He picks on 2 or 3 words and he insists on those words only, and will not just push the argument forward. So his entire argument will be 2 or 3 words you've used, and then he works around that. So I don't think it's productive.
Well, when you're talking about the Quran and the Bible, I think semantics are very important because there are different narratives and things going on between the 2 books. Claims evidence. What's up, Sabu?
How did you get into all this debate stuff?
You want to know something? You just sit around and kind of pick it up. And
how did you stumble upon it? Were you just on YouTube and you found it? How did you do it?
I don't know. I've been debating on the internet for a while. It's kind of mostly the extreme lefty stuff that's way too much. And then as far as religion, I used to hear a lot of Protestants just poorly represent Christianity, so that kind of shit gets aggravating after a while.
So in your head, your religion is the right religion and everybody else is wrong?
Not exactly. I don't think everybody's wrong. I think God puts everybody where they're supposed to be. Everybody has their own cross, their own burden to carry in life. How you get introduced to God, I think there's some sort of divine providence to that.
Do Sabu and I go to heaven, although we don't believe in Christ as God?
If you guys have these extremes where you're thinking on righteous stuff and meditating on that, and you know what the good is, and you know what you should not be doing, and you live according to that, God's going to judge you according to that. Do what you're supposed to be doing. Don't break your code, your personal code. I guess if you're not a Christian, if you have a hard time getting there, or if you don't believe in it, or if you're not educated, I'm not saying that nobody's educated, but I'm trying to say you have to kind of educate it and want to kind of explore the Catholic world. There's over 2,000 years of history. I am not a fucking Christian encyclopedia, dude. I know a lot of shit, but I couldn't learn enough. And it's just, there's this richness and culture and traditions that I think a lot of Protestants miss out on when it comes to that. I think that's sad, but that's okay.
Okay. And so what does it mean to you then to debate? Is it correcting perception? Is it helping you clarify? Do you feel debate itself back to faith? What is...
I actually like debating the atheists the most on here.
Because you think they're wrong.
Because they're absolutely fucking wrong. And they say the most ridiculous, charged up things. So it's examine that for a little bit.
You're asking you not to come up.
Imagine you're talking to a person, right, that doesn't believe that they have a soul. They don't believe they have a soul. Right? And on my view,
if
you're a soulless person, do you deserve to get treated with human dignity? Meaning, let's say for an example, we're voting in an election, and you're telling me you just don't want my Christian views because they give you the ick. You don't want my Christian views influencing this election.
because that's the basis we're going to vote on. Well, why is that wrong? Because you're going to use your atheist values to vote on what I don't want. So why should I listen to you? And on top of it, you don't have a moral basis of grounding for even why you're doing it to begin with, because it's do what feels good. And it's my preferences. So I think it's, it's a little funny when you're debating the atheists and we don't want to say the quiet parts out loud, or the metaphysics that they're getting into without even really thinking about it.
But doesn't it matter?
What's the price of lights after this one?
So you think that like debating that the potential to understand that they have
It's the cheapest in the world.
Possibly.
and you see this as like
Sometimes like I ask the proper question, right? Because like I think these people are well-meaning at times, and it's like some of these people love fucking animals, right? And do you think animals have souls? And that, do you love that animal? And like these people that fucking love animals, dude, like then they get that weird feeling in their gut, like there's something fucking wrong. Like, wait, maybe this ain't right, but they don't want to fucking admit it though. You know what I mean? Well, what is love? Is love a real thing? Is there a source of it? I thought it was just a couple of chemicals going on in your brain, and then going to boom. And it's just this weird chemical thing that happens in your head. It's not real. They don't like that. That's what their worldview overly reduces to if we're talking about like materialism. And I think they're smart enough to kind of do away with the militant atheist, like, angry Reddit atheist nonsense and rhetoric, and just, bite the bullet and maybe concede a little bit and be like, I'm really agnostic to this. Maybe there's something to it.
So are there such a thing as jihadist atheists?
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
But there's also, I would say, what's the difference between somebody like Regal and a Dabo bro? Doesn't feel that different to me.
Same difference, you mean?
Yeah, same thing. And so, to me, it'd be different if it was like, oh, I see this atheist and I'm curious about their life and how do they understand their morals. Maybe I can teach them something and it's more like curious and friendly. But I feel like the way you go about it and the way these Dauber goes about it is like they go in it for the kill. And I don't think that is like at all.
It depends on who I'm talking to. Like, you're probably right about that, but that's because most of the time I'm running into a person that's a poor interlocutor. They really don't want to play fair. They want to play dirty. So I'm going to play dirty with you. Why the fuck am I like? Again,
you didn't realize that an atheist is rejecting the God of religion, right? He's mostly rejecting the God of books, the God of organized religion, the God of dogma.
The religion that has caused a lot of violence.
Yeah, exactly. So he has his own reasons. But this is the God the atheist is most of the time rejecting. Sometimes, you know what? I don't blame him. Because also the theist doesn't lay grounds for freak irrationality. Doesn't lay grounds for
like where he walked at and what it led to. Like she shows you like the pathway and then the kind of the blueprint of the hotel. And I didn't know that. I thought it was очень высокий. Хотя сейчас вот у меня страховка в последнем году, она упала. То есть у меня в прошлом году был какой-то ужас. Вот. Сейчас я перестраховался. То есть что-то они там...
I think that's a great thing. I think it's a great thing that Israel is emerging as an alternative defense supplier for Europe, as a center of excellence, really, for military stuff in Europe, training European militaries and things like that. That's good because ultimately we want some redundancy and some resiliency. Because, America is not always going to be... America cannot be a single point of failure in this maritime order.
What you talking about, Willis?
So that's not good for the long-term stability of that. And what we do see also is that basically all of those countries are allies when we push them to figure something out. They don't say, well, we don't want the maritime order anymore. They actually say, yeah, we like the maritime order and we're going to find some way to continue it, even if America is not always going to support it. And that's actually a good test in a way. So I think we want all those allies to the degree that we can get them. We maybe have to pressure some more than others, but I don't think we can get rid of any of them.
Or we just give them stuff. You're right. We don't have to manipulate them. We just give them stuff and manipulate them.
I don't think you can give them stuff. You need them to give stuff. That's the thing that some of them need to do.
Or we take their stuff and make good stuff.
And some of them are finding a way to give. Okay, Germany has started to up its requirements, its goals for its military. Okay, Israel is doing a tremendous amount in terms of arming and trading NATO nations. Okay, offering them technology. I'm sure Israel has done a lot to support the improved defensive situation in the Gulf over the last 5 years with interceptors and stuff like that. Those are all good things that we need them to do that. And Japan is going to start dealing arms to the world again. And they were a big arms supplier at one time.
Rafi, can I reclaim my time after he's done?
Shut up, dude. Is that Kawasaki?
There's a queue, bro.
Jason, is that Kawasaki?
No, it's Howa, Mitsubishi Heavy Industries, and so on. And Japan is doing military exercises in NATO countries with NATO countries. Okay, so Japan is going to be a big part of the security story for the world.
What a good.
And I don't think they want to do that empire thing again. It didn't work very well. I think
I always have to look at my phone to make sure that I'm muted when I'm about to scream, Jason, shut the fuck up.
No, leave Jason alone. They're going to do a What Better Jason with America involved, and we're going to do it humanely. We're going to be humane warriors. It's going to be
who's next, man? Okay, so we're going to our next.
Okay, hold on. Rafi,
Rich, you need to shut the fuck up.
One second. Rafi, hold on 1 second. So, the one mic thing applies to everybody. Rich, at this point, you're at your quota of nonsense. Come on, don't be a dick. Everybody else is cooperating. If he's being too long-winded and the moderators want to shut him the fuck up, I am capable, Rafi is capable, Father is capable. If you think someone's talking too long, there's a nifty button in the top right of your screen that says leave quietly. You're always welcome to do.
But let's move to our rush.
Yes, thank you.
It's finally your turn. Mountain, we're almost beside you. You're next.
Yeah, well, I thought I was next. All right. All right. So, in my point of view, Europe is already gone because, first of all, they have imported too many Muslims. The birth rate of the Europeans is 0 and going to minus. I mean, either they're just living their single lives, or even if they're together, they don't marry. They don't have children, and if they marry and they have children, it's just 1 or maximum 2. The Muslim immigrants, they come in with 2-3 children, sometimes 2 wives. They just produce up to 6, 7, 8 children, and there are also 3rd, 4th, and 5th generation of, for example, in Germany, Turks, and in the next 20 or 30 years, over 90% of the majority of the population are going to be Muslims. It doesn't matter if equipments or not, they're gone already. Because from the Muslims' point of view, the Jews, the Christians, they must convert to Islam or they must die. Or they must pay jizya, which means taxing the non-believers that they don't believe in Allah. So forget Europe, it's already gone. I mean, the
already the only sovereign country is Poland, maybe Switzerland, but I mean they don't play a role because the population is not that much to be able to stand against these Muslims, and also the Russians that are trying to conquer Europe from the other side, and so someday they're gonna meet up with Muslims in the middle, and they're gonna fight too. So Europe is already gone. I think the best bet here is to invest money and time on countries like Iran, like United Arab Emirates, and Iran has shown in the past to be a very reliable ally. It was Jimmy Carter, that piece of shit, who backstabbed the Shah of Iran and helped Khomeini and these radical Islamists to come about.
Yeah, now you're speaking about Iran, right? Like right now we're speaking because right now we had an audio. No, but Russia speaking what it was before. We don't know.
No, I was talking 5-6 minutes. It was only 30 seconds. You didn't hear the 5 minutes and 30 seconds?
I heard everything.
Yeah, the majority of my speech was about Europe.
No, I understand. Europe, I agree with you. Let's start making already peace alliances in the Middle East, because this is going to be the new Europe is going to go east. I understand.
No wars. The new Middle East is going to be free.
Yes. Okay. Let's say they're getting rid of all their shit and they're sending to Europe, and they're trying to clean up the Middle East. So basically, let's dump Europe and start making alliances in the Middle East with like the UAE, the Saudis. Because if they're getting rid of all their shit, all their radicals, everything towards Europe, which Europe is adopting them and allowing them to be there. So let's start making alliances with, again, the UAE, Saudis, Israel, in the Middle East, and fight Europe. Yeah, let them collect the garbage. But the problem is when you say Iran too, Iran, we don't know who's going to be tomorrow the leader. We know who the leader is today.
No, you don't know. Who's the leader? Who's the leader?
Who's the leader?
Yeah.
The IRGC still has control over a lot of
IRGC is not a leader. It's a terrorist.
Doesn't matter. The terrorists controlling the ground. Mounted 1 second.
It's not a leader. It's just a terrorist group like ISIS.
Doesn't matter. They have control.
It does matter. Because the next leader of Iran is going to be our king. His name is Reza Pahlavi, the son of Shah.
That's nowhere written or has happened.
It has. If people have called him. If you didn't hear that, I'm sorry.
Hold on. Everybody shut up. Everybody shut up. Arash, here's the thing. Rafi gave you a lot of space, and I let you go on. In general, if the moderator is talking, you shut the fuck up. It's a pretty clear standard.
Why are you so fucking rude, you piece of shit?
We're gonna do this together, Arash. We're gonna do this together. One of us is an assimilated person, and one of us is a dirty sand monkey. And if you want to play like a dirty sand monkey, you'll go into the fucking goop.
So, as I say, we don't know what's going to happen because you brought up specifically Iran. I'm just rebuttaling on the Iran part. Again, God willing, I'm going to say God willing, the 80 million get what they want, but so far the 80 million can't get rid of the IRGC, and that is a problem. I'm sorry to say. So, again, we're not speaking on Iran, we're speaking on a different topic right now. Mountain, hey, this is your turn to shine, brother. You ready?
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I know you've been waiting for this moment. Go.
Patiently, yeah. With our whole allies thing, man, I kind of look at history. I'm kind of a student of history, and I guess this is what happens when you have too much peace. People get complacent, right? I mean, World War I happened, and ended around, let's just say 1920. Let's just say 1920. 1939, 1940, World War II happens. There was 20 years of peace. But even that 20 years of peace had allowed the Allies to become complacent to where, the Germans and the French, really fought hard. But the French were able to keep, with the British, were able to keep the Germans at bay. But because of 20 years of peace and them just being complacent, the Germans were ready to attack, and so they did. They fucking wiped the floor for the French, and they just got complacent. The Allies got, so confused, and they were fighting terribly. They couldn't decide on anything, and so it was just a miracle they weren't the whole, British Expeditionary Force wasn't wiped out at Dunkirk. It was just kind of a miracle. That the war was literally almost lost because the Allies couldn't get together and decide on what they wanted to do. And they didn't want to believe it. Well, now we got 70 years later from World War II. And I'm afraid what that Persian guy was saying is really true, man. Europe might be lost. These people do not share the same values as us anymore. And they certainly don't appreciate the value that we offer. Let's look at NATO. Spending. We're number one. NATO spending. But obviously Poland is doing pretty good there too. But like countries like Germany, man, I'm looking at for military spending, for personnel, for equipment contributions. They're not doing very good. I love the German spirit. I think the Germans are great, but they have to contribute more. The French have got to contribute more and take this shit seriously. The people in the British have got to take this seriously. And luckily, the Polish are starting to take it seriously. Luckily, because of Russia, somebody's hot micing. BB, you're hot micing. Luckily, because of the Russian threat, the Europeans are starting to actually take it seriously. Germany is number one arms manufacturer. Rheinmetall became the number one arms manufacturer in Europe because they're taking the Russians seriously. But it's just fucked up. We came to the rescue twice. Not saying by ourselves, but we came to Europe's rescue twice. And when we asked them for a favor in return, they don't want to do it. They get cold feet. And so I'm really worried. What if we had to face a unified Russia and China? What if we had to face a unified Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran? Are we going to get our shit together and agree that they're even a threat? Because we can't even agree on that fact. We got the Canadians that think the Chinese are better. I'm not lying. A lot of the Canadians are cool. It's fucked up that we don't even have our ideology right of who's the enemy and who's not. A lot of them think we're the enemy. So I really worry about what's going to happen in the future. I think we're going to be alone. I really do. I'm scared, man, about that shit. Because the Europeans don't want to take it seriously. So anyway, I'll land. Thanks, guys.
It's hard for the Europeans to take us seriously right now when, instead of asking them to be allies a lot of the time, the president crapped on them and then tariffed them into oblivion. Right? Which turns out legally, it was a tariff he's not even supposed to be using.
Marshall, that's your opinion. And
No. It has to do with the base sales principle, which is you don't insult the person you're selling shit to right before you ask them to say yes.
Well, also, I would say, so that's why we differ in opinion here, because I would say that the Europeans, our allies, were taking great advantage of us. We're taking it. In what way? NAFTA was allowing them to send in their products for free. Without any fucking...
a deal we negotiated, and Trump renegotiated himself under his negotiations, making Mexico and Canada take advantage of it. Exactly how.
I'm going to pump the brakes real quick because it was Mountain's turn to speak. So, Mountain, if you want to keep the dialogue, you can. If you want to go back to what you were saying, you can also do that.
No, it's all right. I'm about finished. Marshall's always got a butt in and stuff, but I'll finish with this here, okay? Yes, we have globalists in our government. Yes, Marshall, we have different people in our governments, different ideologies, different presidencies. And so one president comes in, Bill Clinton signs NAFTA. I'll give you an example of what it destroyed our logging industry in Montana. Canada, because of NAFTA, was able to subsidize their timber industry, then send it into Montana and America for free. no tax, and we could not compete. So as a consequence, 95% of our lumber mills shuttered in Montana, Idaho, Washington, Oregon. That is just one small consequence of that. So yes, we have globalists in our government that will sell us out. Trump happens to see that and is renegotiating the deal. Now, I will say our allies were happy to come along and take advantage of that. And we are renegotiating those deals. Canada happily protects their milk industry, their dairy, and we don't bitch about that. But when we slap a tariff on their shit, we say, hey, we want to protect our wood. We want to protect our timber. So at least our guys have a fighting chance, goddammit. They get mad and want to cozy up to China. Fuck that. We are renegotiating our trade deals so we don't die. Because we happen to be the number one contributor economically, militarily, all those. So if we fucking tumble, the whole alliance tumbles. So yes, we want to make sure that our allies are not taking advantage of us. That's that simple. Thanks, I'm done.
Thank you, Mountain. Let's go to Randy. Randy, you hear what?
Yes, I'm here.
It's your moment to shine.
All right, buddy. The question is, which U.S. ally? Well, I'm here to say that the number one most valuable ally for the U.S. is Israel, which benefits. People say, oh, people are stuck on the fact that the U.S. quote unquote gives Israel $3.8 billion a year, which must be spent on U.S. weapon systems. It's basically a subsidy to the American defense industries. But I would say for that $3.8 billion, the U.S. gets a return on investment that starts at least $15 billion. Intelligence alone, Israel gives the U.S. more intelligence than any other country around the world. I'd say Israel gives the U.S. the equivalency in intelligence of a CIA or an NSA. The budget for those is probably $3 to $5 billion a year. The Israeli army, by having its interests so closely aligned with the U.S., it allows the U.S. not to station battleships, troops in the Middle East or in that area. And the cost of a battleship alone is $1 billion to build. I could go through it. The return, all the technology that Israel buys, they make billions of dollars of improvements all the time. When they fly and utilize U.S. planes, after every mission, at the end of every day, they are in touch with the manufacturers in the U.S., making improvements, sharing data. The U.S. Army, before they deploy anywhere in the Middle East, they go to Israel for training. So I could do the math, and there's people who've done the math. U.S. gets about $15 billion a year in intelligence, technology, improvements, etc., military information from Israel. The countries, their interests are aligned. There's really no daylight between their goals. So to me, it's a no-brainer. Not to mention moral support, mental support, cooperation among universities, technology, sharing information. I can't think of another country that comes close. In the 20th century, the quote-unquote special relationship was between the U.S. and the UK. I don't see the UK delivering that kind of special relationship today. I do see Israel. I believe that this strategic alignment of the U.S. and Israel in the 21st century is comparable to what we had with the UK in the last century. There, I said it. Thanks for letting me speak. I'll be here.
Thank you. No, I want to just go back and forth with you for a bit. I'm a little confused. So everybody is either saying keep the Europeans or go with Israel. But I'm confused. Who else is there right now for America? Clearly we saw Europe said one big fuck you to America. during the time of American operations or American interest or even the interest of the Europeans. Maybe Europe has more interest in conducting business with Iran, but like during this operations in Iran, they're not allowing them to use their bases. What the fuck's the point of NATO? I am so fucking confused. What the fuck is the point of this alliance? Like, what the fuck?
If you look at even since the 21st century, I mean, the global war on terror. Israel's a small country; they can't send their troops, and it would be a fucking disaster for them to send their troops anywhere in the Middle East. But I mean, at the end of the day, who is it that fights alongside the U.S.? It is the Europeans. Like we are basically inseparable from each other. We are basically what was a European outpost. We became, the leading, empire in the world.
You just got a middle finger from the European nations.
When push comes to shove, though, we've always been brothers. They're the same people as us.
Are you joking me?
Dude, you're crazy, bro. You're changed.
Are you really? Yeah, like, what's with you? You understand? Are you a patriot to America?
Europe is no longer what you think it is.
Yeah, but they're pleasing their population. You understand that their leaders are doing what pleases their population. As clearly you see, their population doesn't stand with America. So when they make a decision like this, it's for them to win the next election. It's to please their people.
You're talking about the creative for moves?
I'm talking about the European leaders, how they gave America during like we all know what Iran is. The European leaders, they're not stupid. They know who Iran is. Like, Pepe, if you on Clubhouse know what fucking Iran is, I can bet you those viewers know 10x what you know, and they know how bad Iran is. But to the fact that they have that population, as who spoke earlier, before that Europe is gone, and that they're pleasing their population over the interest of America and Americans, are you this blind to say you're still
I don't think that's what's happening. I don't think
what
that's
do you mean that's
happening.
not America? Are you fucking blind? What's happening?
I can tell you. Now, there might be some of it might have to do with their population. By the way, when I say the Europeans are my brothers and sisters, I'm talking about the actual Europeans by blood, not the fucking Muslims that emigrating there. They're not my people.
But those people that you say your brothers are outnumbered already.
They're not outnumbered.
Their voice doesn't count.
They're not outnumbered, literally.
Apparently, their voice doesn't count. Well, they let their country go, though, man.
But the main reason why most of them were against them is they didn't want to get dragged into some fucking conflict that it's you literally. A lot of us believe that you need a full-scale war, an actual fucking war, like 2003 Iraq, in order to basically remove everybody that's in power and make them hopefully a peaceful country. Short of that, you're just going to cause more harm, and they're going to be lobbing their fucking rockets and their drones and fucking up commerce, and oil's going to be more expensive for everybody. Now, what is the point in doing all of this if you're not going to actually go in and take them out? That's where there's this huge disconnect between all of us. I don't think the IRGC is good. They're bad. Everybody would, if you can take them out, take them out. But nobody wants to do that. They know their populations don't want to do it. And so they're not going to do it. So why are you going to pick a fight with a country if you're not willing to finish it? That is what I see as the problem.
Because you only look at it one way, bro. You think that we have to do regime change and stuff. You think that that's what Trump wants. That's not.
You have to.
This is a
How else do you make them not a threat?
Well, you decapitate the fuck out of them.
We did decapitate them. They're still a fucking terrorist state.
Well, that's yes. That's probably always going to be it. And anybody who replaces them, Pepe, it's probably going to be worse off anyway. Just look. But listen, well, you might think that, bro. But I'm just saying, man, like, I'm looking at Syria, I'm looking at Libya, I'm looking at Iraq, I'm looking at Afghanistan. It doesn't have a great track record, so don't fucking tell me no. Okay, it's not replaced by a better person. Okay, so listen to me. I don't think they're fucking ignorant to this fact. I think he wants to decapitate these people.
But Iran is probably the best country in the Middle East to not have a terrorist rule over it. Because they're a majority secular. No, it's a majority secular. They're not different from the fucking Arabs.
I don't believe that. I think a place that we're actually pouring our money and resources into is a place like Egypt and Turkey and other
Those
places.
countries are far more likely to stay Muslim. Hardline Muslim. Turkey's leaning that way.
We are not probably going to get rid of the Muslims. That's not what we're trying to do. We're trying to get rid of the mullahs. And
Iran is the number one country to get rid of the mullahs.
Bro. God damn it! Stop.
But you're too stupid to understand.
Dude, Pepe, stop.
Stop. Yeah. One mic, guys. One mic. Okay.
Every time, bro. Like I get that you're gay and entitled, but not with me.
Okay. As the token entitled gay, I'm gonna go ahead and steer this around because Rafi teed it over to Pepe, and then we got into a Pepe conversation. We need to finish PTR because there are people who have been waiting, and it's rude as fuck to not. When we're done with the PTR, we'll have the open popcorn conversation. I think Green Living was next. Rafi, is that where we left the PTR?
Correct.
Yeah, Randy had already left. So.
Okay. Well, I agreed with a lot of what Mountain was saying about other countries, especially Europe right now. It's turning into a shit show. But energy is what this war is about, clearly, because Venezuela, their oil. Ukraine took their natural resources, or the precious resources, were taking their stuff, and now you're dealing with Iran being Iran since Jimmy Carter. I think that Iran is causing a significant amount of terror and frustration across the. And if we don't fix that first, we don't fix anything. And to think that Israel isn't an ally when it's like one of the only democracies in the middle of the Middle East, and how do they rule there? What did I miss? I thought we were a democracy. So they've been an ally, and again, like what Randy was saying, the money that they get, they have to spend on the Iron Dome, on these technologies, which are owned by the United States of America. It's my brand Green Living guy. Look, I'm solar about all day. I'm producing more now than I generate in consumption. So it's possible to have that happen with energy storage. If they're doing it in Texas, which is one of the most conservative states in the Union, I think we could do it across the country. You can do solar, you can do wind, you can do tidal, you can do oil, you can do nuclear if you do it smart and correct and safe. Like I was saying before, nuclear batteries. But we can do this. It's just, when people have asked me what is the number one reason this doesn't happen or whatever, it's called political will, or just will. So the energy companies need to step up. They need to produce more batteries in the United States with ExxonMobil. Stop being pussies about it. Start stepping up, doing your job, and just sticking to oil, and then fighting every step of the way by suing. I know I've heard that before with General Motors, why they don't do electric cars sometimes. Because it's cheaper to sue because I already have the lawyers. It's the stupidest game. Now they're finally able, General Motors, to make a profit off of electric cars. Since I've been in the game for over 25, 30 years, I've never heard General Motors say that we're profitable when we make an electric car. So we can do this. Just stepping up and political will. We can get off this oil with all this bullshit.
Thank you. Well, thank you. Let's go to Sam. Sam, how are you?
Hey, how you doing? Everyone? Hey, what's up, man? How you doing, dog? Mr. Mountain here. What do you think the long-term objectives are of Iran, for the U.S. or in Iran? You think we're just there to bomb some of their facilities? Or what are you not getting?
Do you want me to...
Mountain, hold on. So, Sam, your turn is to address the question at the top of the screen, not to pose other questions. We'll do an open popcorn a little bit later, but we're working our way through PTR to get everyone's input on the actual title of the room. So if you want to address the title of the room, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, okay.
I mean, you can ask me.
Well, let's go ahead. We're ready to go. Since not.
Too much allies. I mean, to the thing, like all the allies in Europe right now are mostly supporting us in Iran. So I guess dump Italy and Spain, and the rest keep. So, and also like going back, whoever was talking about their allies, like the title, what is not true about how little European nations are helping us. There's actually like a shit ton. Most of them are in Iran. So everyone who's not helping us right now, probably dump them.
Thank you. We got a new person on stage. Welcome. Ali?
Yeah, hey, how we doing?
Good. You with us?
Yes, sir.
It's your moment to shine. Go.
Well, should we leave NATO? Yes and no. It's a matter of time and situation. European were kind of ally for the US for years. But it's a kind of leash that US put on Russia. So you're controlling Russia by having European as part. What? Well, having Europe as ally, you have a chance to control Russia, right? But what Trump is doing right now is playing chess with Russia and Europe and NATO situation. Before starting this war between US and Iran, or at the beginning of the war, all the European countries were like against it. They were like, okay, we're not going to support US. We're not going to let them to use our bases. Now that Trump starts saying, hey, we're going to pull out 5,000 US troops out of Germany, they're like, oh no, you know what? You can use our bases. Because they know if US going to leave Europe and US going to leave NATO, Russia going to become like kind of more aggressive. They're not going to stop like attacking Ukraine. They're going to probably go further and expanding the war in Europe. And what Trump is doing, I think, is playing the right card at the right time. Now, somehow we convince them to support US in war. And you guys mentioned something about Turkey, right? Since I remember, Turkey was begging to become part of NATO. Well, not NATO. Like, they started begging to be part of the European country. They were like, hey, please count me as a European country. After that, they become kind of NATO partner. And I've heard some conversation that you were saying that they've been buying military equipment from Russia. Yeah, that's true. Some Turkey, they started buying lots of defense systems from Russia, which Russia didn't like deliver what they had to. Instead of, I guess, selling was the name of that system. S-400 or something like that. They got the money for S-400 and they just passed S-300 or something like that, something weaker. And there is another thing that you guys were talking about, like Israel gonna attack Turkey next. I don't think so. And I'm not sure about that. Before the war between US and Iran, all the people, mostly Pakistanis, were claiming that the next target after Iran would be Pakistan, right? And it was all over the news. But since this war started, now Turkeys are like, the next target gonna be Turkey. What changed here? And if Israel is gonna attack Turkey, US cannot support them. Why? Because US is part of NATO. But if US leaves NATO, then yeah, they can support Israel to attack Turkey. That's a different story. The same thing, based on the same rule that Europeans are claiming, like when September 11 happened. Well, the main rule of NATO is if one of the NATO countries attack other country, then it like support that country, right? So when September 11 happened, European country helped US to attack Iraq. But one of the reasons that they are claiming right now is that they are not supporting US in the war with Iran is they were like, US started the war. So in the same way, if Israel is planning to attack Turkey, US has to leave NATO. But, well, US is having another fight with Russia by staying as part of NATO. You're eventually gonna need it. It's another card you can always play, right? And it doesn't matter if we're gonna face it in Europe, like the people and like Muslim generation taking over that. Still, that hasn't happened. Well, the population is a lot, but one thing happened in France, especially France, there were kind of huge protests. They were attacking French police officers, but the news was kind of fake during like the war news, and no one knows about that. So I'd say no, that's not gonna happen. US not gonna leave NATO because it's a great part that you can always play with. But instead, it's trying to make more allies in the Middle East, like UAE, Saudis, Kuwaitis. And if they can change something in Iran, they're gonna make another ally there. So I'd say, no, US should give it.
You see, I actually want to hear somebody try to justify that keeping Europe and to keeping this NATO serves and justifies for U.S. to keep spending the way that they're spending, and that it justifies U.S. interests because U.S. puts in the most and they get the least out of it, and that's what I'm confused.
So, Rafi, I think that's the perfect point for us to end the PTR portion of the room. Go to the open discussion popcorn. What we're going to ask of everybody is to try to still be respectful. We're not going to be doing the one mic policy, but if anybody is screaming or interrupting over people, you will get moved down or you might get moved out. Everybody behave like adults who have some common sense. Hold a popcorn conversation like you're capable. And we can all start talking about what Rafi just asked. Anybody who wants to come up and join the popcorn can. We are not sticking to a PTR, so do not get butthurt if somebody is talking. If someone's long-winded and you don't like it, the Leave Quietly button is fantastically available. And that's my announcement. Go ahead, Rafi.
I forgot to catch what you asked.
I see. I don't get it how the U.S. puts in the most. Can they get the most out of this whole NATO thing? And people are still justifying that the U.S. needs to be in it. What is the U.S. interest? What does U.S. gain from this?
The geography is
at least in my mind, the ability of the United States as a naval power to forward deploy assets around the world is a key, critical, like 1, 2, and 3 piece of how the United States maintains its ability to transfer shit, soldiers, material, and other things all around the world. Europe may be hard for us because they're not helping us right now, but they're basing leasing agreements allow us to project power toward Russia, allow us to project power into the Middle East in the same way that our Middle Eastern infrastructure allows us to project power in the near term, but also project power in the far term toward China. When we had Bosnia, which the Trump administration is looking at getting back, you were only 4 hours from overflight in China. So that is one very valuable piece that Europeans provide, no matter what their politics are.
Okay, sure, for China, maybe, but in Russia case, who is Russia more of a threat to? The Europeans or Americans? In this case,
the Europeans, but the Americans also
have their tails between their legs.
I'm not saying they don't. I'm saying the Americans have a strategic geographical interest in maintaining basing and leasing agreements in European countries because it allows us to do things like support Middle Eastern bases, which in turn support overflights into China. And it's all kind of like a waterfall. It's a lily pad strategy, so one supports the other.
So they need to be on good terms with everybody to have that one base to work.
I didn't say they need to be on. I didn't say they need to be on good terms. You asked, like, what do we get out of it? And I'm saying what we get out of it is that. That is up there with the most 1, 2, 3 important things the Allies can provide us aside from, like, military and economic help, right? They provide us with this geographical place to support our other military deployments in a way that is very helpful for us and that we couldn't get back if rejected unless we took the land. So part of the U.S. strategy and our success has been those basing and leasing agreements, which allow us to deploy troops all around the world. I'm not saying you couldn't cut some of them. I'm saying the geography piece on the 1, 2, and 3. That's like of the 1, 2, and 3. That's on that list. Depending on the person, depends on like where they orient geography.
So I'm only seeing it again. If it's Russia, fuck Europe, let them be scared. China, I understand what you're saying, but you want to tell me that's the only spot America can have bases within a 4-hour, 3-hour flight that they are good with? How long is the flights from the Middle East, let's say, to China?
Yeah, but my point specifically was that the bases in the Middle East are supported by bases in Europe. The forward deployment of troops to Europe allows the forward deployment to the Middle East, which allows the forward deployment of troops to Asia, right? They all, like, each base supports the other base. Again, it's not like America couldn't get rid of some of its 900 bases. I'm not objecting to that. I'm saying geography is powerful. Controlling parts of the world through geography is incredibly powerful. And as a maritime power, since we're not the power closest to home, we have to take full advantage of geography so that we can continue to be the world superpower. If we fail geography, everything else will come down on top of it.
Well, we got Norm on the stage and we got Stan on the stage. Let's go to Norm first. Norm, your opinion. Which ally should stay and which one's gotta go for America, in your opinion?
Which ally should stay and have to go? I don't know. I don't have an instant answer to that. I have an overall impression of NATO. It's known as the most powerful and largest military alliance in history, and that's a really good thing. And I like the case that Marshall made. The idea that America is the world's policeman, and what it's informing is our values, freedom of the waterways, freedom of the internet, which, if you think about it, the internet is created by cables under the water.
So if we have enemies that want to cut the cables, and they could begin to take down the internet, even though it's self-healing, it would start to go out in certain areas. Freedom of the world financial system, freedom of trade, even within democratically run rule of law countries. Like I'm thinking, for example, Singapore, South Korea, even Taiwan, Australia. All of those countries are vulnerable, or Japan are vulnerable to China. So as Marshall, I think, astutely points out, our forward bases in those countries and in Europe allow us to project our power very quickly and effectively and lethally. So I'm not thinking about trying to eliminate countries from NATO, although that said, I'd let Spain go right away, because once they stab you in the back, I think there should be a consequence for it, frankly. And Spain has certainly done that. England is on the precipice, which is really sad, which is why the king got his act together and came over here and said, don't worry about this halfwit, Sir Keir Starmer. We have a long relationship, just wait it out. I was just in England for a while. I actually just got back and I'm jet lagged. And I can see that country is sick of this Keir Starmer. They're sick of Labour rule. They're sick of the Labour government. So that's going to fall. And I think King Charlie was saying, just hang in there, because we're going to get rid of this jerk. And we're going to reestablish our alliance with the United States. We need an alliance, or a network of alliances, a mesh, in order to project our power. So I would be careful about dissolving NATO, but I would definitely punish nations that aren't on board with what we have to do. An example is the Strait of Hormuz thing and this Iran thing. They on board with this even more than they were on board with Iraq. And I think they're going to get on board with this, because nobody's going to tolerate the closing of international straits like Hormuz. I should point out to you, under this administration, the Trump administration, we've resecured the Panama Canal. We've just made a defense agreement with Indonesia to ensure the Strait of Malacca. We just made a security agreement with Morocco to secure the Strait of Gibraltar. So that just leaves, there might be some others I'm forgetting, but the Strait of Taiwan is a remaining concern. We have to keep the international waterways safe, or we're going to be in a very different world. But fortunately, the trend has been reversed by the Trump administration, by the projection of American dominance and power. I'd love to hear what other people think about what I said too, because
I would say this. You did mention Spain, and it is. They have some very far left wackos who want to. What did they want to do? Bring in? I forget how many legal migrant. Basically, give citizenship to a whole bunch of fucking Africans and Middle Easterners, because it's necessary to fight the far right. And these people are just crazy.
Half of them. I mean, there's also a reaction against it, because
exactly. That's why I'm so hesitant not to abandon, Europe, because it's just like, okay, but there's the people, they're good guys too, and you have to pick which government you want to cooperate with, depending on who's in power.
That's a good point. So for those reasons, it makes sense to try to keep this alliance together.
I actually believe about, and Australia is the number one allies in ranking number one. But last year the Chinese Navy circle around Australia, the whole country, and Australia did nothing. I think that shows the weakness of the U.S. protection and the weakness of your ally.
Yeah, but Russia plays games with the U.S. too. They're flying their jets in Alaska, close to the borders. They always fuck around. They flew their planes during the Ukrainian war close to other NATO borders. They always fuck around.
Yeah, it's not so much that the Chinese were trying to test their Navy's ability to circumnavigate a continent, right? It's their first step outside of their region to prove Xi's plan to be a blue water navy by the latest of 2040. Blue water navy, for those who are unaware, refers to a naval force which can circumnavigate the globe in a fleet. Right? For the United States, that came in the early 1900s with the Great White Fleet under Teddy Roosevelt. That's when we achieved blue water naval status. So maybe Australians just monitor since the Chinese are testing capabilities. That's also one possibility for why you didn't see anything. That the Australians are observing the efficiency and operation of the Chinese Navy outside of its own region. Well, outside of its immediate region, I should say.
I don't think it's just the observing. I think that the Chinese navies and Xi specifically is testing the Australia's resolve and see whether they genuflex under pressure or poking them. And the same as Spain and England. Australia has a weak government and a genuflexing socialist prime minister. Especially, you can see that he went to, well, not only with respect to China, but also with respect to well, we were just talking about somebody was talking about the England or Spain letting in illegal immigrants, and Australia is also welcoming illegals and immigrants. And then Mr. Premier Albanese went to the mosque and kowtowing to the Muslims, and then was basically fully whacked in the face and was driven by the very population he wanted to appease. And so there you have it, a socialist prime minister.
What's funny about that?
Same as the Spain. Spain has a very troublesome economy as well because of its socialistic policies, and it's pushing its economy into the shithole, and they are trying to all sorts to seduce foreigners, immigrants to move there, and their youngs are fleeing the country because of the socialistic economic policies, and they're doubling down on the bankrupting policies. And I don't know when Spaniards are going to wake up. I'm done speaking.
What's funny is they have the
one second. Rafi, Father, I am headed out. I gotta go.
Confused as to what he's talking about, because Democrats specifically have opened up the conversation about reparations in the state of California.
Oh, you got the former congressional candidate down in the VIP section. You want to invite him up? He's always entertaining.
All he has to do is unmute. He can come up.
On a beach. They ended up implementing this.
How fast did his campaign fall apart?
No longer say this. So what they immediately did is instead of addressing
the problem,
Dr.
Adams, I was the biggest contributor to that campaign. I'd like to know what that money was spent on.
Yeah, that money was spent on a hotel room and a delicious steak dinner and a wonderful piece of fish with vegetables and rice and a nice old-fashioned.
Listen. I would have been okay if you would have came up and said it was spent on cocaine and hookers. I don't give a shit.
No,
How you doing?
I'm good. I'm running for the mayor of Chicago.
You got no chance.
Well,
you know that, right?
That's what they told Mom Donnie, and look at that stud mayor of the most indebted city in the country.
The defense was Mamdani had his own money that he could afford to run for mayor. What do you have?
I've got access to 600,000 Chicagoans a month to sign my petition over the next 4 months to get on that ballot, to have my name in the marquee so I can shit down the throat of every hypocritical, cocksucking politician that runs for the mayor, because Brandon Johnson is a fraud. He is the scam. And we're going to run that corrupt politician out of the mayoralship of Chicago. He's finished. His time is at an end. A one-term mayor because he's a schmuck. Everything he says is, oh, because of white structural racism.
Evan, let me ask you a question. It's a very simple question. It's just yes, no, please. Do you support reparations?
No. It's a black tax. It's a black slave tax. And no one alive now is impacted or remotely even connected to that situation. It's a historical event that resulted in 500,000 Americans dying during the Civil War. The tax has been paid. There is no black slave reparations tax. The whole thing about minorities and social equity justice and restorative justice, it's all a scam. It's all a fraud. It's all lies. It's all Democrat, Marxist, communist engineering.
Let's say a little Clapton. I think he wants to say something. And then you can go on your soapbox. Clapton, hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm Peachy Keen. How are you?
I'm great. Let's have a conversation.
Let's have it. What do you want to talk about?
You was talking about reparations, and you said that the blood was paid for in the blood of the North dying at the Civil War. Is that what you're saying?
I never said any such thing.
I was talking about your guest here.
Oh, Universe Edmund. He's talking to you, Edmund. Good luck.
Clapton, you're talking to actually one of the candidates who's running for mayor of the city of Chicago. So Universe here is running for the mayor of Chicago. So as he's answering the question about reparations, feel free to grow him. Go ahead.
Yeah, can I ping Mark in here? I want to get Mark in here, who is one of his political constituents.
Are you talking about Mark Carter?
I know his name is Mark.
You mean Mark Rice?
Mark.
Yeah, bring Mark Rice, please. I already pinged him, but you'll be my guest. Hey, Evan, you want to debate Clapton? He has some issues with you, man.
Yeah, Clapton, you think a black tax, a black reparations, slave tax is a good idea for restorative justice, social equity? Because today it's Cinco de Mayo. And the big question is, who's first in line? Is it the blacks or is it the browns? The blacks say blacks got to get it first. That's one of their chief complaints about reparations. We got to get it first before anybody else gets restored or healed. That's what they say.
Hey, Edmund, but we support Israel. You know that's going to come up.
Well, I will side with Clapton. I don't want to get in this because it's going to be bad for, Universe. I don't think he can hold a candle to me in this conversation, but I would like to hear what Clapton has to say.
So you're saying, this isn't the reparation Olympics, or it's not the oppression Olympics, so we're not talking about who's standing in line and who gets it first. We're just talking about the proper debt that's paid to the people that helped build this country for free for 300 years. And then on top of that, then we had Jim Crow after that. Let me ask you this, and you say that nobody today is affected by that. Why do we have ghettos? Why do we have the land ownership in regards to African Americans that weren't able to own things, but yet your ancestors were? You still benefit from the past. That's the point that we're trying to make. And maybe it's not the answer. Maybe reparations, we can't even afford reparations. I will probably agree if anybody has that stance. But to say that they're not owed anything, that's a crock of shit. I'll say that. But,
wait. Can we clarify and actually identify the actual identity of, say, Universe, which has benefited off of the fight, not of the whites, but blacks, who's been able to actually counter and then actually waspicize his logic in a certain lane.
Well, I would just say that even let's say you're hypothetically correct that African Americans are more entitled for reparations based on legal grounds or even moral or philosophical and ethical grounds. Let's say you're right. My complaint is that this country for 100 years hasn't been run properly because of the Federal Reserve and fractional reserve banking and deficit spending and debt. We're 40 trillion in debt. We're paying over $1 trillion a year in interest. It's only expanding. Trump didn't slow down the spending. Doge didn't save us that as much as we expected. And the revolution never came because Elon Musk went on Fox News and said, this is the biggest revolution since the founding of the country. And it never came. And Medicare, Medicaid keeps getting $4 trillion plus a year because doctors and health insurers and health groups gotta keep growing their quarterly earnings. Cigna, Blue Cross, United, and Aetna, they gotta keep getting their hundreds of billions of dollars a year from the federal government. The Catholic Church gets $50 billion a year from Medicare, Medicaid for all their Catholic hospitals. Isn't that nice that we subsidize the Catholic Church hospital chain, which 1 in 6 people go to every year? That's fantastic. But Clapton, I'm just telling you, if we... Hello?
You broke up. I can't even hear the last part of what you said.
I was just saying that... I know what I'm saying. I was saying we should agree on how to run a business before we agree on reparations. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I agree that we probably need to get our affairs in order, but to say that nothing is owed us, that's where I would have a problem with. Again, I would probably co-sign the tax that the debt that has to be paid is probably too great than what the country can afford. So maybe we can come up with some more innovative ways to do that. But at the end of the day, to say that they're the Sandline, that they're not owed anything, that the blow was already paid for by the blood of other white people who that's like saying that like if a person kidnaps someone and then is eventually like they're forced to release them.
Let me ask you a question.
Go ahead.
We if we can't afford the money, which we can't because this country's doing shit. I'm just being devil's advocate right now. Would you take free education, free healthcare for let's say the next 2 generations?
Can I interject?
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah. Because if we have an interjection, it's just respectively fair. If I said that, I would say yes and more. There's enough land, right? And there's called unincorporated land that is still unmarked and
So if we gave you South Dakota, would you be enough?
No. That's not unincorporated land. That's not unincorporated land, right? So that would have something to do with like villages, districts, and cities that are unoccupied that's just sitting there rotting away. What are we doing with them, and why aren't they, productive?
I do want to. That's cool. I have to say this real quick, and Dr. Adams, who's most of the truth. Let me just say this: of all the crackers on this app, I've been the biggest.
No, JB, I know.
I get that.
And it's all good.
And like I said, we're still owed our 40 acres in the mill, but I don't want to create another reservation either, right? If we did, let's say, for instance, you gave us South Dakota, right? You gave South Dakota as reparations. Do you think that they're going to actually provide resources in that area, or is it going to create
Let's be honest with you. Let's be honest with each other, though. And like I said, I'm pro reparations. If we can figure out a plan that makes it fair and lets the healing start, I'm with it. But here's the problem: that 40 acres in the mule was granted by somebody that did not have the power to grant 40 acres in the mule.
Right. Yeah, but there was still. But
they gave all the white folks.
Yeah. Dr. Adams.
Question that he asked Clapton as far as the takeaways that you had mentioned. No, I would not accept that. Free college and those sort of takeaways. I absolutely would not. What I would like is free college. I would definitely like 0% first-time home buyer loans, 0% commercial development loans. And then we can maybe, begin to have a conversation about reparations. Now, I have historically been against reparations in the form of cash payments. But if you're going to, right a wrong that was done to Black America. We're talking about Black America, not Pan-Africanist America. What was done to Black America, I believe that a starting point should be, 0%, zero interest loans, okay, towards first-time home ownership, 0% loans towards, commercial development loans, to rebuild the Black communities. I really feel like that's a good starting point. That's just my opinion.
I would even go further, Dr. Adams, because I think we agree as far as like cash payments of reparations wouldn't be beneficial based on the targeted financial strategies of certain institutions, as we've seen been designated by like Navy bank loans and all that kind of stuff. Even Black people of a different class, military class, because I come from a military family.
Stimulus for Black Americans didn't even help.
You have to.
So, I mean, what? No, and I'm not ultimately asking.
You do realize this is money that will have to be borrowed or taxed.
You can wait. This is why you're not the Chicago mayor. Thank you. I would say that ultimately tax-free everything, period. Ultimately tax-free everything, period. Want to know why? Wait. For the duration of the United States of America. So what? So the fuck? What? You want to know why? Hold on. When we look at the export and everything that we export, far as media, far as even science, like a lot of the stuff that they studied to get the research and data has come and at some point been a start point in our community. We are the screw in the middle of the cog that has turned this country for a long ass time. Now, I get it.
Night King, should the Saudi Arabians also pay the reparations from Medina with Muhammad?
Wait, sir. You can wait. Patience, right? Decorum. This is a debate. I'm trying to help you out.
This isn't a debate. This is a room with two minds called which people are entitled to reparations.
No, it's not nonsensical. It's not nonsensical. Because you can look at certain data that actually points out that directly we've been targeted in almost every sector, not only for data study and development, research, right? Findings, right? And look, I hear y'all if y'all don't want to do it. If you have a problem against it, that's fine. But I think far as how this country has operated since this community specifically has been responsible for lifting America's industries out of the recession and actually building a bridge.
Okay, we get it, Night King.
We got a lot of communities to leverage on. No. I'm just saying.
I'm giving you plenty of grace, bro.
Let me
ask you to respect the stage.
All right. I just want to land, bro. I was coming down.
So wait, let me just say this. Let me make this announcement.
All right, y'all got it.
So, thank you. Reparations, yay or nay? That's the poll. And the answers are absolutely over my dead body, but the Jews. So please vote in the poll. All right, let's welcome Dave. Hold on, Clapton. I'll get you, I promise. What's up, Dave?
What's shaking? I'm in the building.
Welcome to the building. You want to jump in on the topic?
What is the question truly asking? Like, entitled to which reparations? Like, because in some sense, like, reparations is just a claim on an incident, right? Are you asking about ethnic groups? What are you asking?
Do Black people deserve reparations in America?
Black Americans specifically.
You got a phone call. Clapton, go ahead, bro.
I was just gonna say, maybe we need a model like how they rebuilt Europe after World War II. They did.
You want to do a Marshall Plan for blacks in America?
That might be an option in regards to, like, you have a lot of funding for like schools, like the infrastructure, right? Schools, healthcare facilities. Maybe we'll do grants for businesses. Of course, the home ownership idea that doctor kind of presented. So I think it has to be a combination of like education, business development, and infrastructure and housing. So I think if you can do a combination of that, kind of like when they rebuild Europe, that was kind of what they did through the Marshall Plan. That would be a good starting point.
Let me ask you a question respectfully. Aren't there specific grants out there just geared for minorities in America that I'm not eligible for only because I'm a cracker?
At a limited basis, there is, but it's not widespread enough. For those that did it, yeah, it did lift up some of the some black folks in some cities, but it's not widespread. That's the problem. It's very limited in funding and also in application.
Why do people feel like they'll be left out, like the progression of this? And that's one of the things that, like, I actually, like, really truly want to know, like, why other ethnic groups feel like it's a slight if we receive this.
I said it 1,000 times, and I'll say it 1,000 more times. Put a plan in place that makes sense, and I'll vote for it right now. But I want to read what is Victory wrote. Blacks don't want money or reparations. They want their villain to be understood and disclosed. Why do the small hats get to have a villain from Germany and not blacks? Oh, look, Adams, it only took 5 minutes for the anti-Semitism to show up.
That train's never late.
Jesus Christ. I wish that there was some way to, like, remove the conflation of oppression between Jews and blacks in America. It just seems like it isn't.
Okay, let me give some data.
Hold on, Edmund, let me just say this, and y'all piss to your punch. Blacks in America, it's not even close. They have had it far worse than any other ethnic group. Jews in the world, they're the original slaves. No matter what you say, Night King.
Sure. Look, I'm very, very hip on history. Anybody that knows me on this app, as long as I've been on this app, right, knows that I even got 2 Jewish half-brothers. So don't come at me like I'm going to be anti-Semitic in any kind of increment. But I just challenge argument.
I didn't say you.
Yeah. No. But I have to state that, though, because of the climate, right? And that's just, I don't state that out of being hit. I state that out of respect for you.
Okay, moderators, if you can put me in the queue after Night King is finished.
No, you're good right now.
Okay, I asked Grok, do black Americans deserve reparations in America? If so, how much per black American if proof of impact can be established? How much has each Jewish victim of the Holocaust received each year since 1945? This is Grok's response. No, not as a blanket national program. Feasibility issues dominate. Eligibility. Black Americans includes recent immigrants. Proving specific impact from events 160 plus years ago across generations and funding via current taxpayers, many unrelated to slavery, make it impractical versus targeted aid or policy fixes. Holocaust reparations, direct survivors and heirs post-1945 genocide. Germany paid $90 billion plus total since 1950. Recent years, 4,600 average direct per current survivor, for a total of $128,000 per survivor. Plus services amounts varied by program. Proposals for black reparations range wildly from $100,000 to $5 million per person in local studies, unproven at scale. So if the Jews only got $100 billion, how much do you think the blacks should get? $100 billion or $1 trillion? I mean, you tell us. Hello?
Universe. Of course, you would ask Elon's AI, but as I said, we couldn't afford it from a monetary standpoint. So that's why we were over here throwing out ideas that weren't payouts. Obviously, we couldn't afford it as a country because the debt is too large.
Yeah. Hold on a second.
Oh, you good. Go ahead.
Thank you, my friend. I just wanted to hear what Victory has to say, because Victory seems to not like Jews too much. So, Victory, tell us your insight on this, please.
I have no problem with Jews. I have a problem with Europeans using Judaism to justify their actions. But I do not have a problem with Jews. I don't know why that's being conflated or confused for Zionism. Zionism is not a religion. It's a political movement. Those are two different things, but I can see why you would need to use Judaism too.
What's a Zionist to you?
To bring back Israel of their image. Am I wrong or right?
That's your opinion, my man.
I mean, Herzl had his own definition. I'm sure you can look it up in the book. This is exactly what he wanted.
Israel.
There's nothing wrong with that.
But I also support reparations in America.
To an extent that we pretty much look like a platform to the world to bend over for Israel.
How is that? How are we bending over for Israel? I'm just curious.
Well, we slap around our allies more than we do to our adversary.
Yeah, but are they really allies? Are they really having our back? Are they standing? Yeah. Are they fighting the fight with us? I'm just curious.
Are you speaking about Europe, India? These are allies that we've been slapping around more than even China. I don't know.
Once again, I'll ask you: have they stood toe to toe with us as allies, or are they wishy-washy in whichever way the wind is blowing? I'm just curious.
Are you talking about the situation with Iran? Because that's not our ordeal. That was Israel's ordeal. No one had interest. The Strait of Hormuz was open before Israel attacked it. Am I right or wrong? Everyone had a free passage. No one had to pay $2 million to use it until we had to attack because somebody had a feeling they're going to develop nuclear weapons, even though the United States couldn't stop China.
Hey, Victory, here's my truth. And I'm not looking to argue with you. You're talented. Nothing I say in this app is going to change your opinion or your mind. But let me just say this.
Fair enough.
The war in Iran is one reason and one reason only. It has nothing to do with the Jews or Israel or the Israeli government. It has to do with oil. That's what it is. It's about controlling the oil, the flow of oil, and the price of oil throughout the world. That's a fact. Now, people want to find a boogeyman and say it's the Jews who let him or Israel who let him down his path. Trump was going to go to war with Iran, whether Israel was involved or not. To be honest with you, I think Israel's stupid to get involved. He should have let Trump handle it because it's blowing up in his face right now.
Well,
like I said, I'm sorry, go ahead.
I mean, I was going to say that I don't know if that's exactly true. I mean, it seems like Israel and their conflict with Iran, I mean, it's just a major problem. But I mean, I think that we've achieved incredible objectives and successfully accomplished a regime change in the real sense of the term, not just because there's still IRGC government and IRGC soldiers, etc., but we wiped out the Ayatollah.
And respectfully, I don't give a fuck about the IRGC. I give a fuck about paying $5 a gallon for gas. That's what I care about. Homeowners' heating bills are going through the roof. And you know what? Now this is going to be the norm. So when this war is over, the price is going to maintain at $5 a gallon. You know why? Because Trump wants it that way. This is all about oil, the control of the oil. Nobody can tell me Trump has not given a specific good reason why we went to war with Iran. It's oil, bro. That's all it is.
Well, I mean, Iran's proxy forces all around the world is an insidious, dangerous Islamic radical terrorist organization that needs to be counterchecked. I'm sorry, you got to pay the $5, and I agree. The heating bills are crazy.
And this war is stopping these people from being terrorists around the world. From what I understand, they're still out there.
I get it, but their Ayatollah supreme leader has been vaporized. That's a big accomplishment.
Can I interject real quick?
He was put his thumb on the seat.
Hold on, go ahead, Victory.
I wanted to add, we just replaced the Ayatollah with a younger Ayatollah. And my next point was, how do you destroy someone's knowledge of building nuclear capabilities. You cannot destroy the knowledge. They'll just rebuild. Or do we plan to go war with these people every 10 years? Is this the ideal way to set a precedent for our children's children?
Well, here's the victory, and I agree with everything you're saying, but here's the thing, what people seem to have a hard time understanding, you're not going to kill an ideology. You're just not going to. All you're going to do is stoke the flames and make more fucking lunatics out.
I agree with you. I agree with you.
But that's what they always say.
And
he
got his death notice that he got cancer, so he decided to press the button.
Noam Chomsky said that when Trump eliminated ISIS, it would create an organization 10 times more dangerous than ISIS. That was untrue, because guess who controls and funds ISIS? The Saudi intelligence services or the Turkish intelligence services. And right now they got the head of Syria, this guy who looks like Osama bin Laden, throwing basketball games. He's got Lady Gaga singing at, concerts in Damascus. He is a hardcore Muslim, but putting on a Western show because the guy's technically just a Saudi. So anyways, the world is deceptive. But I agree, the heating to cost your house, it's $3,000 a year. That's fucking crazy. I mean, if you're retired, you can't afford that. Anyways, the whole country is broke.
I don't understand it, but I'm being serious. Maybe you can explain, maybe Victor or Clapton or Doc Downs can explain it to me. We supposedly have the largest reserves of oil in the world, but yet our gas prices continue to go up. So if we're fighting over oil, which I believe we are, why don't we just release some of the reserves we have so people can take a fucking breath in this world?
Well, I don't think transnational capital are patriotic. The people that own these oil companies are not. I know they work in America, but what makes them patriotic to one country? They're going to just sell to the highest bidder. I would just imagine. It's about capitalism.
So what was the point of Venezuela? I thought that's what we went to Venezuela for their oil.
It looks like, well, from my perspective, it looks like we want to retain control pretty much of the Western Hemisphere. We don't want no one, and I think it's because of the banking institution that they weren't obliging to. And because, just like Cuba, they never took like a loan from the IMF since 1959. It's certain things they want to pretty much engineer for the future of digital banking, and we need everyone in the West to be on one set. That's just my theory.
My theory is this, Victor. I agree with you somewhat, but here's my theory. It's just a theory. We went into Venezuela, Clapton, because they have one of the largest oil reserves in the world, and we get to control the market that way. There's countries in South America that are a lot more dangerous to America that we don't bomb. Going to Colombia, where they produce all the cocaine, that we have an addiction problem in this country, but we won't fuck with Colombia because they don't have oil. America don't give a shit about them. They don't give a fuck, excuse my language, about the cocaine production. They care about controlling the oil, controlling the prices, controlling the rights to oil. That's it.
But I think they're actually still under our SWIFT system, though. Are they not? They're under our Western financial system, so that's a win for the West. All those are just media publicity to get us to do what they want to do. But if you got in a country under the financial system, there's not much else you really can conquer. If that makes sense. If I'm making any type of sense, of course.
Let me ask you a question, Victor, because you sound like you have common sense in your head. I don't have to agree with you, but I also can respect you at the same time.
Fair enough. Likewise.
So here's the thing. In your opinion, how do we get out of Iran? How does that end? Because I think he's stuck, and you don't know how to get out of it. How do we get the fuck out of there, bro?
This is my theory. This is gonna sound chaotic, but this is because I'm listening to WEF, the World Economic Forum, and how they want to have everything proceed. It looks like to me we're gonna have ground troops from the United States, and there's actually a deal going on in the back room with China. They're gonna be basically a multipolar dimension with the financial transnational. I don't want to just put a religion on it. I call these people transnational capital. These are just people that actually move the world around with their money, and they're all in one step, if that makes sense. And I think the Chinese are at the table, and because here's my theory, and of course I might sound cuckoo, because of the Greater Israel Project, you need the Gulf states to be destroyed to direct the new pipelines to the Mediterranean Sea. And because the United States can never destroy the Gulf states, you got to get Iran to do it for you. If that makes any type of sense of my ideology of how I'm seeing geopolitics being played as we speak today. It's Greater Israel. The great thing about Greater Israel, or what I'm scared of, is Iran is what checks Greater Israel. And if Iran does not exist, I'm scared Jews will leave America, Europe, Australia. Then what happens to us? That's my biggest fear. I want Jews to stay in America. If Jews leave your country, you're pretty much going to be decimated because they don't need it for transnational capital-wise.
But the truth is, she did. No, you don't have to mute up. Maybe we're just having a conversation. But the truth is, when you say the Jews, right? Because I'm a Jew, and I'm not speaking for all Jews. I'm just gonna speak for my lived experience, of what I've seen. Okay. When you say the Jews, the truth is, we're not welcome anywhere. So why would we stay where we're not welcome?
The United States or Israel?
United States.
Well, I think, from my perspective, from transnational, because I look at the money more than anything else, I think Jews are being used to divide and conquer. That's why I perceive. Even for World War II, I think they were being used. I think Hitler was working for them. That's what I really believe, and that's the 1933 Havana Agreement. There was a deal.
You think Hitler was working for the Jews and they hired him to kill themselves?
I wouldn't say for the Jews. I say transnational capital. Don't put a religion on it. These people, how got the religious?
These people, talking about people that just read books and do nothing all day long. It's a couple billionaires that got a bad rap, but for the most part, all Jews are sitting there just trying to eat and live their best life. They're not interested in any of this shit. They got nothing to do with this shit. So why do you say all people? Because that's like me saying all black people are, pathetic. That's what you just said. You used all or nothing statements with regards to Jews and conspiracy theories.
Let me just make clear so I can just go on mute. Transnational capital groups are using religion to uplift a certain group, to divide. This is what I believe. I don't think Jews that work at a shoe store or a grocery market are a problem. I believe there's wealthy men that are using division, and I don't think they're even religious remotely at all. They're just using that for media consumption or for us to bicker about.
Well, how do you know they're not religious? I mean, how do you know? See, everything you're saying is speculative and pointless. And I asked Grok, what are the top 10 largest industries on Earth? Because JB seems to think that everything has to do with oil. But JB hasn't mentioned electric. He hasn't mentioned semiconductors, the automotive, the airline, the housing, the facilities and real estate. There's so many industries, big pharma. And if you've ever seen that movie Limitless with Robert De Niro, the focus of investment changes because it is cyclical, and investment changes based on what's in fashion. So JB's got the oil conspiracy. Victor, you got the transnational Jew conspiracy. Any other conspiracies?
Well, who owns the gold? Fort Knox has not been audited. Who do you think has the gold? Transnational. And I'll never put a religion behind it.
Okay, well, listen to this. These are the top 10 largest global industries by revenue for the past 1 year. Life and health insurance, that's at 6.1 trillion. Commercial real estate, 5.6 trillion. Pension funds, 4.5 trillion. Oil and gas, 4.26 trillion. That's number 4. So before you even get to oil and gas, you got $20 trillion of market activity in health insurance, real estate, and pension funds. Next, you got car and auto sales at 4 trillion, commercial banking at 4 trillion, general insurance, 3 trillion, auto parts manufacturing, 3 trillion, auto manufacturing, 3 trillion, and engineering services at 2 trillion. So you tell me, I mean, who's in charge of all these industries, Victory? Is it WASPs? Is it Jews? Is it African American? Is it Saudis? Who is it? It's not you, is it?
I would like to say transnational to be on the safe side. I would never blame a religion. That's just not me to do that. I guess because I guess that's just not smart to even use our religion to do one thing. It doesn't even sound bright at all.
You're talking about an ethnicity though, not a religion though, right? When you say transnational,
I'm speaking about the people that own the color blue. These are the people that pretty much own and damn near to medicine, all to the core values that we describe that we need in life. these are people that just are beyond wealthy. They crave for power. Money's not the objective. It's power control. You know, the dollar since 1913 was our conscience. That's where our conscience was. That's what we want to attain. The next goal is digital currency. That's what they want. It's not about money. It's about control. If that makes sense. And I don't ever want to put...
They already have control. What's your credit score, Victory? That's the control they already have. We already have Chinese surveillance control of this country. If you've ever been evicted from an apartment, you can't get an apartment again. If you've ever gone bankrupt, you can't get an apartment. You'll be in a fucking shelter, in a tent, if you can't actually establish some type of credibility. And that's what surveillance capital does. It either delegitimizes your capital or it adds to your capital. And, you know, all I got to say is, yeah, if African Americans want reparations, there's one way to get it, and that's through the law. And currently in Chicago, they have a pilot program. It's not even pilot anymore, but they've given $40,000 to 300 African Americans by taxation of cannabis in Evanston, Illinois, under Danny Biss, who's running for Congress. And that's wealth redistribution because, you know, why? First of all, if you look at the requirements on who's entitled to the money, random people just applied. And they just chose what they thought would be the best mix. So the whole thing is subjective, unfair, and unconstitutional because it's discriminatory. And if you want to propose legislation and law and funding that's discriminating to other groups of people, well, you're a hypocrite. And it won't work because you'll get sued to oblivion. You can't stand the legal test of your claims.
It's discriminatory against who? White people?
Against non-qualifiers because it deals with race and this subjective thing that you call, minority or racial discrimination. It's the same thing all around the country. All these DEI affirmative action things are getting sued by conservative think tanks who are saying this is discrimination.
Well, let me ask you something, Universe. If you have a history of discrimination against racial groups, and you're trying to make it right, and because they were discriminated against because of the color of their skin, how do you make it right without you guys trying to do the reverse discrimination argument when you guys were the ones that were? And when I say you guys, I'm talking about the system or the mainstream or white folks. You guys are playing this victim card in regard to DEI or whatever these woke, quote unquote woke policies are they're discriminatory against white folks, but they're not excluding white people. For white folks, are the only ones that benefit from all of the policies in this country. So if we have something where we're trying to give a little piece of the pie to people that are not white, you guys are screaming discrimination so you guys can take the bigger piece of the pie again. So I'm just like,
well, that's what the leftists say. That's just not true what you're saying. And when leftists call for progressive taxation and millionaire taxes so they can do wealth redistribution within the communities and hire white people because they want community representation in the government, it's hypocrisy. It's black supremacy. How the fuck can you not observe your own black supremacy and then call out white people for their supremacy, but yet be supremacist in what you're trying to achieve? It's ridiculous.
Where in the system are black supreme? Where do we hold any power?
In Chicago, where Brandon Johnson only hires black people and says he won't hire white people because they don't represent the community. It's racist. He just said it.
The mayor?
Yeah, Brandon Johnson.
I mean, then that should be a legal basis. If you're talking about using the government to only hire black people, I actually agree with you. But we're talking about widespread discrimination in regards to the power structure and to regular jobs.
Here's the problem. I'm going to bounce them, but let me just say this. Most white people will never admit that systemic racism is a real thing in America. It is real. Because you know why? It doesn't impact them. It doesn't affect them. So they're never going to embrace it and say, hey, you know what? We live in a fucking racist country. We do. But since it don't affect them, they don't feel it, they'll never admit it. Just my opinion.
I get it. Because I would ask a white person any day, trade places with a black person, and they'll never take that deal. Try to get a job as a black person. Try to exist as a black person and say that it doesn't exist. The system.
Have you ever seen that movie from the 90s, White Man's Burden?
Is that the one where the black man turns white or white man turns black or something?
No, you should watch it. It's a pretty good movie. It takes place in Los Angeles in the 90s. Actually, a very, very powerful movie. You should definitely watch it.
I'm not. I mean,
just have to go. We're gonna close it up. We thank you guys for joining the room. JB, any final thoughts?
And it's my first room in a long time. I know. I hope to do some more with you and I. Man, listen, great conversation. Victory, you came in. I misread you. I want to apologize for that. I think you're a good dude, and you're welcome in my spaces anytime. Clapton, good to hear from you. Evan, I hope you win the mayor of Chicago so I can see some free Cubs tickets. Adams, I love you like a fat kid loves cake.
City Hall with some big news as your man. Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Tonight, I'm ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department.
Okay, peace.
If we.
No.
Let's go on joke now, baby. Relax, man.
Going on now.
Like,
Yes, I'll do them.
And so the way the plot goes,
Fighting with Andrew about whether or not you can rape your wife seems to be something he's really obsessed about. Would it stop there? Would it be like, oh, he says it's okay to do it, and you say it's not?
It's real bad. It really puts a not a on our state, but it just the guy said it actually paints over and makes fun of what happened, and it's not a joke. And people here are upset about it, and because of that, I mean, people didn't know that obviously for sexual. I didn't know that, but
right. And if he commits to that, right, then I think there is a point at which the moral discourse has to stop, right? Because I think like moral oughts and they derive from certain
Okay, Deepak. So what's Andrew's view on that? Does he think marital rape is okay?
He wouldn't call it rape.
He's wrong. Yeah, he still doesn't like calling it rape, but I think he believes that the thing that we call rape, marital rape, is not okay. Yeah.
So is it okay or not okay?
Like I said, he wouldn't call it rape, but it's not okay.
He thinks it's okay if God commanded you to do it.
Yeah.
No, that's not true, Deepak. He thinks it's okay if God commanded you to do it.
But that's true of everything, right, in his view.
Yes, but that means that somebody could say subjectively, oh, God told me it was okay to fucking do this to my wife.
Right.
Which is false.
Yeah, but look, I mean, let's say that you believe in some other, way of, deriving objective morality, right? Like, you could make the same mistake, right? You could just be mistaken about what it is the right thing to do, right? Just because you believe it's objectively grounded in something, it doesn't mean that you have perfect knowledge of what those moral truths are, right?
So if we didn't have perfect knowledge of what those moral truths are, what's the entailment from there? Like, what are you inferring?
You're saying that the moral anti-realist and the realist are no better off. They're at the same. They're on the same level epistemically, right? Like. You can someone who believes that moral truths are objective, right? Still doesn't have any better epistemic access to them.
Yeah, well, the point I'm trying to make is that you guys don't have any epistemic justification, not only for the metaphysical claims, but the moral claims that you make on the basis of smuggling in some sort of moral imperative when you guys communicate to Christians. And I just think that's epistemic trespassing because you don't have any foundation for it other than the Christian worldview itself. or something like that's ancestral, or something that's based on a tradition of some type, in order to say that it's culturally wrong. That's what you're going to defer to, right? You're always going to do the Democratic Convention thing and get into moral relativism, and also you're like the smaller community and group of people. So why ought we even listen to any of the moral imperative to begin with when we actually have a belief, a justified true belief, and a foundation for something? It's like, yeah, bro, whatever. Do what I say. I don't care what you say. Doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, so I think the reason like moral discourse is possible between people of different like meta-ethical views is because like our ethical views might still coincide, right? Like I might not agree with you on what the grounding for morality is, right? But I might still believe that there are like a common set of principles, right? Like I have a set of principles, and I observe that you seem to have a similar set. So where we disagree is like how they apply, or what the trade-offs are, or like what is it that in fact, like let's say we both agree that in general, like
you just don't have a foundation for your worldview, because it just narrows down to like survival mechanisms, or like an I don't know. You can't just root that in a survival mechanism, because now truth and objectivity is illusionary at that point. So it's like, well, why is that wrong?
Because I don't base it on like survivability or something, right? Like I believe that like
so what would it be? My preferences? Is it my preferences? Because it's not my set of preferences.
Okay, we're back at this. We're back here again, but it's stances, not preferences. But you could call it preferences.
It is preferences, right? You have your set of preferences, and I have mine.
And I also have
my preferences aren't to follow myself, though, and my own self metrics that I make up for myself because I just made it up. I follow metrics and history and tradition and ancestry and what our ancestors thought God was in an ancient form and all that stuff. And it's survived over 2,000 years of scrutiny, set up hospitals and universities, and contributed a lot to like the Western world. It's the foundation of the Western world, and probably some of the laws that we have today, even though some secularists like to debate that. But they don't have a foundation or an explanation at all for their worldview, and they just don't know where this stuff comes from, because that's what it reduces to. So the difference is I actually have an explanation for where these things come from, even though you might think it's ridiculous because, let's just say, we love us some magic sky daddy that loves some sacrifice and blood. That's why, at least I'm trying to be funny, man,
You're on fine. Yeah. Look, I don't know, like, do you want me to, is there, something, is there a question there? Like, I don't know. We started, with meta-ethics, then there's something about, hospitals and sky daddies. I don't know what to say, man. I have, a meta-ethical view and a separate set of views on, ethics, right? Which means what are the principles that we should follow? However those principles are grounded. And I think I could agree or disagree with Christians and Muslims and I don't know, Baha'i and Hindus about those things, and we can come to some sort of agreement on what the entailments of those principles are. But if I'm going to disagree with somebody about what those bedrock principles are, then there's just no. There's no further discussion to be had. So for example, right, there's some
taking of human life and treating people with dignity seems to be a thing that's happened throughout history. Maybe Christianity is not the only religion that does that, but to my knowledge, in the Western world, that's kind of the foundation of the egalitarianism that you see in all these other different systems that overlap secularly with these kind of meta-ethical things. It could be like a secular humanist or what is it, utilitarian, all that stuff. Are you one of those?
Look, why are we talking about all these things? I'm trying to just talk about why are we invoking?
I'm trying to have a general discussion with you. I'm not trying to have a debate with you. I'm trying to be funny and just talk to you like a person.
We don't have to have a debate, but we could stick to one thing, right? I'm just saying, I was going to give an example of where I think moral discourse is actually impossible. It's one is with people who are genuinely psychopaths, right? People who don't seem to have anything we recognize as a moral principle whatsoever, right? They don't value
the ability to be empathetic is important. I'm just Is that because the trait that they lack is like an empathetic one?
Not really empathy. They just don't have any sort of moral compunctions about others whatsoever. The only concerns they have are their own like well-being and like. I mean, there's very few people who are like this. I think who are truly like this, but the ones who are like that, right? All we can really do is like lock them up. We can't actually like argue with them about what is right or what is wrong.
So that's where I like between the people that we so like opposed to in any of these decisions, whether it be like people we can actually talk to or psychopaths or whatever. Like, what do we do with them? Do we just not coexist with them? Like, that doesn't make any sense. The conversation has to be going somehow. So the conversation may become about something else, not God, but like whether or not we should like allow our grass to be accepted. I don't know. So, or put out the fire day across the street. Like, why does it have to be about religion? Why can't it be about the problem itself?
If people with like entirely different value systems than yours are not like harming you or people you care about or anybody else, then like you could coexist, right? But if their values or their desires like lead them to take actions that are like conflicting with yours, right? Like the only thing you can do is oppose them.
You made your
that's true. Whatever.
Where's the video? You're not out there going, oh, like Christianity is a dangerous worldview. People should believe it. Like, are you into that kind of stuff?
Not wholesale, because I do actually think there's a lot of values in Christianity that I think I agree with, right? But yeah, I do actually oppose a lot of the values of like fundamentalist Christianity. To be perfectly frank. I mean, again,
the crazy ones that are going to tell you that you're going to burn in hell.
I mean, I'm not even concerned about those, because those don't have like impacts like your view of like what happens to people after they die isn't going to necessarily impact my ability or other people's ability to live in this life, right? But like people who say that like I don't know, like gays should be stoned, right? All these other like societal values that I have.
Well, let's be clear here, right? So, like, obviously, you as an atheist are going to vote for your value set to influence, like, whatever laws or whatever legislation is going to be, correct?
Not really as an atheist. There are atheists who think gays should be stoned as well, So,
I'm just asking you, like, you think you should be allowed to take your value set and vote on the basis of your value set, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, like, what? Even if a Christian did think that there was like gays, for an example, with the same value on a subjective basis, because it's both subjective purely under your worldview, then like, why wouldn't they be allowed? Even if that is ridiculous and stupid, why shouldn't they be able to vote on the basis of that value system when you can't?
They can vote on it, yeah. I just vote against them and try to persuade like everyone else to believe me.
That's actually a funny one. Hey, Deepak, we're going to take you out in the back and stone you to death.
Hey.
We can all like try to like teach people to go by the evidence from young, like so. Do a study homosexuality, how you found my channel. And let people vote on that, not just say, oh, it's subjective, so just toss a coin and just, you don't have to do that. It's not like once there's no God, then everything goes out.
Ordering an immediate freeze on discretionary spending in every department. We're issuing it. This is what I mean. Like, I think you can get past the subjective and into something else, like a collective analysis, or what has history taught us.
You know what? I agree with you, and that's in the everyday, right? Like,
there is only everyday
basis. You're gonna walk down the street. You're probably gonna walk by a couple of people. Like, you're not even thinking about this conversation. It's not important when you're in the grocery store in line, or at your mom's house, or hanging out with your friends. But I mean,
it is
when somebody's asking you this in a philosophical setting now, or in a discussion piece setting, it actually is important to know these things.
I think it has to be put in balance psychologically too.
Well, the reason why I think it's actually important, and maybe people should get more into it, is I actually see that people really don't think about these things on average, right? They kind of like, especially like the white that don't study none of this stuff, like all the informal fallacies, question begging, It's not a good way to reason. You know what begging the question is, right, Deepak?
I don't. So when you insert that the premise is the conclusion,
it's like when you're coming right out the gate with your claim and then asserting that as like the conclusion. You know?
So do most atheists believe they have a spirit?
Well, that's kind of the joke that I make sometimes, you know?
Because it's a hot. What you mean? What are you talking about? Muhammad didn't write them down. How the hell you want to follow people you don't know? Is that possible? No, that's what I'm saying. We don't know what they twisted it. You know what I'm saying? They might be in idolatry like we read earlier. So are you accusing Allah of not preserving the life? I ain't say Allah. I said me. So, okay, because Allah would never command you to follow people that you don't know, that you can't have access to. Allah said follow Muhammad. He said follow Allah.
That's what they did. Instead of fucking making programs to integrate them and make them have Western values, they allow them to spread their radical. Like, it's fucked up. Welcome to Europe, the new Europe. That's why this is an interesting alliance that America is now paying for.
Marshall didn't leave. He just spewed emotions and left.
Yeah.
He emoted. Well, I mean, I wanted to let him finish, but I just looked it up. The U.S. gives $14 billion to NATO countries just for humanitarian aid, not impoverished countries, selective, small, struggling economy countries. $14 billion. So how much does those NATO countries give to the U.S.?
Wait, KK, was that tongue in cheek when you said you want to allow Marshall to finish?
Those countries,
no.
From what I said.
Oh my God! You are so married to an Asian.
You know what they do? Those countries.
He's so submissive.
Hold on, Rich. They bring in a bunch of scum that don't share the same values, Western values that America has, and America protects them while their country gets infiltrated from within.
Rafi?
To keep that ideology safe. They want to keep that ideology safe.
But the U.S. wanted to keep this ideology safe more than everybody. Like, under Obama.
The U.S. doesn't bring
Under Obama? Are you fucking serious?
Wait up. You can't be not taking responsibility for your own actions as, Europe being. And then just hope that, if shit hits the fan, that America is going to be there again. Well, you could have made sure that it didn't happen. You could have done something.
Yeah, I think. Well, first of all, these are sovereign countries. I think we can do what we can. But it's awfully hard. Like, we have somebody, and this is where it is America's fault. We had this piece of fucking shit DEI hire. He's the first black president. The second coming of fucking Christ, with the name Obama. Oh my God. Or Barack Hussein Obama. And then literally, it's like, oh my God, everything, heaven's going to come to earth. It's just, no, it was a bunch of bullshit. But then we saw look at how much the culture changed under Obama's presidency. We went from being fairly normal country, not that torn apart racially, any of that stuff. But it's just like when we are the least racist country, all of a sudden is at the forefront of everything. Race. We need to talk about it. Sex, homophobia, Islamophobia, sexism, all of this fucking shit. Non-fucking stop. And this motherfucker, he embraced the welcome. And of course, this motherfucker, literally spent part of his childhood in the madrasa. I mean, this guy, he's a fucking piece of shit. And, you know, here we are. It's just like, oh, why are we here? Because of America? Why? Because a bunch of fucking brain dead, stupid fucking Americans saw that they got this guy with black skin. And what's more significant than voting for somebody based on their policies, they voted for him because it was so symbolic to have our first black president. And I remember, you know, just like watching his fucking his debate. He wasn't a poor debater. He wasn't a good debater. Watching even like we had infomercials where every fucking whether it was local broadcast, television, cable, they had this, like, they would allocate like an hour to him, and I remember watching it and just seeing like, okay, you're pointing to the struggles of everyday Americans. Amazing. I mean, okay. So how are you going to fix it? He never said how he was going to fix it. And you know, one of the weirdest things I remember walking out of when my grandfather was alive, my dad and I we'd pick up gelato, and we would pick it up and drive it over to him. He was in his 90s at the time, and you know, but there was a coffee shop next door, and it was Children for Obama. This is back in like 2008 or so, and I was just thinking, like, why are kids painting pictures of Obama? Like, this is like some cult like shit. This is weird. But they were doing it, and I don't know. Why are we so accepting of this bullshit? It became fashionably cool to be anti-American, and let me guess, that is rich, of course. Of course. It became fashionably cool to be anti-American and like basically pro-Islamic, pro-black, anything that undercut America.
Yeah,
became fucking cool.
But do you remember Obama's fucking speech talking about Islam is a big part of America and it's always been. Have you ever heard that one?
No, he actually said that.
He actually fucking said that. He actually said that. Go YouTube it. Your mind is going slow.
That's funny because even as a
he didn't say, listen to me. He didn't say the big part of America. He said, and it's always been.
Yeah, that is bullshit. That's like saying like a big part of America has always been Catholic. You know, if somebody who was born and raised Catholic. No, we weren't. We were fucking Anglo-Watts.
One second. We got new people on the stage. We got Paul and Castro. Paul, welcome. You with us?
Obama was literally the worst fucking president of this nation.
There's Jimmy Carter. There's it's questionable.
One second. I'm trying to go to the new people. Paul, you with us? 3, 2, 1. I'm just listening. Oh, you're just listening. Got it. Castro, you with us?
I know Paul. He's been on here for years.
It's cool. Got it. Castro, what do you think of the title? Fighting about American allies. Who's got American allies? Well, Europe is a piece of shit. Most of Europe. They don't have the balls to defend America while America needed the most. And America defended Europe for years and years, but Europe failed to help America when America needed help. And Europe don't realize without America, they are nothing. They cannot even protect themselves. I promise you, in World War III, when that happens, if America don't have the Euro back, Europe gonna be gone like very soon. They don't have any power. All of their power is from American bases in that country.
Who can take out Europe? I'm just curious.
Europe has a lot of enemies. Like, as soon as America come out of NATO, it's gonna be Russia wants that, China will step in.
But Europe can clean Russia's clock. This is not even debated. They can clean.
Why they all trying to wait? Hold on. Why Europeans say that Russia doesn't attack us?
Rafi, we have a question for Kasra. Kasra, do you have a white SIM card or no? You said Iranian in Iran.
I don't have a white SIM card. I bought a VPN.
Oh, okay. I also I would like to say
There you
I
go.
was just,
Gonna
I was
derail.
gonna,
Watch this. Watch
no, I'm not. I was actually gonna say that we're all praying for him. Him being a gay man in Iran, and we're all praying that all works.
Perfect, thank you. Yeah, I'm not gonna deal with this.
Welcome to Ruth.
Thank you. So, you're actually in Iran, huh? Yes. How is it right now there, if we may ask? Well, we have the room. Sad. Everything is sad here. Like, everybody waiting for a next war. Everybody trying to have hope, but it just not that much of hope.
Can I ask you a very blunt question? Like, we saw your guys' uprising. Is it okay if I ask you about the uprising and then what's happening now? Okay. All right. We saw the uprising. Now look, a lot of people, I hear a lot of people, they're critical of the Iranians saying, they have no balls, they won't revolt. But, okay, come on. You revolt, you guys don't have guns. You could be shot on the street. Like, if they find out who you are, they'll hang an influential person just to make an example for everybody else. And if you're nobody, they'll still hang you.
Right now in streets, there's a checkpoints by RGC. They stop your car, they search your car, and if they feel the need, they're gonna search your phone. They searched my phone a couple of times. Like, every time I'm coming out of house, I have to delete my Instagram, I have to delete all of my search histories, because if they find out that I'm supporting revolution or Reza Pahlavi, they will arrest me and possibly kill me.
I guess what I was asking, so in January you had the very ballsy, you had the protests, then of course they massacred a bunch of the people there, on the streets and hung a lot of them, and of course the U.S. was not, and Israel were not able to really attack Iran until a couple of months later, and I know right now you guys in Iran are being told don't act now, it's not the time, just wait until we tell you it's time. So it's not that in and of itself shows it's not cowardice. You guys are being told to stand by.
Yes, because we actually listen to Reza Pahlavi. Whenever he tells us to go in street, like 3 months ago, he posted a video, and specifically in 2 days, and specifically at 8 p.m., he said, go in street and yell what you want and who you want. We went in street, and they opened fire at us. They killed roughly 30 to 40,000 people in only 2 days, which is the biggest in the world. Like, no any other country ever done that. Not even Soviet Union ever done that.
Do you guys feel let down because of that? Do you guys? I mean, and I guess my question is, do you think that you guys feel somewhat demoralized, or because of that shock of how many people that look? I've never been in a protest where people are shot in front of me for protesting. I've never experienced it, so I can't answer. I guess. Do you think that maybe some of the energy that they had in January is maybe
being straightforward, bro? Do they still have the balls to go out?
Yeah, I mean, are there enough of them? Do they have the energy to do it?
The question is, do you guys still have the motivation and everything to go out? Absolutely. We absolutely have the motivation, and we absolutely want our country back, but we don't want to lose another 40,000 people, because those, if you see the pictures of them, it's just so fucking sad to see that many amazing young people dying just because they want their country free. And right now, as Reza Pahlavi said, we don't go in street, it's dangerous. The reason we wanted this war, we never asked for America or Israel come attack Iran and just take the Islamic Republic. And
we get our country back. Not like that. We want Israel and
like
help us by making this government weaker. So next time that we go in the street, we have the more power than them.
Yeah, but Castro, do you realize what you said is not going to happen and is inevitable? You said we don't want us to like die, or we don't want 540,000 to die. But this time, there's a possibility that maybe over 100,000 people.
I understand that. But right in 3 months ago, we went in the street, 40,000 people has been killed, and then we came back and nothing happened. But if you go in the street, and even if I die, I want to make sure that my blood, I died for the right reason, and after I died, my country got free. Not like previously. Like
he wants to know in his death that the country got free.
Nothing happened. 3 months ago,
Hello?
we died, nothing happened. So next time that we go to the street, we want to make sure even if 100,000, 200,000 died, at least we get our country back.
That is one of the things that really annoyed me about people in the diaspora and Zionists. They weren't all from that group, but it was just like when this was happening, they're like, "Oh, fight." But then, in a way, it's just like, okay, but you're a bystander, and I also was just like, this was largely being encouraged by the West, and to me, I felt like if we are going to encourage the people of Iran to put themselves in harm's way for the benefit of countries in the West, there has to be follow through from the West.
Exactly, yeah.
And that is where I think
for the countries in the West, they're doing it for
themselves. Yes, but we were egging them on, saying like, "Hey, you guys want your freedom? You want your freedom? Yeah, they're horrible, they're oppressive," which obviously the IRGC is. But it's just like if we're going to egg them on, like we have to actually follow through and basically protect them to the best that we can, and
exactly, yeah.
and wipe them out, but like there wasn't that didn't happen. Like I almost wish what would have happened is they had this revolt a couple months later while we were bombing them, and I feel like just imagine like they had this huge resistance, and they were then they were just shot to shit, hung, all of that, and lo and behold, nothing changes. And then a couple months later, we start bombing the shit out of them and killing off their leadership. But like if it would have occurred at the same time, I feel like that would have been perhaps it would have been a much better outcome.
We were getting ready in the wartime. We were hoping we asked Israel okay, we go in streets and we go to protest and make the revolution, and what we want from Israel and America is protect us from sky and bomb IRGC, so when we are in street we be safe and we have the big power behind us to protect. And that was the ideal thing. And even if not that, we were getting ready after this war, go back in street. But I have something to say to President Trump. He got fooled by IRGC again. And it's like, oh my God, are you still hoping to negotiate with these kind of people? They never listened to any American president for 47 years. They never gonna listen. They will make their own nuclear bomb, and they will keep killing us and make the world unsafe. So negotiating with these kind of people is nonsense.
I'm gonna ask a question, and this might be a little direct question, right? Like, no offense, don't get hurt or don't get offended. Do you guys believe that America's there for you specifically to free the people?
No.
Okay.
No, we believe that
that's
America.
You say he got tricked, that they're gonna still develop the bomb. I don't believe he got tricked because it's still not done.
Well, Well, America have their own goals from this war, like removing the nuclear power from Iran, cutting the oil to China, and like Venezuela, maybe after the war, after this regime is gone, take some of our oils, right? And what we thinking is, and what we know is, we have two different goals, but our path is same way. We both want this regime to go. So we can agree on these two, but we can have different goals.
I agree. We have converging interests.
I believe that America has interest to basically give the middle finger to China through Iran.
Exactly.
And I believe that it's not in America's really interest for that nuclear power. It is and it isn't. It's more in Israel's interest. And Israel's kind of piggybacking off America's interest. And between those two countries, while they're operating within your country, you guys are taking the opportunity as the Iranians themselves take back your country. I mean, now the question is, you guys have them. Is your morale high right now? Are you guys ready to take your country back? That is the question. We always thought we need to see America and Israel helping us, or like we tried, like we never wanted this. So let me at the first of protest, can I 1 second? At the first of this protest, we never wanted this war to happen. What we wanted is our own military stand up for our own people in front of the government. So we asked our own military, hey, help us. We are Iranians. Your duty is helping us, not this regime. You're the military of Iran, not us.
That's not what happened. That's a lie.
What is a lie?
The fact of the protesting, you were literally protesting against the government and the military at large, and it was the military that targeted.
No. He's talking about there's the regular military and there's the IRGC. So
yeah,
they want the regular military. Yeah. The regular military.
But these are decentralized units. I get that, and I
no. But that's what.
I understand how the Iranian fucking military works. Like you're not telling me something I don't know.
Yeah, but they were
an IRGC.
Okay, Richard, shut up.
You guys are fucking delusional if you think it's in the interest of the United States to fucking create a fucking vacuum in fucking Tehran. All they want to do is take out fucking Ayatollah and some of the fucking IRGC, and then somebody steps up, takes over, and do the same thing we did in fucking Venezuela. It's still a communist fucking country, no fucking regime change, just a different person who plays ball.
Yeah, sure. So, anyways, as I was saying, okay, amazing.
Shut the fuck up, faggot.
As what I was saying, like, no, they want the military, the non-IRGC, to basically to stand up against the IRGC. That is the optimal goal.
That's like you saying. I mean, that's what happens in the previous revolution. Like in the Shah's term, in the kingdom of Iran, when Khomeini came, military supported Khomeini and stood up in front of Shah and overthrown the government. That's what happened before. That's not a new thing for this military. It's not a crazy asking from this military. They've done it before. Just asking for that again.
Hold on, Castro. The military today, the IRGC, have better weapons. The technology and the weapons are a lot better in the IRGC sense than your regular national army, let's say.
IRGC, like if military open their bases and let us have the weapons and stand up.
Brad, do you think they want full regime change, or you think they just want somebody to play ball with us to stop the ass?
They don't want a regime change. We're not doing that.
So hold on. So
that's what the Iranian state's gonna happen.
Hold on.
They think they're gonna be able to like have gay pride parades and
hold on.
She wasn't even able to finish. He started spurting out in the middle of him speaking.
It's not gonna happen, bro.
Rich, he spurred out in the middle of him speaking. Let him finish.
It's not gonna happen.
They have learned from their past mistakes, and what they've done now is they have made corrections in the military.
I just wanted to add something, Castro. The military back in 1939 not fucking back nobody.
Yes,
they did. Neutral.
Yes,
no, they stayed neutral. No, they stayed quiet. That's what happened. They said, we out of this.
They did not support fucking nobody. They said neutral. That's what happened.
But Castro. So
I
that's
just
the
have
same
an
thing.
allergy to
They
false
didn't
information.
support this government.
No, I know, but I just have an allergy to false
Didn't the
information.
Air Forces
Yes.
that we obey the like Khomeini?
Yep, they took them.
Iranian Air Force in the previous revolution said we are following the Khomeini's order after this, and we are not gonna follow the Shah's order.
So, Kasim, let me ask you a different question. You said you need America and Israel to do what? So
we just want them to. I know it's not their goal, but as I said, they have different.
At least you said it. At least you said it. Yes, at least you said it properly. That's where I was going with, but.
And we want them to make this government weaker, and we will do the last parts. Just get them with. Kill as much as RGC as they can, make this government as weak as they can, so next time we go in street, I'm not saying we're going to be totally safe, but at least we have more power.
But hold on, let me ask you this question. The military and the IRGC is weaker from January, when you stepped outside in January till today, the military is weaker. And since the operation started, the military is weaker. The military is weaker today than it was yesterday. So the question is, when is it going to be weak enough for you guys? You guys keep saying weak. Not a week like another week passed by. I mean like a week, like strength-wise, that you guys, until we don't take them all out for you, when are you guys going to come out? That's the question. When are you guys going to do the second round? When are you guys going to start making Molotov cocktails, building little militias within your communities, organizing, coming out to the streets and burning shit down? Burning every fucking hole. If they can't have it, if you guys can't have it, they can't have it. Why won't you help the Americans and the Israelis burn that fucker down and rebuild? Why do you guys keep waiting for America and Israel to do it?
When the war happened,
hold on, Castro. You guys have oil, you guys have gasoline, you guys have a glass bottle. That's all you need to make a fucking Molotov cocktail. You burn enough spots at simultaneously, the fire departments are going to have time to come out and put out all the fires. Burn everything fucking to the ground. Restart.
Sorry, just before Castro answers, I want to ask him to be careful about his safety when he wants to answer these questions. Just this.
Well, about my safety, I went in the street in the protest.
I know. I'm just telling.
It's just, thank you. And well, when the war happened, it was President Trump that told us, don't go in the street, it's not safe. He told us, do not go to the street. We listen to him and we stand down until he tells us, now's the time.
That is an order, and you listen to orders, and that's that.
Yeah, it's a Rappy.
It's not an order from their country. It's not an order from their country.
No.
Especially during the ceasefire.
Rappy, no. Holiday.
Hold on. Rafi, the Iranian TV was hacked. Trump's video and message was, with Farsi subtitle, was played on Iranian national TV.
Yes.
So that's what they did. We told them to stand the fuck down and do not do anything until we tell you to.
Correct.
Exactly.
But Ocean, let me ask you a different question. During the ceasefire, we knew that Iran was weak. Like, they needed that ceasefire to rebuild, correct? You aren't stupid. It's not that America needed
Once again, what did I just told you? You're going to tell me. I know what you're going to tell me. You're going to tell me, well, there's no war now.
There's no war. Yeah, but burn that fucker down.
Rappy, they told us stand down.
What did I just tell you? What? Do you have ears? What did I just tell you? And you can fact check me if I'm fucking lying. What did I just tell you?
That they were told to
Israel
stand down.
supported Trump. And he said the same thing. So they just fucking listening to what the fuck they being told. In a full video on the Iranian national TV. So that's what they're doing.
I understand, but during the ceasefire, they had a ceasefire. America can't say, guys, we're in a ceasefire. Now you guys can have fun with them.
But did they say that? Did they say that?
I'm not saying they couldn't. I never said that. That's
but there is a reason they're not doing it.
Well,
the Iranians themselves could have done it.
To go in street, we need a leader to tell us the day and the time to go in street united.
Well,
That's either President Trump or Reza Pahlavi. None of those people after January said anything. In fact, President Trump and Reza Pahlavi, they both told us stand down for now until the moment comes.
Exactly. Rafi, this is what you're not getting. Trump, okay, first of all, Israel, the United States, and Pahlavi, they're all saying stand down. Okay, so they're standing down. I don't get it.
Well, again, Pepe, during the ceasefire, if the IRGC is weak and they need to regroup and rebuild. So while there's a ceasefire between America and Iran, correct? That's allowing them to regroup and rebuild and re-strategize. So if both sides are doing the same thing, let's say America's regrouping and rebuilding and re-strategizing, let's say Iran is doing the exact same thing. If the Iranian people themselves weren't told to do so by America or Pahlavi, and realistically during a ceasefire, America couldn't have told them to do it. They should have said to themselves, why during the time America is going to be regrouping, re-strategizing, we won't give the IRGC that opportunity, because now we're going to distract them and fucking keep them on their toes.
Rafi. Because they're not the ones orchestrating all of this.
Because if it's a ceasefire and America would have said that to the Iranian people, that's not really a ceasefire. The Iranian people should have came to that conclusion themselves.
Rafi, let me dumb this down for you. Your parents and your uncle are next to you. You got a fight with somebody, right? You got into a fight with somebody. Then your parents, your mom and your dad and your freaking uncle tell you to back the fuck up. And you're a 10-year-old fucking child. Back the fuck up. The other person that you fucking having a fight with is a fucking 16-year-old, bigger than you, stronger than you, right? And your parents,
they're always going to be bigger and stronger.
Back the fuck up. What would you do? Would you back the fuck down?
No, I would wait for my parents to turn around. I would wait for my parents to turn around, and I would abuse a fucking stick across.
Motherfucking your parents have control over you.
In Iran, we need to be united. I cannot go in the street and tell all Iran to come out. We need a leader to tell us that.
I understand.
That's what leaders are for, Rafi. That's what
I know what leaders are.
Step number one, you follow orders. That's step number one.
Yeah, I just
you didn't get it. This revolution is like a military structure that our commander telling us to do something and we will do it. But if you're in the American military and your sergeant tells you to do this, no. So we are waiting for our leader to tell us when he's going to
This is not Venezuela. Please don't forget, this is not fucking Venezuela. What we're talking about.
Hey, by the way, do you think that the son of the Ayatollah is dead, or
he's on it? I think he's dead because there's no way. Imagine a guy, leader of Iran, and we never saw his picture after he became a leader. We never heard his voice. We see any videos of him, and they just told us he's injured and he only writing stuff, write on a piece of paper, and his orders are on the piece of paper.
So if you go to ultra refresh the screen and you look at my picture, this is the mural that Iran did I guess a week ago or so, and his picture was on top of Soleimani's picture, which Soleimani was dead in.
I saw that picture. The government said it was a mistake.
Oh, really? Oh, shit.
Drew, in the picture, the former Iranian president is also in the picture, who died in a helicopter crash a couple of years ago. It has nothing to do with this war as well. So and that was not U.S. or Israel. So I'm not sure if that picture is actually.
So, does anybody know where that mural's been painted? Have the Iranians verified that is true? That
seen it.
Seen what?
The mural in Iran.
And they expected to be paid.
What, just Jews that?
This
Has anyone? Nobody got it. I mean, so it's could be AI generated too, right? You know, this
This looks really genuine. And the other thing is that it says the martyrs of this operation, etc. So it's like big. It says like the martyrs of American and Zionist etc. So it looks really on point with what usually they put, because I grew up there, so I know exactly how they do this kind of stuff.
Yeah, because we don't.
No, but my question was people
call them martyrs. Like the Iranians that are freedom fighters, they call it John Vietnam, not martyrs.
Yeah. But the other thing that I just wanted to say is that we do have a leader, and that leader, majority of people have Reza Pahlavi as their leader. So that's what people have been chanting all over Iran, inside Iran.
Yes, but he can't go to Iran yet, because if he does go to Iran,
Yeah. But as far as leadership, we do have a leader. It's just that, of course they're gonna kill him if he goes right now. That would be insane.
What's gonna need to happen for anyone to take a singular leadership role to support the Iranian people is one faction of the military, not the IRGC, of course, is going to have to flip.
Yeah, exactly. But the issue is that there is no military. There is no so the thing is IRGC has taken over everything. Intentionally they've driven all the military out, so there is no military in existence per se.
But I mean, is the military now just regular civilians?
Mostly in military right now in Iran, mostly the commanders of the military and army, air force, all of these put by IRGC. So they follow the order of IRGC. That's the problem. Not the normal soldiers. Normal soldiers are the good people, but the commanders of military are put in by IRGC, and they are following the IRGC's order.
See, the thing is, originally when the revolution happened, there were a lot of attempts of coup d'etat that failed, right? And after that, they got really scared, and that's how IRGC came to being. They just created this paramilitary that are very loyal to basically suppress any military action. So over the years, especially after Ahmadinejad took over, IRGC not only became the militia, but also took power of everything from economy or any big factions. So they basically run the country at this point.
Hey Sam, can I ask you a question? This is very interesting. I know I'm familiar with one very large city, with Edo, Tokyo, right? Japan for 500 years had all these wars where different parts of the country would rip each other apart. But when the Tokugawa, the main, I guess you could call him the main IRGC of ancient Japan, whatever, so what he did is every time all the generals, they'd have to live in the capital city and they'd have to come and stay there. And anytime they left the capital, or anytime they left the country, which they rarely ever got to do, their family had to stay very close to the central government. And in this way, the leaders could guarantee that nobody would ever turn against the IRGC. There's all these mechanisms to make sure people were loyal. And as far as I understand, the IRGC is sort of somewhat built this way, where they check each other's loyalties and they live literally in specific areas in Tehran close to the government. Is that correct?
That's correct. The other thing is that the best analogy is like in the mob. You know how like in the mob, like you see these like TV shows, how the mob is, where they try to test each other all the time, and they want to make sure that somebody's loyal, nobody's like ratting. All this stuff happens in real life, and they are always checking themselves. And this whole system have had like a lot of examples where they make an example of somebody who is disloyal. So for example,
and the whole family will suffer, not just that person.
Exactly.
The extended family, everyone. Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I think the biggest problem that we're at right now, that the entire world is at, is that neither, and this is just my humble opinion, I'm sure you guys probably disagree with this, but I don't believe that the United States, Israel, or Iran all have I don't believe it's kind of a stalemate where none of them have very, very clear objectives. It's not super clear what they want from each other.
Hey, by the way, Matthew, I just wanted to tell you. He just left. Oh, damn. The Castro guy was in Iran right now, and we were asking him questions as far as what's going on over there and all that stuff. So, but he just left.
Yeah, I love studying history. When I look at war, it's like chess. It's like there's a million different things you could do, but there's only a few good options for anybody on the table. And the way I look at warfare, it's like geography is everything. That's why the United States is so strong. Nobody could possibly ever invade or attack the United States or Canada or Mexico. And we're all good friends. We've got these massive oceans, right? Our cities are so distant from one another. Our water systems are amazing. You have rivers running north and south like the Mississippi, and then you have Lawrence Seaway. And they're deep, and they don't freeze over in the wintertime. Geography rules everything. And I think this is what sort of Trump has learned, And I think all his generals before him said, look, attacking Iran, we played it out a billion times, wargaming it. It's just the geography. There's like no good decisions when it comes to it. But I don't know. I don't know. My understanding of the situation is very limited.
Yeah, you would be a great general.
I highly doubt that.
No, you sound like you know everything about wargaming and how the military operates.
No, but I'm just saying, I think geography is a big consideration, right? I don't know much.
You said they war gamed this, sounds like you know what you're talking about.
Well, they did war game it, and this is so I'm 48, and I can remember watching Ted Koppel, whatever, on NBC Nightline News when I was probably 12 or 13. And I remember him specifically saying that they had war gamed the situation out many, many times.
So how many years ago was that?
Well, I'm 14, 48. What is that?
Ted Koppel.
A long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So a lot has kind of changed in particular technology that would help neutralize the whole issue with what you're talking about with geography. Do they war game this? Yes, just like the military expeditionary warfare school in Quantico. That class has to always, for years, they had to war game Gaza, Palestine, and Israel. They did that for years. But to think blindly that they don't have, and what you said, no one, Israel and Iran and the USA don't have, don't know what they're doing is kind of a far stretch, but you know so much.
No. It's just, as I said, I could be wrong. What is the clear objectives of the United States, for example?
In the Iran war?
Yeah.
Well, to weaken China to such a point without having a full-blown war with China. whatever doing in Iran, they don't want to do the same thing with China. They don't want bombs flying from China, and they don't want bombs flying to China, because that's going to be the end of the world. Trust me. Because if they go out to foot, then China is a big threat to America. So if you can hit China indirectly, and that was what America is doing, they're hitting China through Iran indirectly without actually throwing bombs on China. So clearly it wasn't really a war declared on China, but it's still a war on China.
It's a war.
So this is a war to remove a threat from China.
Correct. Before it becomes a threat. So the problem is with people like Pepe, for example, that he mentioned, or I wouldn't even say Pepe because I don't want to start the whole thing with Pepe, but other Americans that I've been hearing, they don't have the bomb. Why are we attacking them? So you want to attack them once they have the bomb? Right? Same thing. Are we attacking North Korea? No, North Korea is a threat, but we know they have a bomb, and this is the only reason why we're not, because North Korea has nothing to lose. Americans have something to lose. Americans love life. North Koreans are in prison. They're brainwashed. They're willing to die for the cause. You're not willing to die for the cause.
And they're isolated. They're isolated on the world stage as well.
But Rafi, that's a dumb argument. You know why? We shouldn't like done what we're doing right now. They're stupid people.
Correct, but that's why I asked. That's why I asked.
Once they have nuclear weapon, it's either World War III or your empire is gone.
Correct. I agree.
North Korea can wipe out South Korea.
Pepe, it's not because they're going to nuke you. They're going to destroy you and your economy.
Yeah, it's not that. Again, why wait?
And if you don't know how that works,
Pepe, let me ask you a question. Let me ask a different question. Like, this is the question I ask Americans. If I'm getting threatened, hold on. Oh shit, hold on. I can get threatened. You can say, Rafi, I'm gonna kill you. Fuck you, Rafi. I want your whole family dead. I'm gonna kill your whole family. I don't give a fuck. But if I find out the same guy who keeps saying every single day he wants me dead and my family dead goes and buys a gun, and I find out he already has a gun now, I should be worried. Yeah, those words meant nothing. But why do I have to wait until he purchased that gun?
You neutralize the threat.
Prior to it, of course. That's why in America, there's probably a charge for utterance. Doesn't mean that you fucking, you actually went out on your threat and actually did something.
Whoever lives in Ohio, please, this November, go ahead and vote for Vivek Ramaswamy. I think he's a very good option in the Republican Party. Thank you so much.
Why wait till the threat is we look at North Korea as they don't have the delivery vehicles in order to. But look, they can try it. They can do something to South Korea. Absolutely.
Sure. They can even do something to make America. Listen, North Korea is not a fan of America. If they know America isn't at work today, they can go fucking sell their nuke to Iran. They don't have to use their own nuke. They can let Iran use it. And that's already a threat of North Korea of having nukes.
So what's their point?
Because they can sell it. Because my point is, when a person constantly threatens the nation you say you love, one time once they threaten, that should be done and put to rest. You're not going to allow them to continue threatening you. And when there is credible sources between the intelligence agencies that your government has in place, that's why you sleep very well every single night. You go and you get into your little comfortable blankets and you sleep with a smile on your face because of that intelligence that America has.
Sure.
Okay? And they tell you this is a fucking threat. Okay?
Sure. This is where it becomes laughable, though. Is that even our intelligence agencies? So they were against us doing these strikes in Iran, because they felt like first of all, is the Strait of Hormuz. Of course, the Atlantic,
the Strait of Hormuz is an economical point. It's nothing to do as a threat to America.
Sure, So one of the things they can weaponize.
If that intelligent agency had a comment on that, it's the same thing as Robert De Niro or any of these fucking actors that have any fucking opinion on political topics. That's how you take that agency then, or that spokesperson.
No.
They're not. They had something on the Strait of Hormuz. I'm sorry to say, because Hormuz is more of an economical strategic point.
Obviously.
It's to hit them economically. It's nothing to do military.
But it's hitting us hard, you know?
No. Because it involves their military. Because they're literally using cheap drones and sea mines and that kind of shit to literally halt the Strait of Hormuz, people passing. So
let them do
and this was something that our intelligence agencies, said look, dude, this is the real problem with Iran. This is where they can cause pain, mostly to the whole world.
So hold on. So if they're causing pain to the whole world, you know that they can't cause pain. Now you see that they're acting out on this pain. They don't give a fuck. They are causing the pain to the whole world. So are they a threat to the world because they don't give a fuck?
Well, if they're being attacked, man.
You're asking. That's like. Okay, but they're doing this in a defensive posture. It's totally different.
Listen,
it's not possible. It's not possible to have control over the entire world. Like, there's always going to be enemies.
Listen,
if they
ask you something?
Go for it.
Who's taking the most advantage of current situation at the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, right now it's been checkmate by America.
Economically, probably those guys that are trading in what is that?
No, the ones
the millionaires that are trading.
The biggest ones are taking the Arab Gulf nations are taking it because they can't move the oil. Those are number one people that are taking hit. And the second people that are taking the most hit of it is the Europeans that were buying the oil from that region because their prices are now going up. That's who's taking a hit. Also, the major hit that America's interest is China. Because now China's oil is now reduced to a certain percentage. So if China decides to do any action towards Taiwan, right, they can't afford it because for a military to operate, they need 100% of that oil. And now there's such a big chunk of
we had a close Spirit Airlines, and it doesn't have trickling effects throughout the fucking world.
That's nothing to do with Spirit Airlines. Spirit Airlines were fucking already second time trying to bail out. That has nothing to do with fucking wars. What is the first thing?
No, it has everything to do with it. It was the price of literally the price.
Spirit didn't go out because of gas. It didn't go out. It was already failing. It filed two bankruptcies. It had mismanaged business model, and it was denied 2 possible mergers. And one was blocked by the federal government, even though because JetBlue wanted to reform their business practices, and they had been losing money year after year.
So it had nothing to do with it.
Can I add one more part of that?
Of course.
It also is not the gas. It was almost like their best way to exit strategy because within their business insurance, they can blame a cause of war to be a decline in business, so they can file a claim for that against their insurance carrier. That's the reason why as well.
Correct. Also, they asked the government for a bailout, and Trump went to Wall Street and asked, and the financiers said, absolutely not with their business model. We won't invest in them. We won't go ahead and do it. Yeah, that was the overwhelming. Like nobody wanted it.
That's why they took the insurance money instead.
And it wasn't, and if the government didn't interfere with the capitalism approach and allowed JetBlue and them to merge, and then they could have probably kept some of the rates lower than the rest of the carriers, but they would have been able to stay in business. They would have been flying today.
The problem is, I think Americans had it so good for so fucking long that
they allowed this to happen. And now the fact is, they say good times produce weak men, hard times produce strong men. This is exactly a fucking definition of this.
Because no one was ever checked.
It's not that. Okay, what America is doing today, we might have to also for maybe a year. It's gonna bring another fucking 2-3 decades of the America you remember. Without allowing America to fall quietly, and every single day, America wasn't a default. I'm sorry to say I love America, but it wasn't a default. After having presidents and administrations that fucking made them look weak on the world stage, especially your last one like Biden, that destroyed America needs to look themselves back on that world map.
Yeah. We were taken advantage of for so long, and that whole bit that Marshall was saying, lucky I was eating my cookies. They were good, by the way. It's like, oh, you can't, tariff them, and then go ask them to tell them that they need to help you. But what about the 2 past decades that they've been taking advantage of the U.S. economy, and we're not getting anything for it? It wasn't a fair export. Why do you think all the U.S. companies went overseas to produce? Hello? It's like, okay, so now we're trying to neutralize and come back to the median of what we were and kind of bring back the structure and make things fair again. Sorry if people don't like it. Sorry if Europe doesn't like it. I don't give a rat's ass, honestly. But if you let someone tell you I'm going to threaten you, if you don't eventually check them, they're going to keep on doing that. So the fact that we're checking them now just prevents them to keep doing this to not just us, but even their Arab partners right now, or their Arab neighbors right now. They're going to keep doing this. They needed to be neutral.
Their Arab neighbors right now, like the Gulf nations, are being better allies than the Europeans today to them.
Look at UAE.
That's the saddest thing. That the Gulf nations right now are better partners and allies to the Americans than the fucking America who made the EU.
And
who allowed the EU to prosper the way they did.
And was that the case during Iraq War? Nope. OIF? Nope.
That is the saddest fucking thing.
Yep.
People are saying. What people are saying is, and even like Israel, for example, me, myself, yeah, I'm Jewish, right? But at the end of the day, when shit hit the fan, Israel went straight with America. Not like the Europeans. I don't want to big up Israel or anything in that matter, but they went. Israel is the only country that America will give money to, that will re-spend it back in America to re-stimulate the American economy like any other nation that wouldn't. And Israel is the only country that actually gives back to America. Forget about that money. In technology, medicine, any other way. We even fucking cybersecurity to fucking just in general information that they share for security reasons. Compared to any other country that America works with. And that is so fucking sad that Americans don't see that. Especially the Americans that are burning their own fucking flags in America. That is the most disgusting fucking thing I would have to say, I've ever seen in my life.
Well, it's not even that. It's just the IRGC apologists. Like, we just need to leave them Iranians alone. Let them solve their own problem. Yeah, I get that to a point. But then to be against America, but then be okay with IRGC, that's so fucking odd.
I have some news, guys. Political analysts, Middle East affairs are posting that the Iranian media says loud explosions were heard in Resh Island, Bandar Abbas, and Bushehr. After unknown fighter jets bombed the areas. It's apparently the UAE hitting back.
Oh, that's good.
The UAE's in now? They're officially
in? They're officially in. They said that they're in
No. This news was this morning. What are you talking about?
No.
Father, can you check this?
Okay, hold on. What did it say at the end? What did you read?
This is from 37 minutes ago. Breaking.
No, this news.
Iranian media says. Iranian media.
Aziza, Habibi, this news came out this morning. I checked the news this morning. It's Ashman Bandarabas. But now my question is, what was the rest of it? Because you said apparently UAE is hitting Iran.
Yeah, why the UAE?
Where does it say
I don't get your question. It says it is the political analyst of the UAE that's saying breaking. Iranian media says loud explosions were heard in Qeshm Island, Babarabas, and
Where does it say UAE is hitting Iran?
Hold on, Ocean. Before
He
you
says,
go off
I
on Glow,
quote,
one second, Glow,
keep hitting them hard, you mystery kings. Who are the mystery
kings? Hold on, Father, are you with us right now?
Yeah, I'm right here.
Can you check on your app? Yeah. So, see if there's any updates on your app and when your updates came in on that one.
The UAE has kings.
It's from 6 hours ago. There were some explosions heard, but they have told that it's just some drones, something like this. But it's from 6 hours ago.
Oh, mine is recently.
Oh no.
30 seconds.
30 minutes back, the officials of the Islamic Republics have reacted to that. That's it.
But they confirmed it just now.
Yeah. But the explosions were 6 hours back.
Oh, okay.
The only thing I have news is that some ships got hit in the Hormuz. The recent ones.
The French. No, it's after that. It's after that one, Rafi.
So as of an hour ago, French-owned cargo ship near Dubai hit by cruise missile, several crew injured. This is Iranian forces launched interceptor missiles and Apache-type helicopters over Dubai, causing multiple explosions in the city. A cruise missile struck French-owned cargo vessel 36 nautical miles north of Dubai, injuring several Filipino crew members. Now, I think this one was the one this morning, right?
No, he says that Ocean heard something about the Harg Island.
No.
What you just said, like you said it.
There's a city called Dash with the QESHM, and then there's another city called Bandar Abbas. These cities, there were people who heard explosions, and there was explosions in those cities earlier today. That's what they said. That's what the Glow said. That was the news that Glow read. But she's assuming UAE is hitting Iran, which I doubt it. But yeah.
That's why I was surprised that the Arabs were allowed to join, because they were told to stand up too.
Do you know that UAE bombed Iran before the ceasefire?
Wait, what happened?
No, I don't know.
UAE. That's one of the news that kind of disappeared among all of those conflict and other news about, like, between Iran and the U.S. On the last day before the ceasefire, UAE bombed Lawan's area, like the old area, with F-15 bombers. But on the last day, exactly before the ceasefire, but no one talked about that.
But hold on, like when America and Israel are bombing, they're bombing strategically. They're sharing intel, information, military bases, maybe weaponry storages, and so on. Does the UAE just went out to bomb Iran, or they knew exactly what they want to bomb? Because I don't think America and Israel are sharing this information with the UAE, all the locations and all the spots. Like, where would they get this information? Like, what did they even like? What was their target they even went for?
So, let me see. Okay, so what I just said, there was an attack on the hit on the CGM in San Antonio, which is owned by a French firm. Took place on Tuesday evening local time. Said the ship was near Dubai as of midday. Okay, so we know about that. I'm not
not seeing anything on. I'm not seeing anything on. At least yet. I gotta search a little more.
No. They figured it out.
They did.
Yeah, Ocean and Massa. I figured it out. All I know is I got today news that 2 vessels got hit in the Strait of Hormuz by Iran.
When?
So
today by Iran, 2 vessels got hit. I don't know which vessels it's.
So here's the global situation summary, I guess. This is from what the app says. Tensions remain elevated across several hotspots, with the U.S. Coast Guard reporting a repelled Iranian attack on the Strait of Hormuz and the intense activity reported in Israel, Lebanon, southern Lebanon, and Kharkiv, Ukraine. Meanwhile, a high-profile legal case in Delaware, Michigan, is concluded with a former. Didn't say much.
It's Kharkiv. It's a city. If you refresh the page, I just put it on my profile. It just did AR Gemini search engine. I can just put the link if you want, but that's about bombing Lavan's area by the UAE before the ceasefire.
Yeah, the U.S. did fire before UAE got hit this morning. So I think the U.S. hit. I think they hit last night, or maybe early in the morning, my time. So yeah, there was another report on that. The U.S. did strike before the UAE hit this morning, and then, but I didn't see anything about UAE back, but I wouldn't be surprised if we hear about that later.
Well, the question is, when are they going to start hitting again?
Well, I think this time there's going to be no warning. Like last time there was a warning, and they set the girls up on the bridges and everything else, and this and that. I think this time, if Trump were to strike again, no warning at all. He'll just fucking do it. You know what I mean? Because that'll
Each
give them
scoop is a
time
portal to infinite flavor dimensions.
Streets, blah blah blah.
From Nebula Blackberry.
I think this time it's no warning.
And every time Trump says that he's going to have negotiations with them, that is exactly the moment that he strikes.
Well, when it was bridge day, guess what? All the girls were they lined them all up in front of the park lights and on the bridges, all that stuff. Because that's what the IGC does.
Ocean, can I give you an update real quick?
Oh, hi. Yeah, of course. KK?
Yes, it's KK. I just came back in the room to tell you that Vivek won by 82%, the primary in Ohio.
Yeah, I know. When I heard it, I got really happy because I like the guy.
Yeah.
He's very sharp.
I just wanted to let you.
Appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, I really cannot wait to see him, in high positions. I like the guy. He's really good.
Yeah, he's good. He's very, very smart.
Of Iran coming out. Ocean, can you translate what he said? He said, there will not be a war. We will get Jan
Who said that though?
What's his name? Was it Khamenei himself?
Yeah, it was the first.
It was. Yeah.
It was the leader who died, the supreme leader who died. He said, it is true that the U.S. have the
most advanced military equipment and shit. And they're very scary. But scarier than that is the equipment we have to fucking stuck those aircraft carriers on the bottom of the ocean. That's what the fuck he said. Shit, man. I don't know. These motherfuckers are delusional. But yeah,
That's a bummer. He didn't last long to tell us what was that military equipment that they wanted to use.
And do you actually know, to Iranians, do you know why they haven't had a funeral for him?
Well, nothing left of that guy.
Not a funeral. It doesn't matter. But do you know why they haven't had a funeral for him or not?
I thought they had to be buried like within 24 hours or something.
Yeah, but the reason is, so here's the thing, KK. They nominated basically his son is the supreme leader, right? So we don't know if the son is healthy, is fine, or blah, blah, blah. Because he's the one, like basically the new supreme leader. He's the one who has to do the ceremony, to basically the funeral.
Oh.
Who has to do the prayer and all that shit. So that's the reason they haven't done it yet.
So if he's dead then it can't happen.
Oh, you mean if the son is dead? Yeah.
The gay impotent one.
Yeah. If the son is dead, then whenever they pick another supreme leader, he has to do the prayers and shit.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. That might be another reason why, that they're trying to hide the fact that.
No. His son is alive.
The gay
son. His son is alive, KK. He's probably not well at all. And that's one of the other reasons. I'm sure his son is alive. Because he wasn't alive by now, they would have picked somebody somehow. But he's alive, but he is probably not able to do all this because he's fucked.
I think he's not alive, Ocean, but they don't want to destroy the morale. Because if they say that he's not alive right now, that's going to destroy the morale. No,
they don't care. No, Rafi, they don't care at this point. It's already a decentralized system. They don't care. If he's not alive, they're going to pick somebody and do the fucking funeral ceremony and all the shit they gotta do. But the thing is, he's not healthy enough. He's probably fucked. Like he's alive, but almost dead, basically. You know what I mean?
A vegetable, I know.
He's like a vegetable. Yeah.
He's a vegetable state. Yeah, he's useless. He's useless alive.
It's kind of like panda. I'm not sure that he's useless and a vegetable, but like that's the reason.
So Iran denied that they shot out a missile against the UAE in the recent days. If any action is taken against our islands or ports and coasts from the UAE territories, we will respond with resolve and strength. So I don't know. The problem with Iran is that they lie all the time, so you don't know if it's the truth or not. So, but that's what the statement is. So I don't know. Just putting it out there.
That's cool. Yeah. What did you want to say, Ali Reza?
I think they chose the replacement, and the U.S. bombed them. What is it called? The group that they are picking the replacement, like Agnes Obregon.
You're talking about the sun?
Not the sun, like before the sun, immediately after the first bomb.
What does it have to do with anything? Yeah, what does that have to do with anything?
They had this meeting, they announced one person, and I guess US or Israel, they bombed the meeting.
You're talking about the Majlis Obregon, basically, which is English is assembly of experts, I would say.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They bombed the meeting. It wasn't. There was a meeting. They trying to one person as a replacement.
They did. Mustafa was not there.
US bombed that guy. Then they picked Mustafa as the third replacement.
It didn't well. I
mean, none of that really matters. So they picked his son. His son is the supreme leader, and he's most definitely alive, but not well at all.
Yeah, I was just saying.
I mean, most likely he's but it's not well. I gotta go.
So here's what's interesting is I see that they're saying that the UAE media reports claim Saudi Arabia was behind the attack on the UAE in attempts to disrupt the oil exports, not Iran. Meanwhile, Iran has again denied carrying. Maybe they misfired, or maybe they're, I don't know.
What happened?
So the UAE media is saying that
It's the Saudis, not the Iranians.
It's the Saudis, yeah.
Has KSA taken account for it?
She said, that's the sound that they heard in Paris Island was because of basically it was just they're saying there was no explosion at all. So that's the news in Iran. But it was regarding to drones and shit, and there was no explosion, so I don't know what to do. They deny everything, bro.
But since people have heard explosions, so most likely they're lying.
No, the earthquake too. There was the earthquake in west of Iran, I believe.
Today?
Mm-hmm. It wasn't really big. I think it was 5.1 or something.
So there's a statement from the forum.
Luke, can you talk a little bit louder? I really have a problem hearing you. I have a hard time hearing you.
Yeah, so the foreign ministry, so this is from the KSA Twitter account. The foreign ministry expresses the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia condemns and strong denunciation of the targeting of a site in the vicinity of the Khartoum airport. I don't know if that's...
Say the name of the airport one more time.
Khartoum?
It's in Khartoum.
Khartoum?
Oh, the ancient city of Khartoum. Kartum, I think.
It's KHART.
Oh, God. I badly misspelled it.
Wait, say it again.
Khartoum.
No, spell it again. Spell it one more time.
KHARTOUM.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Khartoum. Okay.
In fact,
Khartoum or something.
It says the kingdom reaffirms its firm position, calling for the preservation of Sudan's unity and legitimate institutions, the resources of its brotherhood people, and security and stability. It also underscores the importance of keeping civilian objects and vital facilities away from the conflict. Is this what we were talking about earlier?
No.
Oh, okay.
No, it's something else, man. It doesn't sound like they put out a post about it.
Okay.
We're talking about southern part of Iran and explosions where people heard explosions over the south part of Iran and one of the islands in Iran and shit.
Yeah, I have their. I'm now following their Twitter accounts. So good. Yeah, a friend of mine works with the Saudis. When Saudi Aramco was hacked, she she was basically the lead girl, the boss in charge to basically revamp their cybersecurity team and get them back online. So.
Go check the news, guys. I just checked the news this morning. Checking Indians. So, yeah. Iran attacked the Kurdistan drone.
So this just came out a few minutes ago. Trump says U.S. to pause operations to guide vessels through.
Yeah, that was hours ago.
Okay, yeah.
That was hours ago too.
Yeah. I just got it like right now.
I think.
Yeah. This
Abbas Araqi went to China.
This shit's kind of delayed.
Yeah, 4 hours ago. Abbas Araqi went to China 4 hours.
Oh shit, maybe other people haven't heard it yet, so Father, maybe you want to repeat that.
They put a pause on the mission, on the
blockade.
Not the blockade. That's not part of blockade. No. So the
announced a temporary pause to the U.S. Project Freedom operations.
Yeah.
That's actually the war, not the blockade.
No.
Well, the Project Freedom is the new name for the war. The Project Fury is no longer active.
No, the project was supposed to start on Monday, which started a little bit, was to escort some of those ships out of that area.
Yes.
So they put a pause on that, not on the blockade. The blockade is still going on.
Yeah, it says.
I got you.
Blockade will remain.
Yeah, that's true.
U.S.-Israeli offensive in Iran, dubbed Operation Fury, had concluded, while the blockade of Iranian ports will still remain in place. Okay, I got you. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Now you just.
So what's gonna change, by the way?
What do you mean? What's gonna change?
I mean, okay, there wasn't any war, and there was just blockade, and it's gonna continue. Nothing has
blockade is considered an act of war under both our law and international law.
On Sunday, they said they're gonna start a new mission or whatever. That they're going to escort some of those ships out of that area, out of the Strait of Hormuz, so they can't go what the fuck they have to go. And that was the new shit they wanted to do, and they put a pause on that. The blockade is still going on. That's what I said. So,
and part of the reason, and part of the reason for that is because of the oil. Like oil has to, oil has to move pretty much. So otherwise it dries up and everything else. So that's one of the reasons why they're trying to keep the flow of traffic, or at least restart the flow of traffic, because right now there's a shitload of ships in the Strait of Hormuz that are basically not moving. So, and not only that, but because of the blockade, Iran can't is trying to put the oil on the ships, but if there's no ships there to So it's really.
How you doing, J-Lo? J-Lo doesn't know her mic is on, or what? I'll mute her up.
Oh no. I was just kind of explaining what kind of what's at stake now. You know? And that was good that we had a guy in earlier that was actually in Iran. We had two people.
No, we had today another guy.
Oh, was that today?
Ocean's friend.
Oh, okay, I got you.
What happened?
Well, thank you, Ocean.
What happened?
You I guess invited some people from that are actually in Iran, right?
Oh yeah, my friend joined the room earlier today. Was it? Yeah, it was. No, it was yesterday, Rafi.
Yeah. I thought it was yesterday.
There was one earlier too.
His name was B.
Well, that was not. Yeah, I mean, no, that was not my friend. But the other guy yesterday, I know him for years. His name was Bayas. Yeah.
Yeah. And so what I did was I immediately this guy tonight I added him to this. I hope he follows back. But
I frequently do talk to some friends. They call me though. They call me. I can't call them, but they call me. Yeah, and some of them in the past week or so, they're buying VPNs and shit so they can come with Clubhouse for a couple of hours. Not a very stable internet. And Soren is down there, by the way.
Oh, he's not happy with that.
Soren, I'll fuck your mom all day long, Soren. Would you like that? If I fuck your mama? You can respond to
He doesn't like us having intel, you know? You rather have them.
If you want my cock in your mom's pussy, I can always offer it to your sister as well.
You're not home trained. The problem with you is that you haven't been.
The problem with me is I didn't fuck your sister
You're not
hard enough.
disciplined. When you were a kid, you should have been.
Yeah, I disciplined your mom.
You know, the reason that you become so much.
The exact problem, I didn't fuck your sister hard enough. I should have fucked her so hard.
When you were a little kid, you know. You should have been disciplined. But it's not too late.
I'm fucking Palestinian, fucking wanna be Iranian. Man, shut the fuck up. Shut your fucking ass up. Shut your fucking ass up. That's what you're gonna do. Or you can just suck it, open your mouth, and I'll put my.
You don't have any context. You just get profanity, insulting.
Like you, motherfucker, you always are spreading lies. At least I fucking spit facts. You piece of shit, you always fucking lying.
Well, you have no context. Like,
you're a fucking lonely fucking piece of shit who's not able to put his own picture on his profile. Why? Because he's a pussy.
You fucking put the Trump's photo. What are you talking about?
I fucking support Trump. That's why I say. Why don't you put who you support? Put the picture of who you fucking support. Let me see how much love you get, you piece of shit.
You see that finger?
Yeah, I do. That finger is in your mom's pussy.
So what happened, What happened to these projects today?
Put the photo.
It has nothing to do everything with the UAE. I told you.
Well, you don't even do that because everybody is going to fucking hate you. You piece of shit, fucking motherfucker, wanna be an Iranian.
I love you. I hate and fear.
You probably.
But you're gonna be unloved because you're loved.
Drew, you can shoot him down after you're done with him.
Yeah. So the reports are that Saudi Arabia hit UAE and not Iran.
No, the leading accusation is that the KSA has not responded with whether it's verified account or not. We know that.
But they definitely benefit from that. I mean, if it was Saudi Arabia, I wouldn't have
yeah, that's not. Sorry, that wasn't my point. My point was stating it as a fact that Saudi Arabia has attacked UAE or even implying it.
Again, they might have had like some laws written down, but even the Dead Sea Scrolls is during the time of Hellenization.
Dead Sea Scrolls, yeah, definitely. I'm saying like there's very little evidence of Jewish people existing prior to the Babylonian.
Actually,
there's a theory out there that basically it was in Babylon that they actually had developed this, and then abandoned it as their own.
Two natures. This is what we had to work with at the 5th century, like having Macedonians clean. It's like a vestige of Aristotle when indictments and stuff like that.
But if you're denying Chalcedon, you're just saying, I want to hold to three rational witnesses. I want to hold to a tritheistic model.
Chalcedon has to do with Christology, not the Trinity thing.
Okay, I have a separate question. Do you perceive Chalcedonians to be non-Christians?
Me?
Yeah.
No, I mean, I hold to mere Christianity.
Okay, but you still accept Chalcedonians as Christian, right?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Every fucking day in the jobs. Like,
alright, well,
then
you have no problem with us because we're pretty much Chalcedonians.
That's what I'm saying. It's slowly integrating into everyone's life. And people don't even know anymore because it's starting to be like an everyday thing, like cell phones, you know? So cell phones originally were just like, oh, I'll call you, you know, that's it, and maybe the text here and there, and then it turned into a fucking computer in your hand, you know? So I think AIML is going to be something like that.
All those like the simple chatbot things, they work well. But I think like when people start selling that like, oh, you're gonna automate the whole business and everything's automated and everyone's gonna be replaced, I don't buy into that. I think it's overhyped. I've tried a lot of those quote unquote agentic tools and like there's too many like problems with it right now. Maybe one day, but I think currently I think it's a little overhyped. I don't think it's gonna be like anything more than like search engine is, but we'll.
It's far away from like that replacing people's jobs, but some people's jobs will be replaced by it because it's gonna do the shit that some humans can't do as efficiently as AIML, and that's just the reality. It's not gonna replace everybody's job, but things like data analysis, creating websites and collecting information. Like humans, we don't need humans for that anymore. AIML will do all that shit for us, you know? Like that's the type of shit, like those type of jobs when Meta is laying off like 8,000 people, the majority of the jobs that they're gonna lay people off will be like in software engineer jobs like data analysis, UX, UI, which are like graphic designers and shit. All that shit, all those jobs are irrelevant now because they can literally just fucking put a prompt in and have it all created for them in fucking minutes and seconds, you know, and not pay somebody a fucking yearly salary to do that. So some of them will be replaced, and that's where it started slowly starting. I don't know if it'll take over everybody's job. I don't see that happening. There's some jobs that it just can't do, but eventually when it does integrate into robotics and all that, that shit will all be integrated together one day. So you never know. But I'm looking way far, like, this could be 10, 15, 20 years from now. But I definitely see something like happening significant like that, in the next 10, 15, 20 years. So I don't know about taking people's jobs, but there'll definitely be robots that will be on AIML, coming clean your house for you, changing your alternator in your car, whatever it is, cutting your grass, shit like this, simple shit that everyday humans are too lazy to do. So, we already have those robots.
I was ready to argue, but then you said 10, 15 years, and I'm like, okay, maybe in 10, 15 years. 5 years? No way. 10, 15 years?
No, not 5 years, no.
Yeah. Okay, maybe, yeah. But I don't know. Maybe it's not overhyped, but people talk about it like you could do that right now. Like I have somebody I like on this app was arguing with me last week. At first, they said they automate their whole business with AI, and then when I asked them, "Well, have a developer that checks all the code that they put out," and I'm like, "Well, then you're not automating your business at all. Like, what do you mean?"
Yeah, you're going to still need somebody to monitor everything and make sure it's running smoothly. And, they'll probably use AIML to write the code or fix the code for them. Because honestly, why not? It's fucking much easier than using your brain to go through it and figuring out where the code went wrong. Because code is fucking not easy shit. It's very difficult type of shit that... And it looks like gibber. It doesn't even make sense, like, unless you know how to code. So, but like I said, people... in these software engineer jobs, these hardware engineer jobs, they use it every day to assist them with whatever they need to do. It's like it's something that can help you think and kind of like get to a conclusion or get to solve a problem quicker than you would be able to before. So that's kind of where we're seeing it in this IT world. It's not really doing the job for them, but humans are more assisting it, which that's what people don't understand is AIML needs assistance by human, because if it's not, it will never learn. It only learns from human error, human mistake, or human feedback. That's what's now we're in that stage where it's still learning and doing everything. That could take 5 to 10 years to really improve to where it really is intended to be. But like I said earlier, the chips that they're making that's really where it's come. That's where the important stuff is running all this data and this fucking high power systems, and these systems are not cooled by air. They have to cool them liquid cooling, because air cooling can't cool how hot these systems get because of how much power is being run through. And people are mining Bitcoin, mining fucking crypto, which takes a lot of power. And I'm telling you, some of these data centers are warehouses full of fucking routers, switches, modems that are all connected. Meta, AMD, they all have these huge ass warehouses with them. And I mean, they're looking to connect these warehouses that are far distance from each other with these new updated chips to be able to send data amongst each data center very, very quickly and efficiently and from far distances now, because they used to not be able to do that with some of the chips that they have. So every company is slowly getting to where it needs to be for what they're looking at. And I'm telling you, they're investing billions and billions of dollars. Like I said, Meta's laying off a bunch of people at the end of the month because they're investing billions of dollars into AI. So which, like, I don't blame him for doing that, honestly. People are like, Mark Zuckerberg, they're all talking shit about him and everything. Like, I don't blame him for doing that. He's doing what's best for his fucking company. If you don't stay up to the times of AI ML right now, your company will be fucked in the next 5 or 10 years. That's it. You'll be so far behind. Because like I told you, some of this R&D, this integration, this developing takes 2 to 5 years for some of these chips to be made. So, and that's just the chips. The systems itself also take that amount of time too sometimes. So depending on what it is, but yeah.
See, in 10 to 15 years, you can lay off employees, I'm sure, but Mark Zuckerberg, I think, laying off however many thousand employees right now, I don't think it's because of additional AI productivity. I'm sure there are other reasons. The new ChatGPT that was released today, the first 2 prompts I gave it were make a list of 40 cities without the letter A. And if its city had the letter A, I didn't check after that. I'm sure there were more mistakes. And then I asked it, how many letter A's in the word Bordeaux? It has 1 letter A, and it responded to me with there are 0 A's in that word. And so I'm really not, that's the best performing, top of the line, the brand new ChatGPT model that was released today with tension off, but it's expensive, and it still gets very basic questions wrong. So that's why I'm like, I don't believe they're replacing people, but
the cold water from the waterfall. They're replacing people because of the money that they need to invest into it, right? That's what they claim. That's what they say. Fucking laid off like 30,000 people. 30,000 people they laid off. And the reason behind it was investing in AI. And that's what they're how true it is. Either obviously these CEOs want fucking bigger paychecks. On their pockets, of course, or whoever kind of directly underneath them, they want to give them, they want to pay them as well. But people that are also high up in the company, want bigger paychecks. And I don't know how accurate it is, but I know that a lot of the money is going to that because it's a very fast-moving industry. Everything's moving so fucking fast. 2022, they just introduced ChatGPT and people were like, and now I'm telling you where AI is now is actually fucking crazy in the last 4 years. We've seen talking about the advancement of technology that is used to produce the input and output of workloads. Like I mentioned earlier, that has advanced in the last 4 years like crazy because it only takes about 2 to 5 years to really get to where you want to be. We're really pretty much in the first phase of that. So, and then another 2 to 5 years from now, who knows what we're going to see. The answer that it gives you, that's nothing. That's whatever. I had it ask me to make lists for we play soccer on Wednesdays and make a list with these names and it will put the same name twice sometimes in the fucking same team. What the fuck are you doing? That's not what you have to correct it, And then sometimes you have to rate it. The more you do that, the more correction you get, the more answers are right. So if you don't pay for it, you also get the kind of basic shit model, even if it's a new one that's always released. today. It's all basic shit, like basic models. So they really want you to pay for it, obviously, right? Because they want money. So people do pay for it because it really has an everyday life. It's actually very helpful.
Sure, they're getting better. The models are getting better. So everybody was used to saying, like, oh, they're going to get cheaper, they're going to get cheaper. But they get more expensive every time there's a new release. Everybody keeps saying they're not even profitable, so eventually they're gonna be more. If you pay the $20 a month subscription, you get so much more usage than if you pay through like the individual API. And apparently they're losing money for every subscriber that makes that. I believe it if they're being like the prices on the API are real. Like I asked questions that cost like $1 through like the API. It's like, oh my god, like you do that 100 times a day, and it costs you $100 just like a few ChatGPT conversations. I'm not convinced that companies are going to use it right now. If I passed 100 resumes, because I work in HR, if I passed 100 resumes in Claude, like, it would cost like $10, $15. Like, I don't know. Is it efficient? I'm not sure that it is efficient.
Your company doesn't have like their own AI that they use, or they just tell you to use like ChatGPT or Claude, like they're okay with using that.
So my company has their own AI, which uses either Claude Gemini or ChatGPT, so they pay the API cost, and I know it's just costing them absurd money. But I've used a system where they have like the APIs in the ATS, the applicant system, and then it'll automatically rank candidates and do all that stuff. And I'm sure it wastes so much money. Just like I don't know if it's efficient. I don't even know if it's good. I've seen it. The employees don't really trust it that much yet, so it's not even like used that much. I don't know. But I'm sure one day. But right now, it just seems too expensive and not that good. I've used Paleo. I've used Greenhouse, Workday. I'm working with right now. Workday. Everybody uses Workday. That's the most popular one. Yeah. Very familiar. It's terrible.
It's horrible. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, there's a lot of improvement that still needs to be made with it. Like, it's not 100% efficient, but there is ones that are pretty, I would say pretty reliable. There are different ones that are pretty reliable. I don't know. At the end of the day, this is just the beginning of it, really, if you think about it. This is just like the learning phase and seeing where it goes from here. So I'm all for it. I think it's great. Honestly, I think Google was kind of the same concept as what we're saying now. And that's what, when Google first kind of started, and it was like, go Google it, right? You go on the internet, and pretty much we were doing what AI does. We were going and just finding articles and stuff, but that's literally what AI does. It's just doing the hard work for humans instead of us having to go do it ourselves. It's there, and it's finding everything in a split second, or in a couple seconds, right? So I mean, it's really the same kind of concept, but it's just like now making it supposed to make life easier, so people don't need to go and search shit up themselves anymore. So now we have the computer do it for them. I feel like the concept was always there, but now they're just really learned how to run it efficiently and effectively, and with the power that it takes to do it, and the technology that it takes to do it. So. We'll see what happens now.
Yeah, some days I'm a doomer. Some days I'm like, oh my god, this is gonna take all our jobs and kill the world. Some days I think it's dumb. Or I'll say, some days I'm an enthusiast. I don't know. Depends on the day. So on that note, I am gonna head off. I don't know if Kitover wants to take over, or not yet.
No, it was a good conversation, bro. Actually, I talked with him, even though sometimes they really argue a lot, but I feel like sometimes it's just like this, just, I don't know, you can really talk to somebody and learn some shit, so, yeah, good talking to you, hope you have a good night.
Yes, absolutely, I agree, same, good night.
Yeah, just make sure he's cool with it.
He was given that new Thrustmaster one.
Oh, those. So I need help with what to put on, like customers are here. Okay. I knew you were going to say after that. So my employee Andy was just.
So I guess what was that? Not just talking about Plato's noble life. To me, he's sincere. To me, he's sincere. Only thing he's talking about the fucking case. He's talking about the
And then
life.
talk about your Godhead. And then I'm going to talk about your wounds.
Oh, it flashed and it went black.
Yeah, it's like he just blew it, said, let me try to drive it out.
Yeah, definitely just needs a new screen. I could get it by tomorrow.
I'm not gonna buy another phone.
Yeah. Okay. Let me make you a ticket real quick, and I'm guessing just leave it because it doesn't work anyways.
Yeah, there's an alarm that keeps going off every 5 fucking minutes. I can't take that.
I'm good. Yeah, that's all I'm gonna do. They drive me crazy when they do that.
Yeah.
How's the Switch working out?
Switch is beautiful.
Perfect. So I like to hear.
Yeah, I've been kind of keeping it from them, and I've been playing it more.
I'm now.
Your table instant.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep,
Oh, yeah. Okay, yes.
Oh, wait. That's not good right there.
I don't have anything here to repair, but I see online, and I just want to ask, how do you start getting into this stuff?
I actually worked for somebody else up in Brick Township for about a year. But honestly, if I was you, what I would do is try to do some repairs on the side, watch a lot of YouTube. iFixit's also not like really good website where they like clearly explain all the repairs, like step by step. Like let's say, what phone do you have right now? iPhone 12 screen repair iFixit. If you just go to iFixit screen repair, it'll literally just break down exact steps, gives you like pointers and tips. Best Buy actually sells their tools. I think you can get the same kit I have for like $50-$60. They sell parts too. I would try to stay away from Amazon, but start with like devices you don't care about first. Take them apart, get used to putting them back together. But then once you like understand the principles, then pretty much like all pretty much easy. Awesome. What was your name? Jake. Nice to meet you. Yeah. When two companies, because that port's super clean and it's a pretty new phone. You said it does work on wireless charging though?
It worked with them, yeah.
Got it.
These are called theophany. Right, the fuse launch function. So you don't even have to be beholden to it if you don't, you know, I don't necessarily false.
But I'll give it to the Muslims here. You know, like the people that I've seen, like that, like probably represent.
Wipe them out, didn't they have them enslaved?
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, okay, that's different. That wasn't a random group of fucking people.
No, like there's nothing random about God. Like everything's justified.
Right, but okay, so this is my thing. When God turned people into a pillar and stone, to tell them don't look back, right? Did he need human intervention?
Well, he needed
Even when he helped Moses kill the Egyptians, didn't he part the Red Sea?
But the people on the streets are saying they're all cursing them for years now, and don't take that into account. The Gaman study that has been done before the massacres, and then take into account the massacres that took place, what that percentage would be now.
How do you spell that?
G.
Gaman is in Netherlands.
A.
It's in Netherlands.
M.
Yes.
A. N.
And do you want to tell the room who's actually founded Gaman? I don't want to.
Do you know that it's illegal in Iran to have surveys like that? You know that?
But we know actually what kind of.
You know that, and
I don't
you're
wanna go into
questioning
your
the location. You're
Come on, mom is a whore. He knows.
Gaman is not very radical.
Gaman survey? Is it a survey?
No, it's not a survey. It's a study, and also they have been doing a survey with it. But it's a whole study about what their preferences are and everything.
Go ahead.
I don't want to ruin your argument. All I can say is that they're based in Netherlands. I know them, like I know the founder of Gaman, but I would take it with a second ground of salt when it comes to Gaman. I mean, Gaman is not a very reliable.
Yes, we know your point of view. That the best source was him.
But you know what? I'm going to give it to you, Castro. 99% of Iranians don't like this government. Let's give it to you. Why 90%? I'm going to give you 99.9%. But you sold this idea to Americans that if you attack Iran militarily, if you attack IRGC militarily, then Iranians going to come to street and rise up in the street. This does not happen. Netanyahu sold that idea.
Can I answer?
I'm sorry to say that, but some useful idiot sold that idea to Americans, but nothing happened. So you got to respond to the Americans.
Sir, what you want to think is not important. Listen to the people inside Iran. Listen to Castro. Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead, Castro.
So basically, we had this conversation before. Yes, we told Americans and Israelis that if you attack our country, we will come and help you to overthrow this government. All right? And as the first day of this war, President Trump published a video and told Iranians, stand down for now because it's too dangerous and we will let you know when it's the time. Do they ever told us to go in the street? Did you ever heard from Reza Pahlavi or President Trump to telling us to go in street?
So you guys are waiting for the basically...
Yeah, I'm waiting for their leader. I said in street.
They're waiting for their leaders.
Who are you waiting
They
for?
have to be organized.
Waiting for your mom.
And they have to be
Are you waiting for
Son, how is that going to help with the conversation, bro?
That is an order.
I
personally, I'm waiting for Soren's mom to come suck my dick.
How is that going to help the Soren, how is that going to help? I mean, Ocean, how is that going to help the argument, bro? We're trying to understand what's happening.
I don't care, though. I'm waiting for Soren's sister to come suck my dick. Can somebody call her? Please.
That's not a nice way to win an argument, bro.
I mean,
I'm trying to understand it and learn how to work.
Like you.
Listen, Gary, I don't give a fuck what you like. Someone threatened me with rape, all right? So I don't give a fuck what the Ocean says to them either.
I don't understand. You're criticizing Ocean for his words, for his work.
Hello, hey. So, like I said, we have Khazra here. Khazra is a guest from Iran. He's in Iran. I don't know how much time he has. So, why don't we point our questions towards him and see if we can, because he might pop up again. So, I just want to make sure that everybody gets their questions to
I have a question for Castro.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, I do have a question for Castro, actually. Castro, can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. I need you to be honest with me, 100% honest.
Okay.
Do you think Soren's mom can suck a dick really good or no?
Oh my God. Put that conversation, Ocean, because it just kind of
democracy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's seriously not even funny, and I don't.
What about John? John, do you have a question?
Yeah, Khazra, if the CIA was to slip in 100,000 M16A4s and 100 million rounds of ammunition, and you were armed to the teeth, would you be prepared to lead a platoon to go fight the IRGC to the death?
Yes. Let me tell you one thing. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you.
Okay, perfect. So, actually, before this war happened, CIA posted a video, something in their Instagram and also in their website, and asked Iranians to send us a video and the locations of the RGC bases. Are you aware of that? It's in their Instagram and also in their website. And lots of Iranians done that. CIA never published how many because it's, security and RGC going to kill those people. But millions of people posted those videos. So it helped Americans to attack those bases. Like the small bases that are not in internet or no one's are aware of, Iranians send the video and the location to CIA for CIA to track them.
Okay, are there any more questions for this guy? Let's
Castro, if at any time you feel like a question is too, sensitive to answer, you can just refuse.
I'm sure he probably would do
No,
that.
I'm willing to answer any question because I want the world to know what is going on. That's the whole point of me.
Guys, I have a question for you. So I'm on the side that you've been on like the whole time, right? I know like most of the public doesn't like the regime, but I have a question. Do you believe that America is intervening just to help your people at the moment?
I said this before, no. America and Iranian, we have a different goals. We want our country free, and America wants to cut the oil for China and also not having nuclear weapon for Iran. There's two different goals, but it's the same path. So we are agreeing on that path that if each of us want to get to that goal, this regime has to go. We are agreeing on that one, but we have a different goals.
Kazra, what does freedom look like to you? Like a parliamentary government? And if you were the president of Iran, what would your administration's priorities be for your people?
Well, I didn't study politics, but free country to me is freedom of speech. If someone coming, like a US, that if someone coming out in street and protest, they don't get killed. Like a religion don't get forced to people. The economy don't get forced to people. The people have the freedom of choosing. That's called a free country. Free election that they can choose their next leader or next president.
Question to you, Castro. How did you feel when President Trump said, I'm going to end the Persian civilization, annihilate the total country? How did you feel about that? Is that what you expected?
Well, this is the war, and both sides say some of the things like this, but President Trump only said that, but he never done it. But RGC never said it, but they're actually destroyed the civilization in Iran for 47 years now.
So we shouldn't take.
They're doing the best job as possible.
Castro, I'm really proud of you. Seriously,
We shouldn't take.
I'm really proud of
Castro,
you.
we love you. Thank you so much for being
apart from the romantic, we shouldn't take seriously anything coming out of the President Trump's mouth. Is that what you say? That we shouldn't take it seriously?
No, we take it
He's the most
seriously.
powerful man in the world. Do you understand?
No, I didn't say
you should take it seriously, Soren. You should.
He was talking about ending the Persian civilization.
Don't you take it seriously? My question to you is, can I ask you a question? My question is to you is, do you take it seriously when RGC saying death to America and Americans for 47 years, and they're attacking Americans in Iran or in Middle East? Do you take that seriously?
I would take United States in a different standard because this is our leader of the free world. And obviously it's not a balanced power between Iran, regardless of what kind of political establishment in Iran. But US.
So just because Iran don't have power as much as US has, you don't take the Iran's word seriously.
Well, it doesn't have a significant influence compared to US. I mean, United States is the leader of the free world. I mean,
how long have you been alive for?
Seriously. I mean, I don't understand.
That's why you don't need to take the IRGC seriously.
Well, I mean, I'm talking about Iran as a country.
They have done everything they said they didn't do.
Yeah, but Iran has a limited.
No, that's not the judgment he's making. He's saying because the United States is more important in the world, the United States' word, regardless of what public official it comes from, resides is heavier on the international stage than when the Iranian prime minister or supreme leader says something. Which, Soren, yes, we have more weight, but for the people living in Iran, the supreme leader and the council of experts, they dictate what those civilians end up experiencing. And for a good portion of the last 12 months, they had been experiencing the government shooting them at will because they bothered to oppose them. Now, I don't know how you write that in your mind, but they wouldn't be out on the streets if the government was exactly representative of the people. In the same way that when people in America come out on the streets, it's because they're not representative of the people.
Okay, one thing is, during the war, after President Trump says that and said, I'm gonna, attack the oil bases, gas places, or like electricity places, what the Iranian government did and RDC did, they told their supporters, the people that are in streets right now, to go near those places so America don't dare to hit them. So RDC using their own supporters as a human shield. So RDC don't even care about their own supporters' life.
I mean, this is a common practice happening in Yugoslavia in 1990s, actually. I remember in 1990s there was a massive...
Yeah, now it's fine.
It was a massive bridge in Serbia, in Belgrade. Many people went on that bridge. Probably many of you guys are too...
But government never said that to the people.
Yeah, but I mean, actually, Milosevic did say that, and people did that.
And even if the government said that, do you think it's the right thing to say?
People did that voluntarily in Serbia. I don't know about in Iran, but they did that voluntarily. And by the way, are you okay with destroying your infrastructure?
I know. So I don't look. Hold on 2 seconds. I know a Serbian who is.
You care about we care about the people, Soren.
Okay, infrastructure.
Hold on. Just so you know, destroying civilian infrastructure in the middle of a conflict constitutes a war crime post 1945 with the Geneva Convention. We can't bomb roads and power plants, or else we're guilty of fucking war crimes, both under American law and under international law.
So that was bomb the school.
Okay, so
the U.S. bombed the school.
They really care about international law.
Those instructors.
They really abide by international law.
Are replaceable. What is not
international law is for those that think international law is important. My point was U.S. law forbids it. We're not allowed to do it.
So what do you think about the 12-year-olds that they are literally on state media recruiting to...
Okay, stop asking me to make excuses for law instead of changing it.
That is a breach of international law.
No, I'm fucking not. That is bullshit. Just because I defend Soren's right to speak and mildly agree with him doesn't mean I hold a fucking terroristic point of view. How simplistic are fucking people that they can't understand something as simplistic, like as a more complicated point of view?
Hold on, BB, please.
Guys, let's
so, Marshall, what do you think about the 12-year-olds being sent to the checkpoints? Isn't that a breach of international law? Isn't that a war crime?
Again, I only mentioned international law for those that care. The salient point for the United States is what applies to us. What applies to us is in our law. We're not allowed to do that. Unless we change it, when we do it, it constitutes a war crime. Under our law and under international law, for those who care about international law. My point was, it might be the thing to do, but it's going to have a lot of consequences because American law forbids doing such a thing.
Do you know why Americans said that and never gonna do that? My reason.
Hang on. Let's stand. You have a question for Casual, right?
Yeah, I mean, what you said about the U.S. bombed the Iran school in the first day, and they're not going to street as a human shield, right? But the U.S. bombed it anyways, and that's against, let's say,
as we all know, that school was exactly beside of the military base, and Iran and RDC known for using the elementaries and schools and kindergartens as a guard for themselves to put their forces in there so it'd be safe. Right now, most of the
highly underestimate the accuracy of the bombs
meetings happening in hospitals because if they want the U.S. to, if the U.S. hit the hospital, they can say, "Oh, U.S. hit our hospital," but the meeting is in the hospital.
Yes, but what the United States investigation so far has found into that is that we bombed the school without Iranian soldiers in the building.
You guys know that 2 months before the war, Islamic Republic killed 300 children in the streets of Iran.
Yes, but that doesn't excuse the U.S. military accidentally targeting a base.
Yeah, that was
it's still a bad thing for us to have done.
Yeah, I agree with it. But the thing is that it was unintentional. But what Islamic Republic did to 300 children was totally intentional.
Of course, the Iranian regime's intentionality was to use civilians and their deaths as leverage against the West so military objectives don't get achieved. You can see this with Hamas and Hezbollah, and you can see this in the way the Iranian regime manages itself. They're like, civilian casualties are the fucking point.
Well,
that's what we're trying to tell you guys.
Hold on a second. I just came up real quick.
You misunderstand me defending Soren for me agreeing with his views. I defend the right for him to talk, not his views.
Staging and all to get attention, okay?
I just came up. Hold on.
You can go back to the chat then. Okay. Ocean, go ahead.
Like I didn't disrespect Marshall at all, a couple minutes ago, but I'm gonna say this, Marshall. Soft people like you destroyed Europe. Europe is destroyed and gone because of some.
Don't deal with me, deal with the topic. I fucking hate you dealing with me. No, you are personally insulting me as a way to not talk about the fucking topic.
How is it an insult?
No, you're calling me the fucking problem instead of addressing the topic at hand.
I'm not calling you a problem. I'm saying stop people like you by being stopped. They destroyed Europe.
Choose your words.
Bro, comparing me to the people that destroy Europe is a personal insult and one that does not deal with the current conversation on Iran.
I apologize, Marshall. What he means is you're a good person. Honestly, you are tolerant, but unfortunately, that is not the way to negotiate with terrorists, and that is only one thing that only President Trump understands.
I wasn't opposing that. All of my hostility and issues.
This is a stage fight.
All my hostility and issues.
Marshall,
if I might, for 5 seconds.
I asked him, this is going to be right to the point.
My contention always had been to have a conversation that has an opposing view. You can ping more people in. But the current person who had an opposing view would be allowed the right to talk as much as I find their opinions to be vile. Right? That was my point. And instead of dealing with that point, Ocean invalidated it, and so did other people. Again, I find Soren's views about the Middle East to be vile. But he has every right to say them to me and to other people. And then what we can do, which is good for the conversation, is to respond to his points. I don't think we'll get anywhere with him. I don't think he'll believe what we're saying, but it at least provides the opportunity and space for a good conversation that explores things we don't know and teaches us things we don't know. That was my entire attitude and point in this whole conversation.
Okay, so Marshall, Can you do a private room with Ocean real quick, and you guys can hash this shit out, right? Is that doable?
If Ocean wants to have a private room, sure. I'm only talking to him privately.
Bro, I have nothing against Marshall. I'm just saying.
No.
I don't know why you think I'm
Ocean, because you call me a...
I know that.
I called you. I didn't call you a fucking wasted hammer guy. I meant you
know. But I'm not, which is why I'm offended by it. When you call me out when I've been drinking, and hold on. When you call me out when I've been drinking and I've had too much, I don't care because I'm guilty of it. But I'm not actually guilty of it this time.
Marshall, can I say something?
Yes, please.
Having a different view, having a different fucking mentality. It's not the same as dealing with people like this. If you like fucking California roll and I like fucking skinny and shit, and you like pizza and I hate pizza, that's what it is. But these motherfuckers are not the type of people that you can rationally have a conversation with. You know why? Because they lie. They constantly lie. They're terrorists, piece of shit, fucking child abuser.
Ocean, I think you're single-handedly responsible for killing your own.
I don't know.
responsible
You
for
want some
moderation.
attention? Go. I can give you some attention if you.
Yeah, so I look. I'm not responsible for the moderation in this room.
Wait, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused here. I'm so confused. Marshall isn't responsible? He's not a moderator? Oh my God! Marshall's not responsible for being a moderator?
Guys need to do this in private, just like gentlemen. You know what I mean? I mean, let's get real. This shit is getting way too out of hand, and let's just kind of try and continue with the conversation that we've been having all fucking night. So, like, let's take our differences and shit like that, take it to the side, take it private. It's okay. Like, whatever. You know, if you're not moderator, whatever, who gives a shit? You guys need to, figure this shit out on your own. Okay? Is that all right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Marshall's just a little delicate, very emotional. Jeez, you're so upset. Just take a sleeping pill. Try to go to sleep. No need to call somebody a piece of shit. That's just projection.
Listen, I'm gonna move you guys back up when you calm down.
No.
But please calm down.
Let's not bring them back up. Where were we?
Can I say something?
The best.
You can't have a conversation with someone who has been paid, okay, to defend a terrorist regime. He is being paid for that. He's a propagandist. You cannot have. It's not about different opinions. It's not about different opinions. He's the propagandist of a terrorist regime. That's it.
Yeah, but someone like Sean, at least it's good to have him because you can understand where they're coming from and you can have conversations with them, and also you can make other people aware of, well, this is how they think. But at least, he's sober and he's an asshole. But with Marshall, it's just repetition. Like, it's just autopilot every time, especially this time in the morning.
Yeah, Marshall.
Shut up every time he says the same thing. He can't get it across.
If Marshall.
There's no one in here to drink. Like, what's all the hate to drink? Are you a Muslim in here? Is it haram to drink?
Hello?
Hello,
what's happening? What's going on?
Listen, if Marshall was in charge, he'd just give everything away. He's a nice guy, but if he was in charge of the stall at the marketplace, he would say, "Hey, it's all free. Go ahead, take it. Go ahead, we got plenty. Go ahead, you can have it all." That's what he'd say.
John, let's not talk about Marshall.
Yeah, Drew, I'm not going to talk about Marshall. I just have something. I don't go. If you didn't get enough attention from your family,
now it's on me. Oh, Sean, are you bored?
I can give you attention all day long. You want some attention?
Are you bored or what's going on?
You a little bit. What do you want me to do?
I want you to not talk to me.
Well, you shouldn't jump in the middle.
Hello? Is this a dead app? Because there's no party hats. If you try to add people, there's nobody new. How does this app just day after day keep surviving? And it's not really making any money. These gold coins are a joke. The subscription is a joke. Look, not one plus in the account in the room. Look at that. What does that tell you? Hello?
Still on the app and enjoying it.
If you guys can't behave, we're just gonna cut it off. Please behave.
Glow, who's misbehaving right now?
Go at him!
It's not important who. Go, just
okay.
Glow, I got a question for you, Glow. Are you Iranian, Glow?
What was the question?
Have you ever read the Constitution of Muhammad written in 667 AD from Medina?
No, I don't plan on it either.
Because, the Shariaists in Iran, their branch of Islam comes from that poor little girl that Muhammad had inappropriate relationships with. And the thing about the Constitution of Islam...
His grandson, who with Muhammad's daughter got slaughtered at the Battle of Kitover.
You're interrupting me. Please stop interrupting when I'm speaking. And so I'm going to put a link in the chat. I'm just telling you that... Yep, interrupter. That's what he does professionally. And what I'm trying...
Please do not allow people to slander me.
He takes Adderall and he drinks Glow. You got to give him a little. He's got a little brother in Washington, D.C. There you go. Man up. Man up. Oh, my God. Glow is telling Marshall to man up. Got to man up, Marshall. So, my question is...
Guys, just shut the fuck up, guys. Just one mic at a time, guys. Yeah, let's just keep this real simple.
Yeah, I have a question.
And you know what? The next time somebody speaks over somebody, you're down to the audience, dude. There's no question, no questions asked. Okay, just listen to it.
Okay, can I ask a question for Glow? I have a question from Glow. Glow, what did Soren told you the other day? Can you repeat it, please?
No idea. I don't know.
He said.
No, Glow, not you.
He said, you can have the IRGC's dick in your pussy, bitch.
Damn, dude, that's who you defending. Damn.
Ocean, what did you say to Marshall a few moments
No,
ago?
because I asked Soren and he said he didn't remember it. So all we have to go is basically he said, she said. I don't want that shit to be said because I think it's inappropriate and bad. But my point was never that. It was that they should have a conversation and that I shouldn't get insulted in the middle of a conversation.
How can you deny my shit?
And what time is it in Mexico right now, Drew?
It's same time, 10:32.
I have witnesses.
So enough of the batching of people and all this stuff, blah blah blah. Whatever, who cares? Let's try and get back to. I mean, I don't know. Unless you guys want to fight, Because I can bring Soren up and we can go to town on Soren for another hour.
Look, I put a link in the chat. It's called the Charter of Medina. It's the gangster constitution of Muhammad. That's what the government of Iran follows. It's 2026 Islam. It's time to update your protocols and your laws from the Mohammedan laws to the Western jurisprudence, Magna Carta, Constitution, laws of justice. There's no blood money. There's no intimidation or abuse. There's no pay and join our war or we will kill you. This is a terrorist gangster type of constitution and law framework. It's 2026. It's time we destroy it and update their legal system. I am complete.
Come on, be for real. How can they
John, how much of the world is Muslim? What percent of the world is Muslim, John? John.
Link is in the chat to the Charter of Medina. Let's talk about the law. It's called Mohammedan's Law and Constitution. Go ahead. Let's look at the law. Let's look at the blood money. Let's look at the abuse and the tyrannical gangsterism and mafiaism of the fraud Muhammad. This is the messenger and the prophet. The guy's a fraudster and a scam artist and a criminal mafia murderer. That's the law. Muhammadan's law. It sucks. Link is in the chat.
John, always a
Ocean is 50 years old and aborted. It's insane. Ocean, what are you here? What is your argument here? Just a troll? To get Marshall mad? Do you like Marshall?
Nobody dislikes Marshall. It's just that, I don't know. Anyway, I'm just waking up. He's just always the opposition in every room. It's like he goes into a room, he doesn't listen. And for some reason, he always ends up taking the side of the bad guy. It's just very annoying. Especially in this instance. Shan is a fucking IRGC. He's the most hated person on the entire app. And then who has to go and defend him? Marshall. Completely off his head drunk.
Welcome. Are you an American or no?
See, Marshall plays the role of a fake Republican. He's not conservative. He's not fiscally conservative. He's not morally or ethically conservative. Marshall is a brain-rotted out, Adderall-taking, alcoholic pothead who is basically a liberal Democrat from the 1990s.
We were going to stop. I didn't say anything for fucking 3 minutes. Are to just sit here and insult me, because I don't really want to fight with Edmund. I just want the rules enforced. Because earlier tonight when we had this room, there were a set of rules, and they were enforced when people were shitty. And apparently when people say shit to me, and they're not enforced. I don't treat people like that.
Just man up, Marshall. You're actually doing what we're criticizing you of doing. Man up, Marshall.
Okay, dude. Well, you got your moderation. So if you want
Man up, Marshall.
Let's just play it this way, and you can come back with.
When he's not drunk, please, because he's rambling on for hours now. We lost the whole thing.
That's fine. Fuck these guys. And by the way,
I'm not gonna lie, Drew.
By the way,
laughing when.
By the way, I don't play around with this shit. Like, I moderate, and if you have a problem with, and if you have a complaint about me moderating somebody or over moderating somebody, you know what? It's because you fucking deserved it. I'm sorry, but Ocean. I love Ocean a lot. He's very straightforward and all that stuff. Same thing with Marshall's okay. He's wishy-washy, this and that, but it's one of those things where if I put you downstairs, you're going downstairs for a reason, and until people can get their shit together and talk like a normal fucking human being, a normal fucking adult. How old are we? Like, I'm 55.
Marshall will not be mocked.
I'm retired.
You sound like you're 32.
Yeah, well, I'm 55.
By the way, Drew, Gore right here disrespected people over 50. He was saying some shit about 50-year-olds.
No, I was talking to you only.
Ali Reza, go ahead.
I'm 22, by the way.
What do you want to say?
Yes, I asked a question about U.S. bombing a school. Put a video in the chat.
Listen, I want to know, are you white?
I don't know what she on.
Can I ask you a question?
You're Somali? Can you tell me what race you are? This is important for me.
Let me just explain this to you, right? I don't know if you can see this man's bio.
This is important for me.
but I can see his bio. And in his bio, he has the Somali alphabet that spells out Rial Sul or something. That would make no reason for a white man to have that on his bio.
That's part of the
part of the troll.
That's the font. That's the font.
Come up with something. So are you Somali? Or
No,
okay, then
hold on, click my fucking profile. God damn it.
Why would you have the Somali alphabet on your bio?
Because it's a part of the fuck.
He had to go out and come back in because he clicked his own profile.
It's part of the whole font. It's part of.
Nobody clicked Bow Wow's profile. Nobody clicked the profile, please. Your whole screen will freeze up. Don't click his profile. It's a Chinese finger trap. And now I know you're really curious, but I promise you it will happen unless you have an Android. Okay, so listen to me. You have to tell me. I know what